Okay, the Senate Subcommittee on Higher Education will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Creighton.
Here.
Senator Middleton.
Here.
Senator King.
Here.
Senator Springer. Senator West. The quorum is present.
Okay, members, we have a quorum. I believe Senator West is coming in here soon. Thank you for being here. Happy Veterans Day to everyone that's here. I'm sure you all had responsibilities and events to attend in your districts, members, on this important holiday, so it means a lot to be covering this very important agenda and to be here on such an important day. To all of our panelists and public witnesses and stakeholders here today who are veterans, I want to be sure and take the time to thank you for your service to our country, and we would not certainly have our freedoms and opportunities to sit here and cover this important agenda if not for you, your dedication and your sacrifice for our freedoms. This is our third and final Higher Education Subcommittee hearing of the interim. We'll be addressing 3 charges related to post-secondary pathways, faculty senate and governance, and DEI content and how it relates to the workforce and workforce readiness. Before we begin, a few housekeeping items. Public testimony will be held at the end of today's hearing. Each witness will have a total of 2 minutes to provide their remarks. If you wish to testify or submit written testimony, please register at the kiosk out in the hallway. I know many of you have already done that. E1016, that hearing room is an overflow room. So if you find that you need to take a seat or rest a little bit, that E1016 hearing room that's close by, please take advantage of that. You're certainly welcome to come in and out of this hearing room as you're able and as you're called to testify here soon. For those submitting written testimony, please provide 15 copies with your name on each copy. These will be distributed to committee members and made available to any member upon request. Registration for public testimony will close at 2 p.m. today. And so please know that for those listening, you need to register for public testimony by 2 p.m. today. Our first charge of the day is improving K-12 college pathways. Members, this charge tasks us with reviewing the availability of advanced placement, AP and dual credit course offerings in high schools, as well as examining the transfer requirements for higher education credit. We'll also identify challenges in streamlining the credit transfer process and the adequacy of counseling for high school students. Ultimately, we'll aim to develop recommendations to ensure our students receive proper credit for these courses. This discussion will shed light on the advising, course offerings, and other resources that best support students in transitioning from high school and to higher education or in transferring between post-secondary institutions. It's also worth noting that today's high school students have numerous options for earning college credit while completing their diplomas, such as AP exams and dual credit programs. Members, some of you may remember SB Senate Bill 25 passed by Senator West during the 86th legislature, my first session as chairman of higher education. This landmark piece of legislation addressed the disparities in credit transfer we were seeing from institution to institution, particularly from community colleges to 4-year institutions. We want this conversation to build on the momentum of that effort, giving us insight into how we can provide students with the best opportunities for success in their post-secondary journey. With that, we'll go ahead and call our panelists forward for charge number 1, improving K-12 college pathways. At this time, the chair calls Dr. Bruce Gehring, Superintendent of Leander ISD, Suzanne McGurk, Senior Director of Higher Education Policy and Community College Engagement, Myson Zuniga, Associate Vice Chancellor of College and High School Relations at Austin Community College, and Mr. Gary Ray, Associate Vice President of Enrollment Management at Texas State University. The chair would ask the clerk to recognize Senator West as being present. Welcome, Senator West. And thank you all for being here. Members, we're going to hold questions until all four panelists have completed their remarks. And for our panelists, please remember to state your name and who you represent. And at the beginning of your remarks, and Dr. Gehring will begin with you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Bruce Gehring. I'm the superintendent for the Leander ISD here just northwest of Austin. To give you a little bit of context, prior to that I was superintendent in Dripping Springs ISD just west of Austin since 2012. I mention that because we had a strong relationship with Austin Community College in my time there, especially in the dual credit program, and that program is still strong in Dripping Springs. To give you some context about the Leander ISD, I want to start by just saying thank you to our veterans for their service, and thank you to our senators for your service to our great state. The Leander ISD, as you can see on that first page, about 42,500 students, about 5,500 staff members in 48 schools. We are increasing in diversity. We have about 76 languages now spoken in the district. We were named the 2023 AP Large District of the Year for the United States and Canada in 2023. And the reason you can see on that next page is because we are increasing access to AP classes and test opportunities for all of our students. So we're not only increasing the number of tests that are being taken in our district, but also the number of students who are taking those tests. And most importantly, then the performance on those tests is increasing at the same time, which we're very proud of. We were named Large District of the Year for that 22-23 data, and then you can see this last year in 23-24, we again increased the number of tests and the number of students taking those tests, as well as the performance on those tests. The reason that scoring 3 or above on AP tests is important is because that addresses the issue we're here today to recognize that that transfers as credit as they go away to colleges. I want to add, though, industry-based certifications to this conversation. That's something that we've been working hard on in our district, and increasing the number you can see from those numbers, increasing those not only from the state list, but also other industry-based certifications, and really looking to develop workforce needs, not only for our community, but for wherever our students head away to. So some of the current landscape and challenges, as you mentioned earlier, Chairman Creighton, under current Texas law, a student who scores a 3 or higher on an AP test is eligible and guaranteed some form of college credit. The guarantee of that credit lacks specificity, however, and that leads to some disparities in the credit that is awarded. For instance, a credit granted might not align with the student's intended major, and it might only apply to some elective credit. This ambiguity presents several challenges. Number one is how confusing it is for families and students. It's really unclear and somewhat difficult to navigate sometimes what credit they will receive from which university. The College Board does have a great website which you can search up exactly which school you're going to and what credit you'll receive for the AP classes and tests that you've taken. But even that is somewhat confusing for our students. I've given you a couple of examples of what biology credit might look like at the University of Texas, and then also at A&M University, and that's quite different for those two universities, and so you'll see that on page 3. It's interesting to note, though, in their notes, they are encouraging students to strongly consider not taking that credit by exam if it's in their major subject. And there's, I think, good reason for that at higher ed, in that they need that opportunity to make sure that those students are prepared adequately for the major classes that they'll be taking after those initial entry-level classes. I think there's some inconsistent recognition of dual credit as well. I'm not as much an expert on that, but I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that. And then limited guidance for our students. I think it is difficult for our students with the availability that our counselors have. The ratio of students to counselors in our high schools, for example, is very high. somewhere between 400 and 500 students per counselor. That is very challenging for them to then manage some of the nuances of making sure that students understand how to apply for the credit that they get through these AP and dual credit classes. So just some opportunities for improvement. I think clearer credit transfer requirements would be helpful. Certainly when we get direction from higher up, it helps us to drive what that looks like for our students. Definitely enhance counseling resources. I think we need additional training for our counselors. We would love to be able to see that ratio come down so that our counselors can more adequately serve. And then surely encourage some of those early pathways and recognitions of IBCs as we go forward. I think the last thing I'll say is it is important, however, in my mind, to maintain institutional flexibility at the higher ed especially, to make sure that they have the availability of granting credit where that makes sense for their institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony, Dr. Gearing. Go ahead.
Chairman Creighton, thank you for including me in
Wrap it.
today's hearing on improving K-12 to college pathways. I'm Suzanne McGurk, Senior Director, AP Higher Education Policy with the College Board, a nonprofit organization, and it's my pleasure to speak with you today. Some quick background about the Advanced Placement, or AP program. AP was launched almost 70 years ago and is expanded to 40 courses and exams. AP allows students to take more rigorous high school courses, culminating in standardized exams offered in May each year. These exams are scored on a scale of 1 to 5, with 3 being considered equivalent to a C, C+, or B-. A score of 4 is equivalent to a B, B+, or an A-, and a score of 5 is equivalent to an A or an A+. Advanced placement courses are widely available across high schools in Texas, and the College Board is proud to count Texas as one of the credit policy states, one of 37 states that has a statewide credit policy. It calls for credit to be awarded for AP exams of 3, with scores of 3 across public institutions, with higher scores being used with the approval of the Chief Academic Officer based on evidence that higher scores are necessary. There are many reasons that states adopt a credit policy: affordability, access, improved transferability of coursework, retention, student GPAs, and acceleration to degree. AP students routinely exhibit these academic characteristics. One thing that was a very unique element of the Texas policy when it was adopted was the required validity study that was done in 2018 by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. That study is in your packets along with an excerpt of the recommendations. In short, the study was done to make sure students performed well in the courses they placed into with their AP score of 3. That is the essence of the AP program and what sets it apart from other early credit programs. AP's research on student outcomes measures college performance, which consistently demonstrates that students who score 3s do well in the college course where they're placed. This truly distinguishes the AP program in a very fundamental way from other early credit options. I encourage the coordinating board's 3 recommendations be revisited from that early study. The first and third recommendations are process-oriented, how AP is transcripted and how students are advised. The second recommendation would have the most value to students and institutions, as it recommends that credit be focused on degree requirements. The Texas policy is good and students are benefiting, but the state could get a better return on its investment by improving the policy language itself to address specific credit awards. Many states have successfully addressed this area to ensure students can use AP credit to satisfy core credit requirements and only award elective credit if there are no campus courses that satisfy at least 70% of the AP course content. We often see faculty look for a 100% match between a campus course and an AP course when they would never hold that standard for other transfer courses. We would ask that AP courses be treated with the same standards as other courses. I've included a map in your package that shows other states with statewide credit policy, and those marked with the stars show where general education or transfer alignment is a priority. One other way to improve the credit policy would be to include credit guarantees for all AP exams of 3, where there is an equivalent course on campus. Texas A&M College Station and Texas A&M Galveston are strong examples where they each award credit for all 40 AP exams with scores of 3. But across the rest of the A&M system, no other campus awards for all AP exams, with one offering credit for as few as 22 exams. Among the community colleges, there is one that only awards credit for 7 AP exams and one that has 6 exams that require a score of 4. In summary, Texas has done such good work with this policy, but there are ways to tweak it that can improve it tremendously. A robust AP credit policy benefits both students and institutions that value the AP's role in recruitment with on-time graduation strategies. Thank you for your time, and I'm glad to address any questions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Creighton and members of the committee, and thank you for inviting me to testify this morning. My name is Misan Zuniga, and I am the Associate Vice Chancellor for College and High School Relations at Austin Community College District. At ACC, we are very grateful for the leadership of this committee for the historic passage of House Bill 8, fundamentally reforming how community colleges are financed. This legislation marks a significant investment in the educational sector in which nearly half of all post-secondary students are enrolled. Community colleges in Texas are the connective tissue between students' employers who need skilled workers, between students and university transfer, and between those that need to hit the reset button and reskill and find their pathways to those careers. Regarding this particular interim charge today, there are 2 issues that I would like to address. First, how students earn college credit in high school, dual credit, and how students transfer to the next step of their academic journey. While we have made a concerted effort in Texas to promote dual credit, some barriers discourage students from taking advantage of this opportunity. One such barrier is the inequitable weighting of high school GPAs for dual credit and other advanced academic programs. Students are deciding on the academic program options based on what can best support a more substantial GPA impact. As a result, students are discouraged from taking dual credit as many independent school districts do not confer additional GPA benefits the same way districts confer additional GPA benefits for other advanced academic programs. The unintended result is that students choose the academic program that improve their class GPA in the state that strongly values and promotes dual credit. Moreover, GPA calculation policies regarding these programs vary widely across districts. In your packet, you'll have a sampling of the districts that we serve within Austin Community College, and you will see the different methods of GPA weight for dual credit programs. Not to downplay other advanced academic programs offered in high school, as a parent, I have children who have benefited from both dual credit and advanced academics. The fact remains that dual credit is college material taught by college professors, resulting in the conferral of college credit at the end of the semester. It is the best vehicle for opening doors to post-secondary completion for students who have not yet had access. And it should be offered on the same level playing ground as other academic programs. Regarding how students transfer to the next step, ACC is proud to be a leading college when it comes to successful academic transfer. I'm very happy to see Texas State and our colleague representing today as well, as I believe the BATS to CATS transfer program can be a model for other institutions to follow. I am grateful for the passage of Senator West's Senate Bill 25 several sessions ago and the subsequent passage of other measures aimed at expanding transfer pathways. But I know the heart of a strong transfer relationship is always the positive intent between community colleges and their local university partners. ACC has several strong transfer partnerships, but perhaps none more deep and intentional than our relationship with Texas State. This new transfer program provides a clear and guaranteed transfer so that students can start at ACC and get to Texas State seamlessly. Eligible students began declaring their intent for BATS to CATS this fall semester. Students in the BATS to CATS benefit from a smooth transfer process. ACC sends transcripts to Texas State at the end of each semester automatically. Texas State counselors then can verify the course sequence for those students along with ACC counselors to ensure that students are on the right path. The program provides clear transfer guidelines through a 60+60 articulation pathways to maximize transfer credit. Participants gain automatic admissions to Texas State in their chosen semester, facilitating an early access to advising and registration, and they also receive incentives through scholarships. About 36% of ACC students transfer yearly and work towards a 4-year degree. Texas State remains to be the most popular choice for ACC students. According to college data, about 12% of all ACC transfers to Texas State. This program will be a game changer for our students, but it would not be possible without the strong relationship between our institutions and Texas State. Thank you.
Great testimony. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gary Ray. I'm the Associate Vice President for Enrollment Management at Texas State University, and thank you for that segue from our ACC colleagues. We're bringing news of a great new model program that we're coining the Bats to Cats, which is named after the mascots, River Bats to Bobcats. The program is unique in a lot of ways, and I want to really focus on what are those attributes of the program that really make it successful. What we learned, we met starting in August of 23 with a 30-member task force from both institutions to really work and focus on student success, particularly with transfers from ACC to Texas State. What we learned in that meeting was that majority of the students that attend Austin Community College plan to transfer to four-year universities, but only 25% actually make it in 3 years. So we wanted to really focus in on what are the barriers. The first barrier that we looked at was we had a subcommittee that worked on making every credit count. The second group we looked at is how do we increase the number of students that make it through that pipeline from the community college to the 4-year, and then how do we make it affordable for students to, because a lot of times that's the barrier that we see a lot. Here's what makes the program unique. As she mentioned, the students must declare that they want to transfer to Texas State and join the program in the first 30 hours. The reason why that is so important is because when they declare early and they fill out a declaration form, not an application, they can do that and they can declare up to 2 years in advance so that we know that they're coming to Texas State 2 years in advance, so we can begin to look at these transcripts that are passed every semester to make sure that every credit that they're taking is online. Both sides are working together to make sure the student stays on the track to optimize the time to degree. The other thing that I want to mention is we identified and looked at all of the degree programs in which are most preferred by ACC students. And so we identified 18 programs in which we got the faculty, the leadership to actually create those degree maps to make sure that every credit, both sides knew exactly what the students need to take each semester in order to make that facilitation seamless from one institution to the other. As you know, seamless is a big word that's hard to accomplish, but if you get faculty in the room when you know there's a tension point and let them work that out, then sometimes you can resolve those and make it smooth for the students, and the students win in the end. The other thing that I want to mention is we believe in early engagement, a sense of belonging. So if you're in the first semester at ACC and you apply using this declaration form, which has no application fee, then you know you got accepted to Texas State in the very first semester or first year. That's very compelling to know you're going to get the wraparound services just in time to make sure that you stay on track. The other thing is the final incentive. How do we make it so every student that qualifies for this program gets an automatic transfer award? They also qualify for our normal assured transfer merit scholarships that are based on GPA, so they can combine both of those. If they attend our Round Rock campus, we've added 9 new undergrad degree programs that align with the northern campuses so that we can increase the opportunities for those tractions for those high demand programs that are career force in demand by the local industries. And so we're excited about those opportunities. We just began the program in September. In the first 70 days, we have 150 students that have already submitted the form. Our goal is 3,300 a year. And so it's a big goal. It's bold, and we think it's going to work. I'm excited about the partnership and what it will mean to our students and to what we've now referred to as co-branded the mutual students, our students. And so certainly I'll stop there and answer any questions that you have.
That's great. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate all four of you. Members, questions? Senator West?
First of all, I want to say good morning to each and every one of you members of the Senate Subcommittee on Higher Education. I applaud you for what you're doing. This is, and the chair mentioned Senate Bill 25, which we passed several sessions ago in order to make sure we had alignment between community colleges and universities. We're still working on it. It's a work in progress, and we ought to be doing the same thing as it relates to high schools, and making certain that there's an alignment in order to make certain the students know what they want to do, as Mr. Ray talked about, what they need to do in order to be prepared to do it, and making certain that we have the resources available as it relates to the counselors, so they will know what they need to do, and the parents will know what they need to do, and frankly, what the impact is going to be financially on them being able to get the education that they deserve. So I applaud you on that. I was real impressed as it relates to the bats to cats. Okay, now that just started this
September.
So we don't have any data on it yet. We have aspirational goals, but is that correct?
That's correct. The 3,300 is an aspirational goal. And since we've announced the program in April, we had a 21% increase in transfer applications from ACC and a 21% increase in enrollment of students from the ACC. So obviously the word is already getting out.
Are there other community colleges and high schools that have similar types of relationships that you know of across the state of Texas?
We're the only one that we know is running this currently model. And so that's why it's innovative, and it speaks highly of the relationship between the two institutions.
I was, based on your testimony, I'm looking at the last two paragraphs, members of the testimony, Mr. Chairman. Students of bats to cats, smoother transfer, blah, 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 since transcripts. So you've thought through this particular process, and these are critical elements of the process.
Absolutely. So it was really working together to take care of all of those areas where students previously had to do something. So it is, once the student declares, we are taking care of everything that needs to be done to ensure that both institutions are providing support to these students, and that we are providing seamless transfer and completion of the bachelor's program.
Now, when you say 60 plus 60, what is that?
60 is the associate degree equivalent, and then the additional 60 for the bachelor's degree.
Gotcha. And there's been conversations between Texas State faculty and faculty at the high school level.
At the community college.
At the community college.
Correct. Yes. We have mapped out all of the very high requested transfer pathways to ensure that we know on both sides exactly what courses these students should be enrolled in and progressing in once they make that declaration.
Okay, and that's consistent with Senate Bill 25, too.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, going to the high schools, as it relates to equal weight, expound on that a little bit more. Yes, ma'am.
I think I addressed that as well, Senator West. So the weighting of GPA high school points is inconsistent throughout our 25 independent school districts. And so there are many advanced academic programs that students and families have the option of selecting while they're in high school, dual credit being one of those. What you'll see in the chart that I provided is dual credit often is not awarded the same level of weight in GPA as some of the other advanced academic programs. A little more than half of our service area ISDs award less than other advanced academic programs, and some independent school districts award no GPA weight for dual credit. And so the message that we are sensing from our students and families are they are having to make the choice of the program that awards them the most GPA, and that tends to be other programs in advanced academics than dual credit. And so this is why we are requesting that we really require that independent school districts that do award extra weight in high school GPA for advanced academic programs, that they do so in the same way for all programs.
Okay.
And if I may, Senator West, I can give you some real-life examples of that. In Dripping Springs, we had a different weighting for AP credit than we did for dual credit. We shifted that to get them closer to each other. We still weighted AP more, but as we made that shift, we did see a sharp increase in the number of students who were taking dual credit. So there's definitely a reason that students are taking AP credit because of that GPA bump. In Leander ISD, we actually don't weight dual credit at all, and so we see a significant difference as well in both of those.
As it relates to what we're doing in the state of Texas compared to other states on this particular issue, do you have any testimony how other states are handling this?
So I can't claim to be an expert on dual enrollment, but what I would say is,
But what I would say, all right, go ahead.
I would say that as someone who frequently studies AP and dual enrollment, we see them both thrive together, and we love to see students have the opportunity to do both equally. And we know that students who take both and can dabble in both, and they thrive when they have the opportunity to do both. And when they're presented with both and have a choice, and the choice is equal, it's a good thing for students and families. So if they could be equal, that the College Board would see that as a good thing. In many states, it is a district choice what you do with both AP and dual enrollment weighting. But in some states, it's a state decision, and both get an equal bump in the GPA, but it varies from state to state. So there is no national standard that I could say that this is the average thing, either for AP or
What's
for dual
what's
enrollment.
been the argument for making certain they get equal weight and against them getting equal weight? Do you know?
No, I'm not aware of any argument against there being inequality here.
Okay, so it's just a matter of what the states want to do and how much choice they want to give the independent school districts on this particular issue.
Right.
What's been school districts that utilize, and maybe not in the state of Texas, but school districts that utilize equal weight, how important has that been in order to see students take advantage of programs like the one that we're talking about today? Bats or cats, if you know.
I don't know that. I don't have any expertise in that at all. I am a former registrar at a community and technical college system in Kentucky, and I think that those transfer agreements are always beneficial to students, but I don't have any data around that at all. I think these kind of articulation agreements where community colleges and universities map out these pathways are tremendous benefits, but I don't have data to back any of that up. Sorry.
So just from the K-12 perspective, we're trying to encourage our students to take the highest level courses possible, whether that's AP or dual enrollment, because we know clearly that they do much better when they get to the university level when they've had those experiences and that exposure. So for us, it's really a lot about making sure that they're prepared to be successful when they get to that next level, rather than getting them partway done with that next level, if that makes sense. So I think it's important that they can get credit for some of those classes that they do in high school, but what that credit is, I think, has to be at the discretion of the university or the college, because it may clear their path to be able to take more advanced classes in their major, for example, because they've got electives out the way at the high school. It may allow them to graduate a little bit earlier from college, which creates workforce opportunities for them. But our key at K-12 has to be to make sure that they're ready to be successful when they get to that higher education level.
One last question. In the handout that you gave us, Dr. Gehring, you look at a comparison between what UT and what A&M does, and their advice, specifically the advice of UT, as relates to biology. AP exam for biology. And they recommend that the students they strongly advise not to use credit by exam for the biology. Has there been some sort of qualitative or quantitative analysis as to this particular issue?
I have not seen that in terms of an official study or data. I can only tell you anecdotally what I hear from students and what I've experienced. That is that if you're going to do something that really relies on biology and you're going to take higher level biology classes at the college level, then you need a very firm foundation. One of the advantages of dual credit, for example, in high schools is that those classes are taught by university level professors. And that certainly is different from high school teachers teaching those classes. There is no doubt about that. But I think the colleges have to know, if I just need the biology credit because I'm a psychology major and I'm not going to then do any higher level biology, I think it might be okay to grant credit. But if I'm going to do biology 2, 3, and 400 level at the college level, then as a college, I want to know that you're really well prepared for those upper level classes. In my personal experience, I've seen kids who go in, take credit for biology, and then don't do well in those second and higher level classes because of the level of rigor necessarily. Some of that has to do with their maturity too. So kids change a lot between when they're a senior in high school and as they get it to be freshmen and sophomores at the college level. So I think that has something to do with it too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator West. Senator May, Senator Middleton.
I had a quick, thank you, Chairman. So we kind of went through this, Senator West really expounded on it, but we didn't really have a reason why that is, right? That it's not weighed equally, these dual credit classes. And I'm hoping that the FAST program that we created last session, where the state funding for free and reduced lunch kids will help clear that up. I feel like this may be a funding thing. But, one thing that concerns me about the weight here is, the top 5% or top 10% where, if their GPA is essentially not being helped or maybe not actually hurt, relatively in comparison to AP, they're not going to do dual credit because they want to be a top 5% student or they want to be a top 10% to get in our public universities. Have you seen that be an issue where students are making these decisions because they want to go to UT, they want to go to A&M, but they're foregoing dual credit because they're basically not getting the weight for it, essentially?
That's correct. Thank you for bringing that question to me. That's correct. With FAST in House Bill 8, we have really opened the door to access to dual credit for all students at no cost. Unfortunately, because of the disparity in the way high school GPA weighting is administered at the local level, students are being discouraged from dual credit because they want that added bump in their GPA. For example, if we had two students who took the same course, an AP English course and a dual credit English course, those two students scored an A because they were great students and did well. In a district that does not award weighted credit for dual credit, that student who took the dual credit college course would not see any change in their GPA, whereas the student who completed the AP English would get a higher bump in their GPA just for the same course. And so what we are asking is that for students to be able to decide on the advanced academic program that works best for them and not have to make decisions based on what gives them the strongest GPA.
Right. We need to have the right, encouragement. It's kind of a disincentive now, and we need at least to be neutral, but hopefully an incentive for dual credit because it's been very successful.
Exactly.
A great program.
And we are finding that as we reach more students through FAST, that they are way more aware of GPA and what gives them weight and not than we were even aware of. And so without some consistency in how advanced academic courses are awarded, weighted or not, I think we are discouraging students from taking opportunity in the dual credit space.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. I wanted to follow up with that, Vice Chancellor Zuniga, on the districts that are in your service area, the school districts that are. Has that evolved over time? So you list 11 of the 25 ISDs in your service area award equal GPA value between dual credit and other advanced programs. Has that been consistent for some time now?
It has evolved somewhat, and so for the districts that you see, so 11 of our 25 ISDs do award equivalent weighted credit for dual credit in all other advanced academic programs. Where we find a challenge, of course, is for some ISDs, they do award some added GPA benefit, but not at the same level as other advanced academic programs. And then you'll see 5 of them give no credit for, or additional weighted credit for dual credit. And so it is impacting students' decisions to make those choices that are best for them because of the need to get that top 5% GPA.
So as an example, Lago Vista ISD offers dual credit. It gets weight, but less than AP.
That's correct. And so in many districts, they what's common is a 1-point GPA addition for advanced academics. In these districts, the dual credit is half a point, where other advanced academic programs are the full point.
And then over to Dr. Gehring, can you expand on that as far as at Leander, what's the delta between the weights currently?
Right, so our dual credit is not weighted at all. It's in fact not included in the calculation at all. So there's no incentive for students to take those dual credit classes at all. There is a
You
lot of
mentioned that
incentive for
earlier.
them to
That's
take
right.
AP classes, and they do. They definitely understand that, and it makes an impact on their choices.
And then, so, what's your opinion on the variations between the school districts and the decisions that they've made, obviously from Dripping Springs ISD to Leander, for instance? What are you seeing there? And then how are you reaching these students with the correct information, and what type of outreach is available so that they're making the decisions that are best for their academic path forward?
So we actually run 2 different kinds of dual credit in Leander ISD. We have an early college high school now that's in its 3rd year, so it's accepted juniors this year. That, of course, is directly connected to ACC and San Gabriel. And those students are going to come out with 60 hours their associate degree when they graduate from high school. We also run dual credit programs inside our comprehensive high schools, and we strongly encourage students to participate in those programs, but there's not that formal encouragement for them in terms of the GPA bump. Students have that choice, of course, but especially our high-level students are choosing AP. In Dripping Springs, we kind of brought those 2 weightings closer and did see that change in AP and dual credit. So dual credit really rose to almost match the number of students who were taking AP classes.
And when were those changes made? Recent?
So we made those changes, I think, around 2015 in Dripping Springs, and saw that shift happen.
You expect that to remain consistent?
It has remained consistent. I think Misan works still with Dripping Springs, and we have seen that consistency over time. We also took advantage of the state law that came into being that allowed students to start taking those dual credit classes in 9th grade. And in Dripping Springs, that allows students in a comprehensive high school, not an early college high school, to actually still achieve an associate's degree by the time they graduate in a comprehensive high school setting, which is quite different from having to be in a separate early college high school.
I understand. Ms. McGurk, does the College Board track what % of AP testers actually receive college credit for their AP tests? Or?
We do track how many students, of course, achieve a 3. We don't know how many receive credit because we don't have access to what the college is awarding, but we do have the ability to see. It gets a little complicated. We don't know exactly what colleges are awarding, but we do have the ability to know how many scores of 3 went to institutions by subject, and then we can go in and look at their credit policy so we can kind of back map what they're supposed to be awarding to those students. But we don't always know exactly if they got what they were supposed to, because sometimes it does get complicated, like the biology example where they don't recommend that students get it, or maybe if they're biology majors, sometimes there are stipulations that biology majors don't get the credit. We can get this for you by institution across Texas for how many students sent scores to each institution, but it's a little complicated. But we can get it for you.
Do you see a day where it would be necessary and helpful to families where at least those numbers were transparent or offered in the aggregate as raw numbers so that you wouldn't have to extrapolate all of that out? Or
I do think it would be helpful. I think it would also be helpful. Sometimes state systems like the Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board's equivalent in other states will have a tracking system so that students and parents can see what the policies are across all the public systems and institutions. So you can kind of shop your credit around across the public institutions.
what did
within that
Kentucky
state.
offer in that category?
Kentucky has a system where you can go in and look and see what the credit award is for a particular AP course, and you can see what course you would get across any public institution, so you know exactly what course you would get and how many credit hours, so you would know what it would count for and what general education category it would fulfill.
Was there more uniformity in Kentucky, and have you seen that uniformity in other states offered between a 3, 4, and 5 score on an AP test and what is accepted in the different categories?
Mostly states are only tracking at the 3. And if there are higher credit awards for 4s and 5s, they leave that at the institution level. But most states are only concerned with 3s. And they usually are looking only for general education credit awards so that when a student gets an award, if they transfer, it will track with them, so there's no loss in credit when they move. Right now in Texas, my understanding is a credit would be reconsidered when they move from one institution to another, so a student might move from a true credit award to an elective or vice versa when they transfer. They do risk losing their credit when they transfer right now.
Yes, I understand that. Mr. Ray, I wanted to ask on Bats to Cats, how does the scholarship work? Or maybe Ms. Zuniga could answer as well. And then what are the most popular transfer majors?
How the scholarships work is upon entering the program and being accepted, submitting the declaration form, you designate when you want to transfer to Texas State. That particular semester that you start at Texas State, you would get a $1,000 scholarship. Up to $2,000. It's renewable for a second year. And then we would also look at your GPA at ACC, and if you qualified for one of our merit-based scholarships, we would add anywhere from $4,000 to $8,000 over a 2-year period. And so
That's great.
with their new Promise program, it becomes very attractive for students to move through the pipeline and really make it affordable to get that bachelor's degrees.
And are they aware of the scholarship opportunities there?
They are. And part of the program, when they sign up for it, we make them aware and they start getting, because we want to also, I didn't mention this in my earlier comments, but part of the belonging is we're going to invite them to special recruitment events just for them that are related to their major. And then also we're going to give them some free football tickets to make them feel a part of the Texas State Bobcat fan base. And so early on, the scholarship, the location, the onboarding early all play a part in making them feel a part of the program.
That's great, Ms. Zuniga.
I just wanted to add, we are up to 18 pathways that have been really mapped out, and as we discover increasing pathways, we will work those as well. But these are pathways that students, upon declaration, both institutions will work carefully with them to make sure that they are exactly on that pathway. And I love the idea of having students engaged with Texas State throughout from the moment they declare until they get there. And football tickets are super important, but so are those engagement opportunities to get our students, our bats, to the CATS campus to experience and feel a part of both institutions. And so it is super exciting, and although this is the first semester, we fully expect it to reach that aspirational goal.
Thank you for that. Dr. Gehring, I wanted to just finish up on the unfortunate situations where universities are not giving or recognizing credit for the dual credit efforts of a student in high school. What's your advice for us on that end as far as putting together our policy initiatives going into session? And we talked about Senator West's landmark legislation related to transferability, of course, but we've got tragic examples from Houston area high schools where students have given up, family time and extracurricular and sports and, other academic pathways and just so many different interests in order to achieve incredible dual credit performance through those opportunities offered at those high schools, and then four-year universities with 30, 35, 40 hours of dual credit for one student rejected 100% of that dual credit effort from their high school experience. So how do we avoid the traps for the unwary in those situations?
So I think it's really important that we're trying to motivate our students to take the highest level of rigor possible, and there's intrinsic motivation in doing that when they know that they can get credit. It's a huge cost saving for parents, number one. So if you go in thinking that I've earned all this credit and that's going to offset some of my college costs, and then that doesn't happen, I think it's just unfair. It's unjust. So I appreciate the fact that we need to assign some kind of credit for all of that work if we say that that's what's going to happen. I think it's really important to keep motivating students to take those highest level of classes because it does prepare them to be more successful. And we want them to get into higher ed and then matriculate out of higher ed as quickly as possible because that provides opportunities for them. I think that dual credit also provides opportunities for them to create space in their college schedule for the things that are really important to them. And when they're doing things they're interested in and passionate about, I think they're way more successful as well. So I think it is absolutely critical that we find ways to ensure that they get credit for the work that they've done because we're trying to motivate them to do those things. And so we must keep the promises that we make in the beginning.
That's right. Well, as we take steps forward and just understanding the charges that are before us for the interim that we're studying and we're leading into the last months before session, help us with any recommendations that you have for the conversations and topics that we're having today. We welcome your insight and opinions. Members, any other questions? Senator West.
A couple other questions. Dr. Gehring, is it a true statement that some schools have more AP programs than other schools?
Yes, sir.
As it relates to some of the schools that don't have AP programs, they have dual credit programs, right?
That is true in some cases, yes, sir.
Are the same faculty members teaching AP programs and dual credit programs?
Not necessarily. It is more difficult to become a dual credit instructor because you have to have a set of qualifications that qualifies you according to that higher ed institution.
Say that again. It's more difficult to become what?
You do have to have higher qualifications.
No. Say that again. It's more difficult to become a dual credit?
Yes, sir. It's more difficult to become a dual credit instructor than it is to become an AP instructor.
But yet and still, as an example, in Dripping Springs, dual credit gets less weight than AP programs, even though it's more difficult to become a faculty member to teach dual credit, correct?
That's true. In Dripping Springs, we were using ACC faculty to teach. That's true in Leander ISD. Our dual credit programs are run by ACC faculty members.
So, members, you see the need to be able to do something to make certain that we provide students the incentive to continue their education, get the best education possible, but also make it affordable to parents.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, we appreciate you, each of you, as our panelists today. Thank you for your time and participation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, members, our charge number 2, higher education, faculty senates, and charge number 3, studying the enforcement of DEI ban to strengthen and how it will strengthen the Texas workforce. We'll move to our final 2 charges of the day, and we'll address them again simultaneously. The first charge concerns faculty senates. Members, we're tasked with reviewing and analyzing governance structures within higher education, particularly focusing on the role of faculty senates and the similar groups in representing faculty interests to institutional administrations. Our goal is to develop guidelines for the role and representation of faculty senates and comparable groups at Texas higher education institutions. The second charge, stopping DEI to strengthen the Texas workforce, requires us to examine programs and certifications at higher education institutions that perpetuate any discriminatory efforts within diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. Will review how these programs and their curricula are misaligned with the workforce demands of our state and recommend reforms to ensure that universities are educating students in ways that meet current Texas workforce needs. During these two final charges, we will explore university governance, academic freedom, curriculum, and course content, and the intersection of those topics together. As you may recall, during our first interim hearing in May, we heard from chancellors of all four-year public university systems on their efforts to implement the requirements of Senate Bill 17 across their institutions. Since then, we've received an influx of reports from constituents and stakeholders in and outside of higher education in Texas, flagging DEI-related curriculum and course content that remains prevalent in our public institutions. The Lieutenant Governor has tasked us with the additional charge to examine these issues closely. While DEI-related curriculum and course content does not explicitly violate the letter of the law, it indeed contradicts its spirit. These curriculum the curriculum does not reflect the expectations of Texas taxpayers and students who fund our public universities. It also falls short of equipping graduates with practical knowledge and skills that employers seek, along with high-value degrees. Tractor Supply, John Deere, Harley-Davidson, Ford Motor Company, these are just a few of the large nationwide corporations who have recently abandoned required DEI programming for their employees. This is clearly a signal that there's a culture shift happening in our society. Employers and the public value meritocracy, skills-based learning, and civic education, and it's our duty as legislators to equip our Texas public institutions of higher education with the mission to graduate the best and the brightest students with the knowledge and skills they need to be successful, contributing members of society who can earn a high value wage well beyond a living wage. And it's the duty of leaders of our public institutions of higher education to uphold this mission above all else. Above politics and partisanship, above virtue signaling and indoctrination, our public institutions of higher education have a duty to uphold campus culture that encourages diverse voices, viewpoints, and to build a trust among administration, faculty, staff, and students, not to divide them. My hope is that today's panelists will shed some light on university governance, structure, and the impact it ultimately has on curriculum, course content, and campus culture. And with that, members, the chair will call the following individuals to come forward as our panelists on these next two charges that, again, are being considered simultaneously together. General Mark Welsh, if you would come forward, President of Texas A&M University, Jay Hartzell, President of University of Texas at Austin, and Holly Love, Faculty Senate President at the University of Houston. Appreciate all of you being here. I know each of you have many responsibilities to attend to on your respective campuses. I appreciate your willingness to provide expertise to the subcommittee today on higher education. And a reminder, members, if you could hold your questions till the end of the panel when our panelists have completed their testimony. And for our panelists that have been here before, I know you know this, but for our new guests, please state your name and who you represent, and we'll start remarks with you, General Welsh.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
before General
yes,
Welsh
Senator
starts,
West,
I'd like to
go
make a
ahead.
statement.
Yes.
Last session, the Texas Legislature passed Senate Bill 17 to ban all diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives at state institutions for higher education. That same year, the United States Supreme Court struck down affirmative action and the ability of colleges, both public and private, to consider race as one factor out of many in their admission practices. Even only 1 year following these decisions, we're seeing the ramifications. As part of your testimony this morning, I want to know what the ramifications have been in terms of your institutions. At Texas Public Colleges and Universities, a review of the programs and practices eliminated to comply with Senate Bill 17 revealed no so-called smoking gun, proving the DEI as a racist or exclusionary, as some of my colleagues continue to suggest. However, my office's analysis did reveal is that DEI covers far more than simply race, because we've been trying to make this just a race issue, and that's not true. A short list of the programs eliminated included, and I want to know some of the programs that were eliminated at your respective institutions also. But a short list of programs that were eliminated were faculty support groups at UT Austin to support today's Veterans Day. Veterans and active duty members of the staff. Eliminated. Professional development opportunities of students housed within various DEI offices at various institutions. Not mandatory, but voluntary. The elimination of research groups funded in whole or in part by federal research grants which require a diverse statement at multiple Texas universities. And I can go on, but I'm going to be interested in hearing from you the programs in your respective institutions that were eliminated. I could continue for some time on this particular issue. At the previous hearing of this subcommittee in May, we heard from the Board of Regents of every major academic institution in the state. In May, they were unable to tell the committee, and then the end of what the impact of the end of affirmative action would have on their respective campuses. We now know that many of the top nation's institutions, such as Brown, MIT, Yale, that the end of affirmative action have led to a decline in non-white students. Is that the type of Texas that we actually want? I say not, especially if we're talking about workforce. However, Texas has outlawed the consideration of race in admission since, I think, 1996, somewhere up in there. A new report of the National Bureau of Economic Research has analyzed the 20-year impact of this law on the Texas workforce. Their findings are striking. They found that bans in states like Texas, California, Florida, Washington have resulted in an increase in racial and ethnic disparities in both college degree completions and also in earnings. I hope that y'all can help us with practices that you're putting in place to make certain these disparities don't continue to persist in this state. The report, as an example, further found that among Hispanic women, lifetime earnings declined some 8.1%, with employment rates declining 3.6%, with a 4% decline in degrees attainment as a direct result of this policy. However, with white women experiencing an increase in lifetime earnings of 3%. This goes directly to the heart of the issue of DEI in college admissions. Race-blind admissions, although admirable, until we come up with some sort of solution to make certain that these disparities do not exist, we are fooling ourselves in the state of Texas. And unless we just want underrepresented populations within the state that ultimately will be a key, a most significant portion of our workforce not to be adequately prepared, perpetuation of these types of policies without the balancing to make certain that these students get an opportunity from a merit standpoint, from a location where they live, taking all those things into consideration, as we did with the top 10%, that if they don't have the opportunity to attend these universities, our number one universities in the state, Texas, ultimately we're at the top of the heap right now, but we're going to end up falling back. So it's part of your discussion, and I understand that you have to comply with Senate Bill 17. But as part of your discussion, I want to know what you're doing. I want to know whether or not your institutions are losing students, acceptance, and also enrollment. Two very separate items, because other states are being more welcoming as opposed to the state of Texas. I'm going to want to know whether or not your athletes are becoming more African American as opposed to your student body. President Hartzell, years ago, I sit on the floor of the state senate. These young members weren't there at that time. And I said to Texas, a young lady who finished from your business school wanted to go to your graduate school, African American, gave the speech at graduation, but she couldn't get into your graduate program over there. She went on to go to a school up north called, what is it, Wharton? But she wasn't able to get into UT. She ended up on the front cover, I think, of U.S. News and World Report. And I may be wrong on the PR article, but she ended up on the front cover because she couldn't go to school here in the state of Texas. Not because of her inability to graduate from your undergraduate school, there were some other factors that came into play. And we don't need to go back to that time. And so as we look at compliance, Senate Bill 17, I want you to also talk about the counterbalance to make certain that we don't follow these other states in losing opportunities from the represented populations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
General Welsh, we'll start with you. Good to have you here.
Thank you, sir. And howdy, Chairman Creighton, Vice Chair Middleton, Senator King, Senator West. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to be here. This is a privilege. I believe that great states build great universities, and I know that Jay and Dr. Love and I are really excited this morning and proud to be representing these three tremendous Texas universities. I also believe that great universities rely on great faculty, and Texas A&M has an amazing faculty. We have Nobel laureates, we have Wolf Prize awardees, we have National Academy members, distinguished national and international award winners, Governor's University Research Initiative awardees, Regents professors, astronauts, former ambassadors, retired corporate CEOs and military officers, former intelligence community and law enforcement leaders, and distinguished practitioners from every enterprise you can imagine. And our students benefit from all of them. The good news is you don't have to believe me on that. I think the proof's in the pudding. And we see the demand for an Aggie education continue to break records every year. This year, we had over 90,000 applicants for the fall 24 semester, and our current student body is almost 80,000 strong. By the way, Senator West, there were 20% higher black applicants this year to A&M than any time in the past. We haven't fixed the getting them in the door problem yet, though, but the applications are up 20% this year. Hispanic applications were up 12%, and Asian American applications were up about 19%. Our professional faculty, the ones who are charged with building curriculum, teaching those students and preparing them to go chase their dreams after graduation, are serious educators. They're experts in curriculum development, in teaching and research. It's what they do. They've been educated, trained, and focused on it their entire careers, and they're really good at it. Roughly 100 members of that faculty serve in our faculty senate. They are elected representatives of their own colleges and of the 4,300 other members of our faculty. And while there are several faculty groups that have a very important advisory role in university governance, the Faculty Senate plays a particularly important role in the curricular development process. Curriculum development starts with our faculty, but it's informed by continual input from enterprise experts, individual college and department external advisory boards, market surveys, national, state, and regional employment data, and any other source that we can find. In fact, any proposal for a new major or certificate must include specific industry data to substantiate workforce demand as part of the justification for the program before that proposal starts the curricular review process. That carefully constructed curricular review process is spelled out in our university standard administrative procedures, and it guides us through potential creation or changes to courses, to majors, or certificates, and ensures appropriate engagement from the originating faculty member to department heads, college curriculum committees, deans, our registrar's curricular services team, the university's undergraduate curriculum committee, pertinent faculty senate subcommittees, the full faculty senate, the provost, and ultimately to me for approval. When required, I then forward my recommendation to the Texas A&M University System, the System Board of Regents, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and to our accrediting agencies for their final review and approval where appropriate. While every step in this process is important, the Faculty Senate's role is unique in that they represent collective expertise and provide a common sense check that ensures the new program or program adjustments reflect university standards and direction, do not duplicate programs or activities in other colleges, and contain appropriate levels of academic content and rigor. I know there's also been interest in our recent review of minor and certificate programs, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have on that process during the Q&A period. Everyone associated with Texas A&M takes great pride in the fact that we produce great Aggies who are also great citizens. Aggies make great hires. They make great public servants. They make great CEOs, and they make great legislators. And it all starts with a great education. And while I think our university is doing a lot of things right, we should never stop trying to improve. We should never be afraid to take an honest look in the mirror, never hesitate to divest ourselves of those things that are not achieving great success, and constantly strive for the focus and accountability that will ensure we remain a great university in the future. This committee is an important part of that effort. Thank you for both your support and your scrutiny. I think both are important and have contributed significantly to the university's success over time, and I will undoubtedly continue to do so in the future. Thanks again for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General, for your testimony, for being here on Veterans Day, and thank you for your service and all that you're doing for future veterans and those that will be not only students but adult learners, depending on where they are in their military career. Just appreciate your testimony. Go ahead, Jay.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Jay Hartzell. I'm president of the University of Texas at Austin. I was invited today to provide an overview of the university's curriculum development process, including flags and the role of faculty council in relation to curriculum development. At UT Austin, we recognize that the curriculum is the foundation of a transformative educational experience. To a large extent, the courses we offer are based on supply and demand. On the supply side, a professor, department chair, dean, or even a president can suggest ideas for courses as well. The demand can originate from a workforce need or private sector or student input and observed course enrollments. Our new honors robotics program, the Macomb School's wealth management program, and our sports production and broadcasting minor are great recent examples of programs that were built to respond to market needs. There's effectively a market for courses where students vote with their enrollments. We have a system of checks and balances that allows us to monitor the success of a course or a program and to decide whether to continue or not continue. At our university, the provost has ultimate authority over the curriculum. She makes decisions about academic programs following a multi-step curriculum development process. To begin, proposed curricula are initiated and reviewed by the College Curriculum Committee and vetted by the Dean's Office, ensuring alignment with both college-wide and department goals and the availability of resources needed to offer new courses or programs. The Office of Curriculum Management then undertakes an administrative review, examining budget considerations, compliance, and alignment with state and university policies. Another typical layer of review involves our career management and corporate relations teams and members of our advisory councils and boards. These are a vital link between our campus and industry, fostering engagement and keeping pace with workforce trends and needs. Our offices regularly gather feedback on our students' performance and alumni success from industry partners and share that feedback with academic departments. Looking forward, we want to deepen industry partnerships, build meaningful pathways to help our students prepare for careers, and unlock new opportunities that will drive their success and allow them to make an impact on the world. Additionally, our faculty council, through the Undergraduate Curriculum Committee, which we know as C3, also reviews proposed program changes. While our academic departments drive the development of the curriculum, the C3 committee assesses proposals for educational quality, impacts to other programs, implications for graduation rates, and their effect on the broader academic experience. The council makes recommendations to the provost, who has the authority to approve or not approve curriculum changes before submission to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board if required. This multi-step model fosters a collaborative approach to curriculum management, ensuring our programs remain relevant, rigorous, and responsive to the changing needs of our students, the economy, and society. We maintain a high standard of academic quality across our institution by actively engaging faculty, college leadership, and external stakeholders in the development of the recommendations made to the provost. Unique to the UT Austin curriculum among Texas universities are skills and experience flags. Flags, as they are commonly known, were designed in response to the 2004 Commission of 125, which emphasized the importance of a well-rounded education that includes skills in communication, ethical reasoning, and collaboration with diverse communities. By integrating these requirements into the curriculum, the goal was to produce graduates who were not only knowledgeable in their chosen fields, but also capable of effective communication and independent problem solving, which were deemed essential workforce skills at the time. As we approach the 2-decade mark of the FLAGS program, we have some concerns that the FLAGS, as currently implemented, are no longer the best way to meet this need or to support our graduation rate goals. Accordingly, we have initiated a comprehensive review to assess its impact on students' educational experiences and career readiness. This faculty-led review, begun in fall 2024, seeks to evaluate the FLAG's relevance in today's world and address any potential barriers they may create to timely graduation. The results of this review, expected in early 2025, will guide us in refining the program to better serve our students and meet workforce demands. In tandem with this review, a working group is exploring the development of a more modern, flexible, and market-driven approach that enables students to articulate the career-related skills gained throughout their coursework. By providing students with a more detailed record of their competencies, we aim to ensure alignment between our curriculum and the skills Texas employers value most. In closing, UT Austin remains committed to providing a world-class education that equips our students to thrive in an ever-changing workforce. I thank the committee for this opportunity to discuss our shared commitment to academic excellence and workforce readiness. I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, President Hartzell. Go ahead.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your acknowledgement of our veterans at the start of the hearing today. I would like to give a special recognition to Keith Akins. He's a Faculty Senate President at University of Houston, Victoria. We thank him very much for his service, not only in our military, but also in our shared governance. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit and talk more broadly about the role of faculty senates. Shared governance holds special significance in academic settings where faculty, administration, and governing boards are all stakeholders contributing to our university's mission. At the University of Houston in particular, the Faculty Senate is an elected body of faculty from across the university who participate in that shared governance through intentional and frequent interactions between the faculty and the administration. Our Senate works collaboratively with campus units and makes recommendations on university policy. Senators are elected by their colleges and serve 3-year terms on committees that advise on specific university-related matters, including graduate and undergraduate curricula, policies, research, community and government relations, budget and facilities, and faculty affairs. The Faculty Senate supports communication within the university, providing opportunities for faculty representatives to hear from senior administration, to ask direct questions, to express faculty perspectives. Our Faculty Senate supports relationship building across the university as faculty meet with others from various colleges and university constituencies. We support understanding of university policies, how the university is run, how funds are used. We support an awareness of matters related to faculty, and faculty have an opportunity for input on current initiatives as well as future planning. Members generally serve 3-year terms. Our terms are staggered so that roughly 1/3 of the Senate is elected each year. Elections are overseen by a special committee within the Senate. We call that a Faculty Governance Committee, the Committee on Committees, if you will. The Faculty Governance Committee is chaired by our immediate past president of the Faculty Senate. This committee also places members on our university-level standing committees. Our Senate was reorganized into its current form in 2011. We received some modest funding through an endowment, and any unspent funds are returned annually. It's very important for our Higher Education Subcommittee to note that the Faculty Senate is not a trade union. We do not bargain with our employer to negotiate collective bargaining agreements. The Senate is not a political action committee. We do not campaign for or against candidates, ballots initiatives, or legislation. The Senate is not a cabal. We do not promote our own interests or views at the expense of others. The Senate does not represent individual faculty. There are groups outside the Senate that serve these functions. Our Senate exists to facilitate the interaction between the major stakeholders of the university, administrators, the faculty, the staff, the students. Because our faculty have excellence in teaching and research that determines the quality and the prestige of our university, the faculty has a major role in devising academic policies, establishing performance standards, protecting academic freedom. Our faculty have the primary responsibility for curricular matters and degree programs. Recommendations about appointments, retention, annual performance review, post-tenure review are central to faculty responsibility. We have input in the formulation of budget priorities, including compensation policies. in selection and review of administrators at all levels to improve the quality of campus life, the surrounding community, and the national standing of the institution. In my experience with the UH Faculty Senate, we have an exemplary rapport with our administration. Our university president, Renu Couture, was herself a faculty senate president in Florida. Our provost was a faculty senator and the spouse of a faculty senate president before joining U of H. We have deans and department chairs that served as senators and as senate presidents. U of H, we maintain an open and collaborative relationship. The past year has highlighted the value of the Senate. When SB 17 was passed, the Senate connected faculty to the Office of General Counsel, to the Division of Research, to ensure that faculty had an understanding of the law and understood how to adapt their activities to be in compliance with state law. When SB 18 was passed, the Board of Regents sought advice and comment from faculty on the revisions to our existing policies. The Faculty Senate Executive Committee coordinated the collection and synthesis of that feedback and worked alongside the General Counsel and Provost to revise our already existing post-tenure review policy. When natural disasters occur, the Faculty Senate has been effective in supporting administration to coordinate a balanced approach that maintains our academic and research missions with the flexibility and compassion that our human assets of the institution deserve. I look forward to sharing more information on questioning.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate your testimony, all three of our panelists, members' questions. I wanted to ask and follow up with just your explanation of the importance of the expertise offered by the Faculty Senate members, right? And then how that intersects with the necessity of shared governance. So when you mention the importance of shared governance, where is the intersection there between the university and its administration and leadership gaining the benefits of the expertise among the faculty members, right? So there's not a need to go to every dean or every department head for every piece of information, right? Mm-hmm. It's centralized. But on the other side of it, tell me about your understanding of the concept of shared governance and why is that important? How much shared governance is needed for the faculty senates to feel represented?
The way our Senate is constructed, we have 8 committees within the Senate, and each of those committees is aligned with one of our vice presidents or vice provosts, and they attend the monthly meetings of those committees within the Senate. So on the Budget and Facilities Committee, our CFO, Raymond Bartlett, attends and talks very openly and transparently about the initiatives for the way the university spends its money. He hears our feedback as faculty on where we see the priorities. For the graduate and undergraduate committees, we work with the dean of our graduate school. We work with the associate vice provost to exchange information about curricular matters, about admissions policies, about the stipends that graduate assistants receive. We work with our community government relations office to make sure we understand things that are coming out of the legislature and how we can respond to those.
And then what are the terms that are served?
Most senators serve 3-year terms.
That's consistent. When you say most, is there a variation or?
Yeah, the Faculty Governance Committee is a little bit unique. Those folks serve 1-year terms, and those are elected from within the Senate. And they are the ones that oversee the elections process and the appointment of faculty to standing committees.
And then beyond the terms, is there usually at University of Houston an eligibility requirement for teaching in the classroom while you're serving as a faculty senate member, or is that not a requirement?
It depends. For the undergraduate committee and for the graduate and professional studies committee, faculty needs to have taught in that program area for 2 out of the last 3 academic years, and they need to have regular and substantive interaction with their either undergraduate or graduate program administration. For the Research and Scholarship Committee, they need to have regular and substantive ongoing lines of funded research.
Right. And how do they show that?
They show that through the application process. The committee chairs will vet the nominees and make sure that they have that.
They stipulate it on paper
Correct.
through an interview.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And then if you could help me, you mentioned curriculum a few times. What would if you could help walk the committee through the process of just curriculum and course approval and how that works and how it ties together with, I guess, beginning at the faculty level and making its way to administration and university leadership.
Yeah. So those type of proposals initiate commonly at the program level. So that'll be a group of faculty that are coordinating in a particular either academic major, minor, certificate. They work together to review the courses that are already existing, make modifications to those as we see a need for development of new courses to support workforce demands. That program level is where those proposals would initiate. After leaving the program level with approval, then they go into a department level approval. From the department level, they go to a college level review, and then to the university level undergraduate committee, ultimately to the provost, and then from there, some of them have to go to the coordinating board, some go to the board of regents. Depends on the nature of the program or the changes.
Is that usually a streamlined process of just those different levels of review? Is there a large percentage of situations where the curriculum is rejected and sent back?
There's not a large amount that gets kicked back. It takes about 2 years for a course to work its way all the way through that, or for a degree program change to work its way through the full levels of approval. Our undergraduate committee is quite vigilant. They're one of the hardest working committees within the Senate. And so they will review carefully, and sometimes they do push back if there's not significant rationale. My colleague mentioned that in order to create a new degree program, there needs to be justification. There needs to be a strong reason with findings that suggest that such a program is needed and desired by the student body and by the people of Texas.
Is there a fast track process at U of H where curriculum can advance quickly through those gateways and streamline and expedite that 2-year window? Or is there also a waiver process where that course can begin to be administered and offered to the students, and only if it somehow doesn't continue to advance to leadership final approval, it suspends? You understand the nature of my question.
I think so. Let me try. For an individual course, that course could be offered on a temporary basis as a selected topics class. In the case of changes that are required due to accrediting bodies or changes to state law, then we can fast track things. We try to get people to follow the process and to stay in line, but we do recognize that there are emergency situations. We had some of those with changes to the teacher education program. There was some changes to the special education track, and that needed immediate action on the part of the program, which also needed immediate response from the undergraduate committee. So we are able to respond quickly as needed. But usually we try to follow that process to make sure that stakeholders have properly vetted what's being proposed.
Have you testified before the Senate in the past, or?
No, sir.
Well, I want you to know you're doing a great job.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent. So, and we appreciate you being here. So, just a couple of more questions. Do you ever find that, is data used and tied together with what we call in our terminology degrees of value, and how the curriculum that's being developed will tie together with, what we find within that data to be not only a degree of value, but a very marketable degree for the workforce trends that are out there, and not just employment, but the compensation that's tied to that employment. And is there a direct connect between curriculum that's developed and those current trends as you discuss those trends and data within the faculty senate meetings, undergraduate level, from what I'm referring to? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Our provost has been making the rounds, talking to the deans about strategic enrollment, about making sure that we're offering the things that students need to be successful. Right. We see student success as not just getting out the door in 4 to 6 years, but having a return on investment after graduation. The University of Houston has performed well in that metric, and as far as the social mobility of our graduates. That's a really important piece of our culture.
And then do the political leanings of faculty influence the curriculum that's developed and offered, in your opinion?
In my opinion, that is not the case.
You don't see that at all? No.
No, sir.
Got it. Okay.
We have faculty from all persuasions.
Oh, absolutely, yes. On the diversity of
we
faculty.
maintain
Yes.
a balance.
Yeah.
We have to do what's right for the students and for the state of Texas.
So at the University of Houston, you don't see any examples of political leanings of faculty ending up driving certain curriculum outcomes?
No, sir, I do not.
Got it. Okay. All right. Jay, appreciate your time and being here. I wanted to ask you, for the Board of Regents, what's required to submit for approval for a new major to be offered or developed? What's the process, and how is that tied to the regents as opposed to those on campus and in leadership?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my understanding, we can verify to make sure I get it right. My understanding is that for new majors, those are reported up through both the regents and then ultimately the Higher Education Coordinating Board. Some of the more minor, not minor, but changes to existing degree program would not go that far. And I don't think minors do, for example, or certificates. But for majors and new programs, that would be reported both there and then ultimately up to the coordinating board.
Yeah, so in the category of the minors that are offered, that was where I was headed with that. It is a different process for those.
It is a different process. It's a lower bar, so those are managed internally on the campus. And of course, if somebody asks, then we convey the information they're looking for, but it's more managed at the campus level.
And I know there's been a lot of discussion about minors that are offered between the flagships, and there's also some changes that are being made. And is that tied to a timely review of the value of those courses that are offered in the minors and those degree programs that are available to students? What attendance might be, or what interest there might be in those particular course offerings or minors, or lack of, and then a constant revolving adjustment there, or is it not as often in the review process for those that are offered? Yeah, I'd like for both of you.
Yeah. So for us, where we spend the bulk of the effort is on worrying about enrollment in particular courses or sections, making sure that if we're staffing that section with a faculty member, that there's enough enrollment there to justify the investment we're making in the faculty member in the room and the other resources. We also have got layers of review around degrees and programs of study in departments. Some of that comes about internally through the deans, where they're monitoring that. And then every 5 or 10 years, we take a really hard look around accreditation. And some schools and colleges have, some schools and colleges have their own accreditation processes that go on their own cycles. And those are also cases where we go back and look and make sure that the degrees in particular have enough demand. For minors, and I don't know about Texas A&M, for minors, we didn't offer them on transcripts up until about 8 years ago. So what we're seeing is a lot of interest in starting to launch minors. And we really haven't gotten back to let's go back and look at them again holistically, because for us, it's been a growth area. We're hearing both from employers and students that they want ways to find something to augment their degree. And so they've been really popular now that they can go in our transcripts.
And to me, that seems like common sense, right? I mean, it's a diversity on it, but of learning on the experience and curriculum that's pursued by that particular student, but a couple of different tracks that complement each other. That's not something that's new, correct? Or
No, for us, not something that's new. For us, in the lingo of the way UT Austin has done it for a long time, we had certificates, and they could go on your transcript up until about 2016. In 2016, we started to allow minors to go on your transcript.
Right.
And the public understands minors better than certificates.
Right.
So where we've seen a lot of the growth has been in minors, but they're essentially the same idea. So that it's not a new idea, but I think in today's world, I think there's a lot more interest in interdisciplinary study, and students are trying to find ways to cross boundaries of departments, colleges, and schools. And minors can be a really effective way to complement a major or specific field of study.
So what falls into the category of just the overall review of what would be marketable and a value add versus those that aren't? I mean, I know A&M just published a list of several that were under review, and that was a very diverse list of course offerings. I mean, it was from something tied to natural gas and another one tied to petroleum engineering, to gender studies related degree minors, right? So the list was, I think, very comprehensive in its overall review, but it's interesting where you arrive, where you land
Right.
on those particular
And-
course offerings.
And President Welch can chime in too. I think for us, a lot of it starts with enrollments, and we're looking at trends and where are students signing up, and then we're also looking at placement data. What are the outcomes like for the students in that degree? We get a lot of employer feedback. If they say things like, these students are good in this dimension but don't have the technical skills we need in a different dimension, then we'll look at that as well. A couple of historic examples from my old days in the business school to give you a sense of context. In the crisis of the 80s in Texas, 2 degrees that were stopped were petroleum land management and real estate, in part because the demand fell so precipitously out of that crisis. Now we went back and talked about should we relaunch, and the feedback from the students and employers was students generally want a broader degree. They don't want to be pigeonholed into a narrower space in business, for example. So we found that they prefer to have a broad finance or marketing or management degree with a skill tacked on, rather than have something that is viewed as more narrow.
So you could pursue a degree in finance, but there are also electives within that degree program that might have a real estate emphasis.
Correct, that's right. Tracks, minors, other things that tack on that, experiences. And that, so we say if you want to, in that example, if you want to end up in real estate, here's a bundle of things you can put together that's beyond just the basic finance degree.
And I'll ask General Welsh a couple of questions, but just last on that,
Sure.
President Hartzell, it seems like we talk a lot about 5 graduates a year in a certain program, a certain certificate, 10 graduates a year with a certain minor. It's just a lack of interest there. How did we end up at those small numbers? They just seem like very, very small numbers for a review of is there interest in that
Right.
track or is there not? Because we're thinking among our flagships and the number of students total that you have on campus from, nearly 60,000 to in the mid 70s. How do you view certain degree plans as worthwhile for the student to actually have, or the adult learner, the participant, to have an actual marketable degree,
Right.
that has that University of Texas, stamp on it that is revered all over the world. But on the other end of it, you want to make sure that that student has value for all the time and money and investment and everything they've placed in that in that track,
Yeah.
that path. You know where I'm going.
I completely do, Mr. Chairman. So a couple things. If we see enrollment like that, it's typically one of two things. It might be the case that we thought something was going to catch on and it just didn't. Or it's still early and we're trying to figure out if there's going to be long-run sustainable demand and it's just early in the journey. Another possibility are examples like we mentioned before. that are just cyclical. And it looked like something was going to be a hot idea, and then it just busted. Early on in my teaching career, when I was at NYU, there was a class called fin.com, and it went from 218 students to 12 the next year in the bust. So it seemed like a good idea, but just didn't last, and the course got killed. So part of it is some things are cyclical, and we think a lot about, is there enough, in our belief, is there going to be enough stable demand throughout a business cycle to make something worth it? We might suffer through a dip in enrollment if we think it's going to recover, if it's something that we know is cyclical, like related to oil and gas or real estate. But other things we might look and say, this is just a steady decline and it's no longer worth it.
And it's fascinating that those market shifts and trends based on what degrees you offer. I mean, I remember my path through college. I mean, it was a very difficult path. I paid for 100% of it. I borrowed another $50,000 from a blind brick mason that my dad went to high school with to survive in college and start my law school career. I was selling land in the Houston area while taking 17 hours in Oklahoma in law school, all at the same time, and working at the Capitol writing briefs. But through all that difficult path, I was between 18 and 22 in my undergrad experience. And so, you know, I guess it's you have to base the courses that are offered in the degree plans based on the market-driven data that you're getting as university leadership. But if I see a subprime crash or an RTC fallout in the 80s, you know, a great recession, and it's tied to real estate, I'm going to dive into real estate and study it every way possible because of the opportunities that are there they're not shy away from it or get out of it, right? Those are the times to actually learn,
right?
Because of the vast wealth and the diversity of all portfolios and investments that's tied to real estate and how it fits within those. But then market-driven degree plans based on what 18 to 22-year-olds are asking for, and graduate students, right? It's just fascinating how you make those decisions and evolve from it. Because at the end of the day, if students aren't in those courses, they're empty.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
218 to what?
It was like 12.
Oh, 218 down to 12, right on the interest level.
And Mr. Chairman, just one kind of way to think about it, where we've been focusing, and I think it's student and employer driven, are to find vehicles that are a little more broad and general that can be adapted over time.
Right.
So you can think about a broad major, back to your example in finance, and then right now the real estate specialization may be hot, and next it might be corporate finance or banking.
Yes.
And that broad structure lets students move, because they're also coming in often as 18-year-olds trying to figure out what the market looks like in 4 years.
Of course.
And things can change. So having a more stable, flexible format, like a broad degree, with tracks or specialties underneath, minors are part of that, that allows them to adapt over time.
Right. General Welsh, if you could chime in on just A&M's review process of the changes that were made recently on these minors that were evaluated. And maybe some majors, or was it mostly?
Sure thing, Chairman. No, these are all minors and certificates. One of the interesting things that I think Jay just mentioned is that the public understands minors better. Many employers actually understand certificates better, because there are specific tracks that help you, if you're going to get a degree in petroleum engineering, there are some specific things that some employers in the energy business would be very interested in you having a specialty skill in. And a certificate may fill that gap better than a minor. One of the things that's happened at A&M with our minors is that there are things that were created when there was a demand signal and when the market supported it. And then as that market waned or the interest waned, we just kept them on the books. That's not a bad thing, because the market may come back. There may be a renewed interest in a couple of years. One of the things that we tried to focus on recently, though, is when our provost a couple of years ago, in looking at a particular minor that came into question as to why we had that minor, he looked at a list from the registrar of all the programs that he considered underperforming, and he just asked for anything under X enrollment and found a large number of them. There's about 70 of minors and certificates out of our 300 total. We have a lot of them. And he started a process to actually do a review of all 70 of those, with the intent being over time to build a recurring process that wouldn't rely on individual faculty or department review to bring these things forward. So there'd be a structured, constant review of what we would define somehow as underperforming to consider whether or not we continued them. We are required to do that by the Higher Education Coordinating Board for majors, but not for minors and certificates at this point. And I think he had a good idea to put a process in place to do that in a recurring way. And it also let us identify a couple of other things we need to do, which is to look at what are the thresholds for the creation of new minors and certificates. What are the projections for students coming into those programs, much like we do with majors, and then track our success in meeting those goals. And if we don't meet those goals, then maybe we didn't judge the market quite right. My focus and what I would like, and I think I am in full agreement, at least with the Speaker of our Faculty Senate on this, is that we need to be focused on the things that are going to make us great for the next 10 to 15 years and into the future, not the things that made us great 10 or 15 years ago. And so that focus of constantly reviewing, assessing how we're doing, creating new programs that'll be of more benefit to our students is where I think we need to go to be a world-class organization forever. Because all the great world-class organizations do exactly that. So that's the process we've undertaken now. And the most important thing, I think, is that the process that Dr. Love described to you for reviewing all these things, even if we accelerate it for a particular new program, we follow the same process, we just compress the timeline. Because from my perspective, the pieces of the process do matter. It's a little bit different at A&M because everything eventually comes to me. If it's a major, if it's a minor or certificate, I am the final approval authority, unless our board asks to see what we're doing. And everything I forward to them is the entire package that went through the Faculty Senate without their working papers, basically, along with my recommendation for their consideration. So that's the beginning here. I think that one of the things we've been successful at, I think, and our faculty's been very good at, is building those type of programs that create great student outcomes. The Wall Street Journal just ranked us #1 in Texas using criteria based on student outcomes and graduate success.
I was wondering if you were going to throw that in there.
I had to fit that in,
Yeah.
Trevor, you know that. I was going to slide it in somewhere.
Yeah.
Jay outdressed me with this double orange shot here, which is very impressive, by the way.
These are natural tensions that are healthy.
Yes, sir. I got to up my game here.
That come to fruition, what, around Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir. But I think because the programs we've had in place for our students are obviously helping them go where they want to go. And that's the whole idea. Our faculty is charged with building the professional platform that our students will operate from when they graduate. I think they do a great job of that, and I think the student outcome is the proof of that. But that doesn't mean we should be lazy about this. We should constantly be looking to get better and to manage it in a more thorough, more comprehensive, and more effective way.
A&M's received quite a bit of attention on these announcements, and there's been, buzz about it, of course, but this isn't anything new, and it's not something that's going to be a one-time situation. There's going to be a constant review, correct, of degrees of value, minors that are heavy in participation and those that are not, and those that A&M feels reflects highly upon the university and the flagship, and those that do not. Can you speak to that process, and is it just intermittent, or is it driven by certain factors, or is it on a schedule?
So we need to put it on a schedule, and I need to work with the Faculty Senate to get that done. Yeah. I need their expertise to determine what are the thresholds we should set. Are they correct today, or do we need to adjust them to stand up new minors, new certificates, or new majors? If we have it right, then we just need to put it on a recurring schedule as we do with the majors for both minors and certificates, so we don't lose track of how we're doing in managing those programs. I think sometimes, especially over the last 10 to 15 years at A&M, we have grown so rapidly over the last 10 years in particular that our faculty in many of our departments are seriously stressed. And their ability to market a minor that they may want to spend more time talking to students about, or a certificate they think they could get more enrollment in from students that would benefit, is limited by the amount of work they're doing. They're teaching more classes, they're continuing their regular research load, and they're serving in service positions across the university to support this much larger student population. We need to relieve that pressure a little bit and get their help in putting this plan together. But it's a recurring review for majors, minors, and certificates. I'll be surprised, quite frankly, Chairman, if we don't get some kind of guidance from the coordinating board that adds minors and certificates into the requirement that they already have for majors. So we want to lead turn that.
The University of North Carolina and Harvard both have entered into university policies recently for what they call institutional neutrality in the world of politics. And they don't see that as a new position. They have cited back to 1967 when a lot of that started to evolve and change based on the university frameworks and governance and national positions for the university systems that all were in agreement. And now we see a trend among universities, and I mentioned UNC and Harvard just as examples, where they're trending back to that, those neutrality positions. Do you see that with that being a subject, you know, going across the landscape of academia and the political landscape, do you see any indication that the faculty senate would be driving certain outcomes with political leanings versus using data for in-demand jobs, the market, what employers and CEOs are asking for, and what would be best for students to actually have a degree of value to go out into the workforce? You see what I'm asking there? Yeah.
Yes, sir. I have seen no evidence of that.
Yeah.
In fact, I think the student outcomes I talked about a minute ago show that that's not really the overriding issue. We have on our faculty senate there a mixture of the overall faculty. I mentioned earlier that it's not just tenured faculty members who make up our faculty. We're about half and half, tenured versus non-tenured faculty. And we have a number of professors of practice who sit on the faculty senate. In fact, I was on a phone call last night with a faculty senator who's a 21-year city manager, who's now on our faculty as a practitioner after he got his PhD when he retired from city government. And so it is a mix of people. It balances out the advantage of having that collective voice is they tend to balance out these strident voices within the group. I just haven't seen any evidence in my experience of politics driving action in the Senate.
You don't feel that A&M offers any political leaning degree tracks, or whether that be majors or minors?
Well, I'm hoping what their students are getting out of it is that there is the idea is nonpartisanship. It's having your own political view, but keeping it to yourself and learning about everybody else's. The whole intent of education is not to debate in the classroom. It's to dialogue. So rather than trying to convince you that you're wrong and I'm right, I should be trying to understand why you believe what you believe.
Diversity of viewpoint, right?
Yes,
The
sir,
fundamentals
absolutely.
of free speech
Absolutely.
and what we should see thriving on our campuses. But you don't see a trend among our nation's institutions of higher education or our flagships here in Texas or other public universities in Texas of exactly the opposite.
Sir, I'm absolutely the last person you should ask about other institutions of higher learning. I have no experience with them, other than what I read in the newspaper. But
Well,
I have not seen it at
You and
Texas A&M.
neither you or I knew President Lincoln, but we know about him, don't we?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's about just the being in your field and the published works that you read and study, and certainly knowing what your peer categories are offering. Because as you mentioned, Wall Street Journal said you were what number?
Number one in Texas,
Okay.
I think it was, Chairman.
Got it. So I just thought that you were making comparisons to knowledge of other universities in that statement. But go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I think that there's a danger in any institution in America of having an institutional viewpoint that becomes consistent, whether it's right or wrong, over time.
Yeah.
I think that is a danger to universities. I think our job is to educate our students on all facts related to issues, regions, events, and opportunities, whether they're technical or in the social sciences. And I think we work pretty hard at that.
Well, I would ask you and President Hartzell the same question. Do you think that our universities should incentivize students to pursue a track towards what we would call an in-demand, high in-demand job that is currently, within the data that our markets are showing and that employers are asking for? Do you think there should be incentives there versus just allowing the student to, pursue something that might be in demand? It might be the lowest demand out there or no demand whatsoever. And I know that's all consistent with the conversation we're having today is what should our universities offer as a path for higher education in general for these students that are spending a tremendous amount of money for their education experience like I did, and I was on my own with it. And then at the end of the day, what are they getting?
Sir, over the last 10 years, for example, trying to keep up with the growing demand in the Texas STEM workforce, we've increased the number of STEM degrees 44% at Texas A&M and the number of engineering degrees 75%. So 1 in every 3 Aggies is now an engineering student. So I think we are offering the opportunity to enter a workforce that will be productive for them, and they will get rewarded in many ways after they graduate. And that is bringing a whole lot of students into our engineering program from around the state. And we consistently keep around 94% of our undergrads as Texans. So we're trying to keep the best and brightest close to home, and that has been the attraction that's worked, at least in the recent past.
That's a great goal. I hope we can continue to accomplish that goal and keep those percentages right, along with the degrees of high value for in-demand jobs and skills that and you mentioned certificates as well. I mean, those are incredibly important for that emphasis and what CEOs are looking for. President Hartzell.
Yeah, I think, back to your question on the incentives, I think it's absolutely critical that we make the data reliable and as transparent as possible for students and their families to make good decisions. And we've really been focusing there first, and I know the state and the Higher Education Coordinating Board, we've all been going toward that path. We haven't thought about an additional incentive. If the market forces work, there's a lot of incentives right now to come out in certain fields. But if we can pull that information forward and help, an 18 to 22-year-old make a more informed decision, we tend to see that they do follow market forces. And where I worry is the students who go down a certain path and just don't realize what the back end might look like.
Right.
And so that's our effort has primarily been on more informed decision making by the students.
Well, and when I entered college, 16% of America had a college degree, and only 16% of that 16% used or relied upon the degree that they actually studied, right? And so I guess many of the rest were in sales and maybe earned a better living than all the others combined. Who knows? But I wonder how that trends based on in-demand jobs and how the market forces dictate what courses are being offered. Faculty Senate President Love mentioned that there are, in her experience, there weren't many of those curriculum requests kicked back and rejected. So if that's the case, is the Faculty Senate doing good work on that end? But and then if so, why are so many of these minors and some majors not what we would consider high value? If there's 47 degrees in healthcare administration and 7 of them are marketable based on the data, what's going on there? How can we continue to work and improve that? And then at the end of the day, is the Faculty Senate the appropriate place to develop the curriculum that administration and university leaders might be seeing totally different outcomes and data, but yet not rejecting that curriculum that's being advanced? You get what I'm saying there? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Well, I think it's important that we also are able to articulate the value of those degrees and programs. Sometimes students gravitate towards something because they think that that's going to lead them to stable employment. But what we, I think, need to emphasize more as faculty is what are the transferable skills that they're gathering in that program. And we're investing in some tools to help us do more of that to track our graduates and see where they go and what they use their degrees to do. I'm glad you mentioned that, the statistic about 16% not going into a field where they are using that exact degree that they earned. And I think that's going to become more and more common. I think we need to make sure that our employers understand what those different majors know, what valuable things they have learned in completing the program, especially through our general education requirements, our core curriculum, making sure that we have an emphasis on that.
Yeah, it's very important, and that was when I was pursuing my higher education
Correct.
effort, and I don't know how much those percentages have changed. I'm sure they have. But it's important to also put the student in an educated, informed decision-making, place to call the shots, right, for their future.
Absolutely.
And I just wondered where we were on that and how either university leaders or the faculty senate could weigh in on it.
Yeah, and
So,
we're doing both at the University of Houston.
yeah. So, following up on that, if the faculty senate becomes, if curriculum were rejected by the top of the food chain at the university leadership, the faculty senate became disgruntled or upset or just was not pleased overall with university leadership, in what situation would the faculty senate express or call for a formal vote of no confidence on the university leadership itself?
I think that would really depend on what had been rejected. It's hard for me to imagine that scenario from the way that we operate now.
We, as in the University of Houston.
Correct. We, as in the University of Houston. We've had other campuses within our University of Houston system that have had those no confidence votes, but I'm not prepared to speak on those today. We, as a faculty senate, have been able to work collaboratively with administration to make sure that we craft policies and we craft curriculum that both sides are comfortable with.
And then that's back to my previous question of what is shared governance in your mind as president of the Faculty Senate at the University of Houston? To what extent do you as Faculty Senate president and your fellow senators share governance with the university itself? And what are your expectations? If a vote of no confidence were to take place, that it's my understanding that vote of no confidence would be non-binding. There would be no actual effect of it other than the culture across the campus. It would be known. But what is the reason and the necessity of constantly demanding shared governance as far as in decision-making of the university overall when there are a board of regents appointed by the governor, there is university leadership under the chancellor and the president? What situations would lead to the necessity of such a non-binding vote?
Well, to me, the shared governance is more about making sure that the administration is getting a clear picture of what's happening at the faculty level.
Right.
The faculty are invested in student success. The faculty are invested in the ability to retain staff and to make sure that the university is operating in a healthy way. And so we try to provide feedback and to work together to make sure that all angles of a particular issue are being explored.
Yeah, I see that Harvard has been making some changes on their definitions of shared governance and have gone more to a corporate board model where there is a process of removal for other board members on the Faculty Senate board, but it's just an advisory role from that point forward, and there's not the ability to express or have a formal vote of no confidence on university leadership. It's not unprecedented. They're actually going back to where they were before, but it seems to be, even with Stephen F. Austin University and over 140 plus years of existence, they had a university president that was hired just for 8 months, and that university president saw the finances of the university in such a terrible state that the new president was simply talking to the faculty senate and the regents both about the need for zero-based budgeting accounting and to go to ground level and start over, and also a review of not anyone currently tenured, but maybe a forecast of 10 years down the road, changing tenure going forward from that 10-year mark forward. Wouldn't affect any professors or faculty that was hired at that time. And because of those two suggestions, the Faculty Senate voted a unanimous vote of no confidence. The new university president at his 8th-month mark was terminated, and the university fell after all of those years of existence and now is a part of the University of Texas at Austin. So with those circumstances in play, I wondered what is the importance and the expectation of shared governance, because that terminology is used quite often, and I appreciate your response. Members, any other questions? Senator West, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me state exactly where we're at this point in time. Obviously, when we look at the issue of minors and certificates and things of that nature, I heard you said, President Welch, that the buck stops with you in terms of approval or of those particular types of programs.
Yes, sir.
Here recently, there was a decision made by the Board of Regents, and my question to you is whether or not that decision followed typical protocol as relates to approval or disapproval or repealing of minors.
Sir, it didn't follow the normal protocol, but it is not atypical for the Board of Regents to have a concern or an interest in a particular issue or event that's happening at the university and ask to see my recommendation and what my decision is going to be on a particular topic. That was the case in this event. And I went and briefed them on the decision, briefed them on where we were. They asked to see the background information, the background work that had been done by the provost office and a committee of deans on this topic. We provided that to them. And they believed that there was a better answer for the university in this particular case and made that decision.
So as relates to the deans and others, did they agree with the decision that was, well, I'm not going to ask the question that way. As they reviewed the programs, specifically this LGBTQ program, minor studies program, did they feel as though that program should have been eliminated?
No, sir. The Faculty Senate was very clear on their views on this one. I don't know what the Council of Deans breakout was. I have no idea. The committee that actually did that work. I just know the recommendation that came to me from the provost and the subcommittee that did the review.
So the Senate was not the only organization within your university that had input into that decision-making
No, sir. There are a number of organizations in the process.
You said the Council of Deans. That's separate and apart. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In this particular review process
Let me finish the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right. What other component parts of the institution had input into this decision-making process?
The provost started this process with the Council of Deans. He mentioned it to other faculty groups, but the Council of Deans actually put together a subcommittee that worked with the provost on establishing the criteria for what would define low performing for or
across the board, right?
For yes, sir.
Minors.
For minors and certificates
Okay.
for this particular review. And they then completed that review, made their recommendations to the provost. Once the provost had the recommendation in hand and made the decision to recommend these programs for termination, he then put it into the typical review process, the curricular review process that is already established in our standard administrative procedures. And all the rest of the organizations on campus that would then get involved are in that review process, including the faculty senate.
Okay, and
But that was very late in this
and
process.
so as it relates to the review process, can you tell us whether or not through that review process, before it got to the Board of Regents, whether there was any recommendation by the provost or anyone else involved in that process to do away with the LGBTQ studies program?
Not for any particular program. This was for all of them. There were,
The LGBTQ studies program specifically, was there a recommendation to do away with that program,
yes, sir, there's a recommendation to do away with 52 programs,
including that program?
including that program.
Okay. And that was through the review process that you just articulated?
It had not completed the review process. It reached the faculty senate, and that's when the faculty senate approached me, the speaker of the faculty senate approached me, and told me of her concerns with the initial review process, that the faculty senate had not been included in coordinating that process at the front end. So we didn't have their expertise involved in building the process itself.
Are they normally involved at the beginning of the process?
We don't really have a beginning of the process right now for a routine review of minors and certificates. So the provost built one. I don't think he had evil intent, my personal opinion, but but he built one, but did not include the faculty sufficiently, in my view, which is why I agreed with the speaker of the faculty senate and thought we should hit pause on the process and get them back into that discussion, establish the process with their cooperation, and then initiate it again in the spring.
Much like you are aware of the program, you're aware of the issue that came up under your predecessor, the past president, in which he lied to legislators
Yes, sir.
about the African-American journalist that was hired and then ultimately terminated. You recall that process, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it appeared as though there were politics involved in the decision made at the board level. And the question is whether politics were involved in this decision as it relates to doing away with the LGBTQ studies program. It just appears that way because I'm reading some media accounts that Texas School Board said that such a program should be eliminated at A&M. Is there any politics involved in this?
Sir, I don't talk to Texas Scorecard. Nobody's ever talked to me about that particular program. No member of the legislature has called me and said we should get rid of it. If there were politics, it wasn't with my office.
Okay.
And I wasn't here when the review process started. I wasn't in the job back then.
As it relates to low-performing minors or programs, what is the definition of that at A&M?
It was created for this particular review process by the provost and the council of deans.
Okay, and what was that?
It was, they took the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board model for a major and then essentially shrunk the timelines to match a minor certificate, which can be completed in a much shorter period of time. So for this review, they used 2 years. And they looked at the last 2 years of enrollees and said, if you don't have at least an average of 5 per year, then you are considered low performing and we're going to review you. That was the initial construct of the review.
As a part of what we're doing as a committee is trying to make certain that we're preparing students for the workforce. We've talked about that all morning. You would agree that there are members of the LGBTQ community that are in the workforce, would you not?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree that you have students, that same population on your campus?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that a lot of members of that community are in CEO and executive type positions within our workforce, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that failing to understand and appreciate that as it relates to students at A&M will put those students at somewhat of a cultural or diversity of thought disadvantage if they're not aware of the perspectives that those persons in the workforce have on this particular issue. Would you agree with that?
So I think we should try and understand everybody who we have the potential to work with everywhere. It's about people, and at A&M, it's about Aggies. It's not about anything specific. Everybody should feel like
It's about
family.
Aggies? It's about Aggies?
It is, sir. It's about family. It's about treating them like family. It's about making sure everyone feels valued and respected and has a voice and understands how critically important they are to what we're trying to do.
That leads me to my next question, and there's going to be similar questions to you, Jay. As relates to A&M, you made a statement that African-American, Hispanic, and Asian applications were up. What about acceptance? And what about acceptance and enrollment?
Up less than 1%, sir, which is why I mentioned that we're not closing the loop yet. I was very happy with the increased number of applications, but now we've got to figure out how do we take those applicants and handle them differently during the recruiting process. I just approved $2.2 million more to try some things that are more hands-on, very specifically targeting particular African-American students, just to talk about that demographic, and try and get the acceptance number up. We raised it less than 1%, the number of students at A&M this year.
As it relates to you targeting African-American students, would you be running afoul of Senate Bill 17?
No, sir. There's nothing in Senate Bill 17 that restricts recruiting of all great Texans who are well qualified to come to A&M.
So if
We just can't give an advantage to students for any particular reason.
all right, so then what is your enrollment of African-American and Hispanic students here?
Right now, we're about 3.75 or 3.8% of African-American, Hispanics about 23.5%.
And those numbers have gone down percentage-wise, have they not?
The African-American number went up this year from 3.15 to 3.75, so less than 1%. The Hispanic number has come down about 1% this year. We're about a percentage lower than we were last year.
So with the current tools that you have based on the law in the state of Texas and the Supreme Court, is that going to inhibit your ability to not only recruit, but also make sure students of color are enrolled at your institution?
So the biggest practical effect in this regard has been that we can't, if a donor gives scholarship money to the university, we can't use it for a specific demographic group. It's merit-based. And so we just bring in the best students we can find. And we use the scholarship money we have available to do that. We can't specifically target any group except veterans and first-generation students.
As it relates to under your administration, what are you going to be doing different than, because it's, fortunately, unfortunately, I've been sitting in this seat on higher education for over 30 years now. Mm-hmm. And the only thing that's changed is the person sitting out there as the presidents of these institutions. They pretty much said the same thing with little or no significant results. And I'm going to ask you the same question I've asked probably 4 or 5 of your predecessors. What are you going to do differently from what your predecessors done, and how should you be judged by it?
First of all, I think recruiting at A&M is not the problem. We have 90,000 applications this year. Recruiting at A&M is actually pretty darn good. Recruiting African-American students to A&M is not good. We've been at this number of 3-point-something% forever at A&M. And so I think we just have to keep grinding away at new and different approaches. That's one of the things I think we're trying to do right now. Don't keep doing the same things we've been doing that reflect a lot of hard work by a lot of people, but they haven't been successful. So let's try some different things. We're doing we just put an RFP together. We'll put it out soon to try and find a group of people. We have several who've already contacted us who will help us do targeted recruiting of African-American students who are high-performing and either don't go to universities or stay local instead of coming out of their hometown because they just can't afford going to universities. And maybe there's a way we can target those students, have them qualify through state-supported programs to come to A&M. We, as you know, we work with your office. We're working with Senator Miles' office. We're trying to let you help us find those things. We've got school superintendents involved now from across the state, helping us find the right kind of students. We did a program in Houston recently called Accessing the Future, and it was 500 high-performing high school students, all minority students, meeting not just with A&M, but with 19 different colleges and universities to try and identify those students who have great potential so we can all start to hands-on help them go through the application process and hopefully the admissions process. We just got to keep working it, sir. There's no magic answers to this.
Well, let me say this. First of all, I thank both A&M and UT for coming up to the Dallas area to be a part of that. We had over 1,000 students there being a part of it. But what I'm asking you to make certain that you do, you focus with laser certainty on those students that you think best fit the profile necessary in order to attend your universities, but understand and appreciate that the financial end, that is having the resources on a going forward basis, year 1 through 4 or 6, is what has been kind of the issue associated with the maturation of the students, regardless of the color of their skin. So you're going to have to make certain that you have monies available, and obviously it being compliant at this time with Senate Bill 17. Do you not agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Jay, well, before I go to you, in terms of what programs were eliminated at A&M that you reviewed that you believe had to be eliminated, but had positive impact, not just based on the color of one's skin, but other groups that were caught up in the elimination of such programs, be they veterans or otherwise?
Yes, sir. Any of the programs that were under our Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, that office was disbanded, and all the programs they oversaw were discontinued. Those were many multicultural programs. There were other specific programs for specific demographic groups. Some I don't know have the complete list available to me right now. I can certainly get it for you. There were a number of those things that student organizations, which have continued, picked up and have been operating themselves without staff support. But everything that was under the DEI office, if you will, was discontinued.
Were veterans a part of that?
No, sir.
So no veteran programs were eliminated by
No,
you?
sir, they were not.
What about women?
Sir, anything that highlighted a specific gender group that didn't include involvement and membership from any other group was discontinued. So there were 1 or 2 women's programs that were specific to women that opened up and now have men in them. I was just at a women's luncheon the other day and at the Aggie Women's Network, and there are many members of the faculty and the staff who are male who are part of that group. But if it's specific to a particular group and was under the DEI office, it went away.
Jay, let me ask you as a follow-up question. In terms of, I got so many calls about Texas as opposed to A&M in terms of programs that you guys eliminated that benefited different groups had received the services under the DEI program at your institution. Which programs went away that when you looked at them had maximum positive impact on the students that they were serving?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. 2 that I guess it'd be hard to characterize necessarily as maximum impact, but certainly 2 of the more salient ones that were probably some of the phone calls you got, some of the phone calls I got. One was around a multicultural engagement center, the MEC as it's known on campus, that was not only a physical location, but a set of programs and activities that were designed to support certain groups that we can no longer do. That was something that was also like President Welch's case, where it was under the Division of Diversity and Community Engagement, that we wound that down. Another one that was also picked up by our Alumni Association was around graduations, and how do you have celebratory graduation experiences that were set up for certain groups of the student body, and something we couldn't do anymore, but the Texas Ex has put on this year instead.
In terms of recruitment, what's been the impact as it relates to enrollment of African American, Hispanic, and Asian students as a result of the Supreme Court decision and also SB 17?
So far, sir, we're actually either up or basically flat. So we have, if I remember correctly, I think it's more Black or African American students in this year's freshman class as a percentage down a little, but more students. Hispanic students were up in this year's class. And so, if you look at those 2 groups in particular as underrepresented, they're actually up this year, year over year. I think partly because of the fact that we have 75% of our student body coming in through the automatic admit process. I don't think we've been as affected as some of the national headline schools that you've seen in the newspaper.
As it relates to that particular sector of the students, what do you attribute to your quote-unquote success in maintaining or increasing?
I think part of it is that admission feature, the fact that class rank is the sole determinant for 3/4 of our Texans who come to the university. I think that's part of it. And I also think it's part of what you said. We've put a lot of work around financial aid. And with the support of the Board of Regents, now anybody in a family with an income of $65,000 a year or less knows that there's no tuition. We're working to move that boundary up and make it even more inclusive. And the second thing we've been working hard on is housing, trying to find ways to offer more housing close to campus. And we're in year 2 of a housing scholarship program where we can take some of our resources and offer housing to students who choose to stay in one of our dorms. So we're trying to find more ways to defray the cost. For a lot of our students, that housing cost is actually more than tuition.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because financial aid, as we know, is a critical element in the maturation of a student, being able to graduate and all that. And that is the same today as it was yesterday. So as it relates to housing in Austin, Texas, talk to us momentarily about what you guys are doing as it relates to housing and making sure students can at least afford to stay here in Austin.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. All the data points to, it's not surprising, students who live closer to campus tend to do better. And proximity to campus is correlated with graduation rates, it's correlated with a good experience, grades, performance in the classroom. So we're trying to find more ways to get more and more of the student body to live close to campus. The private sector has responded, so you see a lot more big, tall private dorms. Many of those are expensive, to be honest, and so we're trying to find ways to do our part. So one part of that is more supply. So we have found ways to try to add rooms to our inventory. Just this year, we launched, with the support of the board, we tore down a 200-bed dorm, and we're building a 1,000-bed dorm on that same spot. So we'll be up plus 800 beds there. We bought Dobie, which was only about 2/3 full and was being used for things like corporate short-term housing. And now we've filled it up. So we've got more supply as part of it. Second part, as I mentioned, is taking some of the resources we have and moving them over as housing scholarships. So we now are in year 2 of offering all of our students who are in that pool of low-income families or modest-income families. We're now offering housing scholarships for the ones who live in our residence halls.
My last question in this particular area. As president, doing your tour of duty, and help me, assuming I'm here another 10 years, let's just say that, okay? How should I, as a senator, to care about these particular issues, not saying my colleagues don't, grade a president as it relates to increasing diversity at Texas? How should I grade that president in terms of what he or she is doing in order to make certain that occurs?
Yeah, I think it's a couple of things, Senator. I think one part is to try to look at, you'd like to ultimately look at outcomes, right? So you'd like to find out what's ultimately happening in terms of the student body. And, I think you see us moving more and more in the direction of the overall state. But I also think it's important to think about, we're drawing from the highest performing high school students. And so we're the part of the state that we're really trying to attract to stay in Texas and come to our institution are the very best and brightest around the state. So that's the group that we're really working to attract. And if we can do more to keep, not only have those students go to college, but have them choose one of the flagship institutions of the state, I think we're doing the right things. So that's part of it. If the outcome, beyond the outcomes, I think it's also important to look at the actions and look at where we're investing. So if you look at what we've done, I mentioned housing, I mentioned financial aid. Another big metric where we're not done, but we've really made great strides. The gap in graduation rates across race is really narrowed. So all of them have been trending up, but we've made great strides in narrowing the gap in how likely students are to graduate in 4 years. And that's a huge part, I think, of not only getting them to campus, but positioning them to come out with less debt, to come out ready to go out into the workforce in a timely manner.
Okay, now, and you may or may not be prepared to answer this question, but I'm going to ask you anyway. Both of you, presidents, as it relates to Senate Bill 25, the implementation of Senate Bill 25, how would you judge its effectiveness, and where do you see, if you know at this point in time, some of the areas we need to work on?
Transferability.
Okay, thank you.
Transferability.
Okay, thank you. I was about to
I'm sorry.
I was going to look at President Welch and say like 25. I know 17 and 18 really well,
I
Senator.
don't know the numbers. I don't know the numbers sometimes myself. So,
Okay, so I'm sorry. Can you for questions around transferability? of credits?
Transferability, right.
Yeah, I honestly don't know enough to. My overall impression is it's gotten better. It's trending in the right direction, but I couldn't tell you today.
Sure, I understand. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Senator.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. So on the Faculty Senate issue, going back to that, you said that they don't represent the individual faculty members. The Faculty Senate does not. So I guess the question is who does it represent? What's their constituency?
Well, what I meant is that we promote issues that are found across faculty. So if a faculty member was, under investigation or was marked as underperforming in some way, we're not a legal aid to help with a particular set of circumstances for a particular person. What we're doing is more looking at issues that affect the faculty as a whole and trying to make sure that people in the administration are aware of those.
So I know you all see it the same way. It's representing the faculty as a whole, the Faculty Senate, just not anyone individually. And I guess my other question on the curriculum developed by it, you talked a little bit about, the flow chart of when we're offering a new degree program and how that gets approved. What does it look like for curriculum? So in other words, you're going to make a modification to the base curriculum, or you're going to focus on a particular area more. Is the oversight the same process for that?
I think I understand the question.
Yeah. So in other words, it went to the provost, I think you said, and then the regents.
You mean like for making sure that what was proposed is actually what's being done?
Well,
Or
two things, I guess. So number one was, when we're offering a new degree program, so how that happens. I'm talking more about when there are changes in what we're already offering, right?
same process.
Okay.
So those proposed changes originate at the program level, and then they filter all the way up to the provost.
Okay, so it's the same level of oversight. Okay.
Correct.
And then it's still the same where the instructional materials that's up to the professor, and I guess the only one who would have oversight over that is the department head. Is that right?
Within the course, the faculty will select the materials that are appropriate for that course.
Right.
They are supposed to be teaching courses in their disciplinary expertise, and they'll select materials that support the course outcomes.
Okay. And then, on going back to who the Faculty Senate represents, it's all faculty, right? Or it's supposed to be every department, I guess, because you said they're elected by their department, and I guess that's the same for every university, same kind of structure there like that.
Yeah,
And
our
you said
Senate
3.
has about 140 members, which is roughly 8% of our full-time faculty. And we have representatives from all 16 of our colleges. Some of the committees, like the Research and Scholarship, Undergraduate and Graduate and Professional Studies Committee, they have differences in how representatives are selected and allocated. But overall, we're supposed to be representative of the faculty that are teaching at the university.
So
working at the
140 is a lot. I was in the House before, and 150 members, and it's like herding cats, kind of.
Agreed.
For 30 million people. So when there's a change, I mean, who's drafting? Is it an individual faculty member, or is it staff when there are major changes? I mean, who's kind of in charge of that process when they're changes in degree programs or curriculum being proposed? How does that happen as a subcommittee? What I'm trying to get at is, what role, I guess, would be staff's role in that? With that many, members of a faculty senate, it's hard for, I guess, an individual one to have a lot of impact.
Let me back up for just a second. So that's our whole Senate. Out of that whole Senate, our undergraduate committee has 32 elective Senate representatives on that committee. In addition to those 32 elected senators, then we also have a handful of ex officio members. So people from the provost office, members of the undergraduate advising council, which are our staff personnel, members of the registrar's office, members of the enrollment services division, members of Office of Admissions. So that undergraduate committee is much smaller than the 140. That 140 is all of us together across all the different committees. So our undergraduate committee is more on the size, 32 elected senators, and then if we count all of those ex officio folks, we probably balloon up to about 40 people working on the undergraduate curriculum.
Okay. And so some of those, you said admissions and they're not professors, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that gets back to Chairman's question of, some of those positions or staff positions that actually are political in nature. So I wonder, you mentioned that you thought that had no role at all, but I think you were speaking from the professor's standpoint. What about, some of the other positions that have this say in the faculty senate that are not actually professors and are not elected by their department heads?
Well, my response would be that those are not political appointments either. I mean, we're all state employees. We're all bound to abide by the laws of the state. We're not to, advocate or weigh in on any sort of politics. The staff appointments to that committee are made on the basis of their position, right? That definition of ex officio. Per their position, they have a critical stake. Our Senate and our administration believes they have a critical stake in the policies and procedures and proposals that are passing through those committees.
Okay.
So my answer is the same. I don't think we have undue political influence within the faculty, and I don't think we have it within the staff either.
And obviously this is the level before the instructional materials and what's happening in each department. It's the big picture. I guess it's sort of like the TEKS, in K-12, where it's like the bones, I guess, of, what the instructional materials are supposed to be. So, I think really one of the issues that we've kind of danced around today is how are they selected in these elections? So who's voting? Are all faculty members voting? How do they obtain that support within their department? Is it weighted? What happens when only, say 50% of the professors are voting? How does that happen?
Within the undergraduate committee, this is one of what we call a direct elect committee. So within a college, faculty members stand for election, and they have to meet the requirements that we mentioned earlier. They have to have taught in 2 of the last 3 years in undergraduate classes, and they have to have a significant role in the undergraduate curriculum for their unit. And so the undergraduate committee gets 2 seats for each of the colleges that has an undergraduate program. And then to get us up to that number of 32, then those extra seats are divided by the number of semester credit hours, and it's capped at a certain number. So one college that's very large can't swamp out all of the voices on that committee. Maximum anybody can have is 8 representatives there. The way that faculty appear on the ballot for election varies by college. Some colleges will have a little more coordination about who they want to nominate, but our process is that all faculty are able to self-nominate to those committees. You don't have to be nominated by someone else. We have not observed faculty campaigning amongst each other to become elected to these positions. They're really seen as service. They're not seen as opportunities to, dig at administration or to fulfill a personal agenda, right? We're not a cabal. We're not trying to drive a personal, individual agenda. Right? The faculty at the university have a long-term buy-in on the institutional success of that institution, especially those faculty with tenure. Right? They have made their career at that institution. They want to see that institution be as good as it can be, and I would argue even more so for the non-tenure track faculty. Right? Our worth rises and falls with the institution. We're often teaching only. We're not establishing that secondary research portfolio that we could take and market at another place. We really are invested in the university and its success and prestige as a whole. So no, I have not observed faculty having untoward interactions and trying to get elected to these seats. Sometimes we have the opposite problem. We have to do a little bit of arm twisting because it is a lot of work. We have to find the right people that will take on all those extra hours beyond their regular faculty jobs. They still need to teach. They still need to do their research activities. And then now we're asking them to review 400 plus course proposals, a number of degree proposals, university policy changes. It's a lot. And we, in my opinion, have not had an issue with faculty seeking to pervert that system.
Okay. And I ask because, we all know, elections are political. They are. So I was very curious if, in being elected to these faculty senates, if they basically said, I want to advance a certain agenda.
No, we have not seen that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate each of your testimony, and I think that concludes our questions for your panel. Thank you, each of you. Appreciate you being here on this very important Veterans Day and with all these topics on our agenda. We're thankful for you and what you do for us.
We didn't slip in the top school for veterans in the state, did we?
No, we did not, but duly noted. Yeah. Okay, at this time, the chair calls Sherry Sylvester, Distinguished Research Fellow at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and Nick Down, Associate Director of External Affairs at the American Council of Trustees and Alumni. And again, we'll ask both of you to complete your testimony before the members weigh in with questions. And we're sure thankful for you being here today. Ms. Sylvester, we'll begin with you.
Thank you, Chairman Creighton. My name is Sherry Sylvester, and I'm a Distinguished Senior Fellow at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. I want to begin by congratulating you and the committee for your leadership in the passage of the strongest and most effective anti-DEI legislation in the country. But we've always known that ensuring compliance with SB 17 would not be enough to change the culture of our campuses, which continue to revolve around identity politics, gender and race theory, and a bedrock belief that America is built and maintained on systemic racism, oppression, and privilege. We saw this vividly at the committee's last hearing in May. the tragedy of what DEI has done to the young minds of Texans. Many of the students who testified didn't seem to be able to say who they were, instead describing what they were. I am a racial identity. I am a gender identity. I am a sexual preference identity. DEI dictates that individualism is racist, so they have lost who they are. More than a few of the students were so overcome with emotion because the DEI program was closing down that they could not hold back their tears. Remember this, one woman said she was emotionally exhausted. Another sobbed that she was ashamed to have graduated from the University of Texas. Texas taxpayers make billion-dollar investments in Texas public universities every year to prepare these students to launch productive and prosperous lives and participate in Texas's thriving global economy. They won't be able to do that with these misguided and frankly pathetic worldviews. That's why it's critical that this committee look deeply into what is being taught and in university classrooms. How did so many students become so radically misinformed? I did just a quick search of the course catalog at UT. TPPF will get you one that's much more precise, but I just want to show you this. Just looking at the course names, there are over 400 courses that include the word gender. That's the big line on the end. Nearly 200 include race and identity. By comparison, less than 5% include the U.S. Federalist Papers, the Declaration of Independence. None included Abraham Lincoln. The curriculum, like curriculums at all Texas universities, are developed by faculty, senates, and councils who insist, as recently as last week at A&M, that they are charged with designing the curriculum. But the question is, charged by whom? Texas Code establishes a 42-course core curriculum that gives that charge to the boards of regents, Higher Education Coordinating Board, with making sure that it's followed. Faculty is not mentioned in the code. Still, at Texas A&M last week, the Faculty Senate refused to inactivate the LGBTQ Studies minor as directed. When they were overridden by a dean and the provost, they adamantly proclaimed that they have the, quote, final say on oversight of the curriculum. These faculty groups are mistaken. They frequently insist that their power comes from university accreditors that require so-called, quote, shared governance. But shared governance is also not in the Texas Code. Former President Trump and President-elect Trump initiated changes to shut down corruption in the university accreditation process during his first term, and he has promised even broader accreditation reforms going forward. Senator Middleton's got a bill coming down the pike looking at accreditation. But ensuring that Texas, accreditors in Texas cannot compel universities to break state law. Just one more point regarding Senate Bill 25 that we talked about and those flag courses at UT and how they actually work. A student may arrive at UT thinking she has fulfilled her core curriculum requirement for U.S. and Texas history, only to learn that she has not taken a course to satisfy UT's, quote, cultural diversity in the U.S. flag, which largely includes courses on marginal cultures. Similarly, a student may have taken courses to fulfill quantitative literacy in the core curriculum, only to learn that to graduate at UT, they must take a flag course called quantitative reasoning, like numbering race, which is a course on African American the diaspora. They're not just duplicative, they are a creation of faculty designed to insert an ideological requirement in the curriculum. I'm glad to hear they're going to be reviewed. We've got to, just let me wrap this up, we've got to eliminate the overreach in faculty control over the curriculum. Just a couple of things you could do. Currently, faculty senates vote on courses and curriculum with secret ballots. If they're going to continue to operate on public university campuses, at a minimum, these votes must be public, and all the curriculum proposals discussed here should be available to public. The meetings should be open, they should be live streamed online. Most anti-DEI reformers, including me, believe that university administrators, not faculty, are the dominant force in propagating and maintaining ideological indoctrination on campuses. And we must do that. We must reduce the administrative bloat. But if we're going to refocus our universities on their mission of open inquiry and freedom of speech, we've got to take a look at the curriculum and who's controlling it.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvester. Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and distinguished members of the Subcommittee on Higher Education. My name is Nick Down, and I am the Associate Director of External Affairs with the American Council of Trustees and Alumni, or ACTA for short. By way of background, ACTA is a national nonprofit organization with over 29 years of dedicated experience promoting academic freedom, academic excellence, and accountability at our nation's four-year colleges and universities. My organization also offers resources, guidance, and best practices for college governing boards to assist them in fulfilling their fiduciary and oversight duties to the institutions they serve, and in the case of public schools, to the taxpayers of the state. It is a core belief of ACTA's that the university regents are appointed to be effective and engaged stewards of institutions and the public they serve, and they should not be treating their role, and they should never view their roles as honorary. In other words, it is the regents who should take the responsibility in leading and addressing the issues with DEI bureaucracies on college campuses. One does not need to spend a lot of time researching to learn how institutions in other states are overspending on programs, staff, and resources that incorporate DEI. In January, the College Fix reported that the University of Michigan allocated $30 million in payroll for salaries and benefits that could just as easily have been repurposed to repurposed to cover tuition and fees for almost 2,000 undergraduate students. The University of California at Berkeley's Division of Equity and Inclusion spends $36 million annually to support 400 full and part-time staff. To ACTA, the solution is clear. Texas University regents should take the lead in determining whether resources slated for administrative bureaucracies could be reallocated in ways that better serve students. Not only is overspending an issue, but the emphasis on DEI has really shortchanged academic job seekers, which in turn ultimately affects a state's workforce. Note, for example, a rubric used by several institutions in the University of California system to evaluate potential faculty candidates. It asks applicants to speak through their track record and future plans to promote DEI in research, teaching, and service. To be clear, this is a diversity rubric, this diversity rubric is a screening tool. An answer that does not align with an activist interviewer's agenda effectively ends the applicant's candidacy. For professors or potential staff who prioritize merit-based evaluations and viewpoint diversity, which should be the main consideration, this rubric presents a real challenge to being considered for employment. An opportunity to hire a strong candidate could easily be missed. Further, DEI offices have on occasion shown themselves to be discriminatory. In 2021, Northwestern University's Office of Institutional Diversity held an event for employees of color, but they intentionally left out Asian staff. When a group of Asian staff confronted the office, they were told that the venue was not big enough to host all the employees of color, so they were simply left out. Now, how are Texas institutions implementing this SB 17? Well, we have seen news coverage and reports from institutions that have cut DEI-related positions and closed departments, which is great news. On the other hand, we have also witnessed Texas institutions attempting to skirt the law by simply renaming positions and departments. ACTA recommends that all Texas institutions follow the example of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, what their Board of Trustees have done. Not only did UNC Chapel Hill's board reappropriate funding dedicated to DEI by shifting $2.3 million of this money to campus public safety, but the institution is also actively trying to change its campus culture by fostering a community dedicated to diversity of all kinds, especially intellectual and viewpoint diversity. In 2022, UNC Chapel Hill's board adopted the Chicago Principles on Free Expression and a policy of institutional neutrality modeled after the University of Chicago's 1967 Calvin Committee report. Now, I just want to take a few minutes to explain what the Chicago Principles and the Calvin Committee reports do. Broadly speaking, the purpose of a university is to discover, debate, and share knowledge. When a university realizes this purpose, it is of tremendous benefit to all members of the university community and the larger society. As in life, in higher education, it is often too tempting to suppress ideas and harass individuals who do not conform to established orthodoxies. Thus, policies protecting the free expression rights of each community member need to be adopted. The Chicago Principles and the Doctrine of Institutional Neutrality, as defined in the Calvin Report, are two such policies. Not only is UNC Chapel Hill adopting policies designed to foster free expression and viewpoint diversity, but the institution is also creating additional spaces where these foundational principles can thrive. In 2023, the board approved a resolution accelerating the establishment of the School of Civic Life and Leadership, or SKILL for short. SKILL is a new academic unit that aims to promote civic engagement and discourse, welcoming heterodox faculty and visiting scholars. The core of SKILL's mission is to expose students to diverse points of view, equipping them with the core competencies necessary to be good citizens. I would like to end my remarks by stating for the record that ACTA believes in diversity, equity, and inclusion. True diversity, equity, and inclusion. Diversity of the mind and heart, in which students and faculty freely exchange questions and ideas. This is the fearless diversity that advances understanding and progress. We believe a college education should be made affordable and accessible to all who wish to attend, regardless of race, creed, gender, or sexual orientation. While Texas institutions may be making headway in following the law through administrative direction and memoranda, it should be on the regents who are charged with ensuring that their schools are following the letter and the spirit of the law. Thank you again for inviting me to appear before you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate you both. Thank you for your testimony. Senator West.
As it relates to ACTA, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
What other policy initiatives other than elimination of diversity, equity, and inclusion do you guys have?
Sure. So unrelated to DEI, some other policy initiatives is we have a policy initiative that we call internally the Informed Trustee Act. This is a this is a bill or a model policy that has been passed and made law in.
I don't need all, but I just, what other initiatives? I don't need the purposes and all that. What other initiatives?
Absolutely. So ACTA, we advance a strong liberal arts core curriculum. We strongly advocate for institutions to monitor their spending trends, and we also promote free speech and intellectual diversity on campus.
Okay, and so as it relates to diversity, equity, and inclusion, you're here talking against such programs.
Sure.
Do those programs have any inherent benefits?
So the programs as they are characterized today, ACTA does not see any benefit in force feeding, mandatory trainings or mandatory course requirements on students and faculty.
Mandatory.
Right. Correct.
What about if it was voluntary?
If it was voluntary, that is ACTA believes that is the purpose of the university. If it's voluntary and staff want to take a voluntary training, more power to them. If students would like to take a course, more power to them.
Do you see diversity, equity, and inclusion to be a racial issue or what? Because a lot of times when I hear people talk against it, they're talking about the racial component. So is that the way your organization sees it?
So my organization, ACTA, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we promote intellectual diversity and viewpoint diversity in terms of diversity.
So do you see it as a racial issue?
As it's being portrayed in the media, yes.
As it's being portrayed. So we're what we are because we're what other people perceive us to be, and that's our social self. And so if indeed that's the way the media is portraying it, then the impact is inconsistent, I guess I could say, with what your organization believes in. Is that correct?
If I may, so in addition to the media, we also, as I mentioned in the first part of my remarks, we do speak with boards. We go before governing boards, UNC Chapel Hill, for example, UNC Charlotte, all 14 institutions in Ohio, and we have had many conversations where their boards feel that current DEI initiatives are going too far.
And that's dealing with racial issues. Is that correct?
Dealing with primarily, yes.
Okay, so primarily. So then you would agree with me that there's still a lot of work to be done in America to make certain that underrepresented individuals get into institutions of higher education so we can continue to develop the workforce of the future. Would you not agree with that?
Absolutely, but
Hold on. You agree with me, right?
Yes.
And to the extent that as we look at the implementation of anti-DEI type policies, that, well, let me back it up. To the extent that some of these DEI policies have helped with tutoring, mentoring, monies to attend college, you know, the financial aid is a critical component of being able to persist. And we're doing away with those particular programs. If indeed doing away with those programs, and follow me on this because it's a conjunctive question, if indeed we're doing away with those types of policies or activities or programs, and it has an adverse impact on students of color and underrepresented populations, wouldn't you say that that's inconsistent with developing the workforce of the future?
No, not necessarily. In my research on this issue, I have found a number of programs that states offer. For example, the Pennsylvania State Higher Education offers what they call an Act 101 program, which...
I'm sorry, Act 101?
Act 101, yes.
Okay.
Act 101, in which it is a program specifically designed to help disadvantaged or at-risk students who would like to attend institutions of higher education in Pennsylvania.
Has it been successful?
It has been successful, and again, in my research, I did not see anything where any sort of criteria had to do with race.
Any other types of programs around the country that you've seen that's been successful?
So other types of, I do have other examples, unfortunately not with me, but I'm happy to follow up with you.
Is it on a website or something where I can look at it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you would agree with me then that we need to make certain that there's no adverse impact in doing away with DEI programs on students that have had benefited for purposes of them attending and persisting through college. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And to the extent that it is, then we as policymakers, boards of regents, need to figure out whether programs, and I don't know about the Act 101 programs like that can mitigate the adverse impact.
Absolutely. So as I was mentioning, the Informed Trustee Act requires new and existing board members to any institution to familiarize themselves and to receive orientation and training on 14 different areas that go into the success of said institution. Some of those areas include the board's duty to the state, committee structures, open records laws.
I don't want to go through all that realistically. I'm narrowing in on diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm trying to figure out and make sure my colleagues know that there are programs that have been implemented in states that have passed anti-DEI laws that have been able to mitigate any adverse impact that it has on students in underrepresented communities being able to attend. And what you have told us is that a program in Pennsylvania called Act 101 is such a program. Am
Yes.
I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator West. Members, other questions? Okay, Ms. Sylvester, I wanted to ask just, and I had a question for both of you, but you know, we had some discussion about boards of regents and their responsibilities. Can you weigh in? And I would ask the same of both of you, just on how our boards of regents should appease institutional stakeholders, but at the end of the day, put, you know, academics first, politics aside, to make sure that the degrees that are offered are degrees of high value. Those degrees, that those degrees would be marketable based on not just the data we're seeing in the market itself, but based on CEO input and feedback. What is the responsibility of our boards of regents weighing in with university leadership, separate from a faculty senate?
Well, before I answer that, I just want to congratulate you all for being in the Texas Senate, which managed to run the entire state with 31 people and 16 committees. There's 113 people on the Faculty Senate Committee at the University of Texas, and we heard today 130 on another committee. They have committees on committees. They have an actual committee on committees. So you gentlemen and ladies are doing a great job. The model, the founders, what the Texas Code says is the boards of regents run the university. They are not an advisory board. They're appointed by the governor. They represent the people of Texas. You all vote every year. Going through that finance committee is, I think that's probably some of the most difficult hearings you have. Billions of dollars, billions of Texas dollars go to those universities, and it's critical that they guide that curriculum, that they determine. They're in the marketplace. Their input, their expertise is what's valuable. You know, I hope this isn't inappropriate, Mr. Chairman, but I'll just throw this in. You talked a lot about being political and not being political, and this isn't political. But I guess it is in a little bit. We ran the voting background of one of the faculty senates. I won't say which one, but one of the faculty senates. And what we found was that 78% of those faculty senate members vote Democrat. 6% voted Republican. 15% kind of went back and forth. That's fine, but you know, Senator West, you talk a lot about institutions that look like Texas. Doesn't look like Texas. So absolutely, Mr. Chairman, the boards of regents, if ACTA can help, if we can help, have got to be the driving force behind our universities.
And I would ask the same question, Mr. Downs. You know, what is the appropriate role of our Board of Regents and how they weigh in university governance? Should that be put in check by a faculty senate governance committee? And how should our boards of regents be? What type of orientation should they receive? What type of training to know their basic obligations, responsibilities, and duties?
Sure. So to answer the first part of your question, Mr. Chair, the Board of Regents in Texas should be the buck should stop with them. The previous president on an earlier panel said the buck stops with him, and he is correct. But ACTA would say that it's the boards that hold the ultimate fiduciary and oversight of their institution. They should be receiving timely, of course, accurate information from the administration and the president in order to make informed decisions. To answer the second part of your question, there's a number of different types of trainings and orientations. As I mentioned, a few states have implemented laws that require such. In addition, ACTA, we have a board services program where we will go to an institution that is interested in training for their board, and we speak to the institution, to the board. We have multiple meetings, and our board services orientations are specifically curated to that institution.
So, in the spirit of your answer, how do you reconcile that with faculty senates exerting votes of no confidence on decisions of university leadership that is also aligned with the Board of Regents' decisions and their policies that they put forward?
Sure. So at ACTA, we do believe that every stakeholder group within a university does have a say: faculty senates, boards, presidents, administrators, et cetera. However, as I said a few seconds ago, whatever decisions or votes come from a faculty senate are good to know, but it's ultimately the governing board of the institution who should make the final decision.
And so, obviously, the boards of regents are confirmed by the Senate, and we certainly could exert our preferences in that review process and in that initial interview in our Senate confirmation hearings. But separate from that, does ACTA provide orientation opportunities for new boards of regents to understand their role and governance for the university itself?
Yes.
Yeah. And then how do you access, how's that access provided?
Absolutely. So ACTA is we are a fully nonprofit organization. All of our publications, resources, and publications are completely free and available on our website. However, if a board would like additional information or would like to invite ACTA to said institution for an orientation, we're happy to do so.
Yeah, and just I know there's quite a bit of discussion on the DEI ban overall, and it's important to remind ourselves what we gathered as data, not across the nation, but in Texas, for what was the state of the state under 10 years of DEI units across the state in our public universities. We had political leftist loyalty oaths that weren't designed based on race, but the universities were requiring any applicant to be a professor at the university to sign those political leftist loyalty oaths, right? Those oaths weren't based on race, they were based on politics. There were professors being terminated in Texas for simply pledging to treat every student equally, consistent with the teachings of Martin Luther King and certainly what all of our expectations would be, which would be a fair shot, right? Equal treatment. There were websites for DEI strategies at public universities that had excluded the Latino community. There were strategies at Texas A&M that excluded Asian Americans from those DEI strategies. I don't think it's anyone's goal to cease doing everything possible to achieve diverse outcomes for our universities. It's how can we accomplish that? Under 10 years of data, minority faculty and recruitment and hiring for Texas universities under DEI units went from 3.1% to 1.4%, went down in our Texas public universities. So Texas Women's University, that's never had a DEI sanctioned university funded office, has the most diverse campus in the state and the most diverse faculty hiring performance in the state without a DEI unit funded by the university. So how can we take this money that's saved from the reduction or removal of these DEI units on campuses and redeploy it into recruiting the most diverse students and the most diverse faculty that, of course, meet the merit requirements of what we're all trying to achieve, which is outcomes based on merit at the end of the day, performance, with the overall goal of having the best diverse outcomes we could possibly obtain. That's the goal of the committee. That is the goal and certainly the outcome and the results of passing the DEI ban and the removal of these units, because we're not all here for mediocrity. We're here for excellence. And we can achieve that together if we can get through some tough conversations about the difference between nomenclature and what units are called and what they're really producing and what they're really achieving. So thank you both for your time and attendance. Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognized. Yes, sir.
And most of the things you said I agree with. We will continue to have this discussion, hopefully not in perpetuity. Your organization is a part of the 2025 proposal.
No, we are not. So ACTA, we will work with any organization that shares our values.
Are you on the advisory board of 2025? Is your organization on the advisory board of 2025?
Yes, we are on the advisory.
That's all I asked you. Okay. Now, you've been around policy a long time.
Yes.
All right. Do you throw the baby out with the bathwater? You know, you've heard that saying.
Yes, I've heard that saying.
Do you throw the baby out with the bathwater?
No, as it relates to Project 2025?
As it relates to just any policy. If you have an organization, if you have certain policy in place, and you find someone is not acting pursuant to that policy, do you throw the whole policy out, or do you deal with that specific instance? As an example, Chairman talked about requiring people to take political oaths. Not every university in the state of Texas was doing that.
Right.
It's probably a one-off. So should you do away with DEI because of that? One instance? Okay? No.
No.
You correct that behavior, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Professors terminated for not treating people fairly. Well, I think that's what you said. I may be wrong with that.
Professors terminated for pledging to treat every student equally.
Okay, sure. So not every university in the state did that. Maybe a one-off. Do you do away with a program because you have someone that's done that, or do you try to make certain it's not done again? I assume that you would say you would try to make sure that behavior is corrected.
Yeah,
Okay.
Correct, yes.
And I have not looked at the statistics concerning what the chairman has said about hiring practices in the state. What I would say is, having been on the finance committee as long as I have been on finance committee, there's been variability in funding DEI-related programs. You made note of, I think, the University of Michigan that had like $30 million or something like that.
Yes.
And part of it was used for DEI-related programs. You didn't say the whole $30 million was. You said that it was incorporated in that $30 million. The money spent for DEI was incorporated in $30 million. Did I misunderstand you?
Yes, and if that's how it was received, then I misspoke. The entirety of the $30 million was for DEI initiatives and positions.
Let me ask this, and I'm staying with Michigan. What type of results did they have in terms of increasing of diversity amongst underrepresented universities during that time period?
From my understanding and my research, very little.
Very little?
Very little. Very little change in recruiting and the like.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can intersect.
Please hold on for
Okay.
a second. So what time period are we talking about?
I believe that statistic was from 21 and or 22.
Just in 21?
Or 21 and 22.
21, 22, okay. All right. Now, okay, Ms. Sylvester, you were about to say something.
I was just going to say that the University of Michigan has the largest DEI program in the country, and as you know, the African-American population of Michigan is much higher than ours. The African-American population in Michigan is about, the student population is about, about 5%. That's not made any increase despite their multi-billion-dollar investment.
You know, and we've been on each other a long time. I would hope that you would spend some of your valuable and very valuable expertise on how do we change the number of faculty members that are from underrepresented communities. I wish you would spend.
I would love to talk about that.
Not only talk about it, but give us some policy consideration. You have a lot of input into policy around this Capitol. You know it as well as I do. Mm-hmm. You have a lot of input and into talking to senators, chairmen of committees, lieutenant governors, and things like that. I would hope that you would help me find a way and others find a way to make sure that underrepresented students don't feel isolated, alienated in terms of being able to attend universities in the state of Texas. So, I'd welcome that conversation with you and suggestions from you.
Absolutely, you've got it. I'm on it.
Thank you.
And I thank you, Senator West. And I would add to that as well, Ms. Sylvester, to help us reconcile degrees of value versus degrees that just aren't bringing our students the value that after maxing out guaranteed student loans and borrowing from friends and family and doing everything they can to survive, getting through the process of being a student like I had to, which was a very, very long, rough road for me personally.
High school all the way through.
That's exactly right. Yeah. How can we focus on degrees of value that are affordable? How can we make sure our students are aware of those degree paths that tie to career paths, what it means for our ultimate workforce? And then conversely, a lot of the degrees that you mentioned that are offered that have no value whatsoever in the marketplace, that they would also understand that as well. And our university regents and our university presidents and chancellors and administrators, they've got to make the tough decisions that sometimes are just going to be difficult on campus, but decisions that meet the expectation not of a faculty senate, but of the Texas Senate that represents over 31 million Texans that may not ever have a chance to go to the University of Texas, ever. But they own a piece of that flagship in their heart, in their DNA, whether they can enroll there or not. And it's very, very important how we handle and manage the future of these flagships for the student and the adult learner. Thank you. Appreciate both of you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Senator Middleton.
I had a quick question, sorry, for Nick. What are some of the best practices in other states that you've seen for, we call them regents, but trustee oversight of faculty senates and also department heads? So what are some of the best practices you've seen? Because the buck does stop at the regents at the end of the day, the trustees.
Sure. So some examples I can cite. UNC Chapel Hill again. Well, let me back up real quick. So in our experience when talking to boards of trustees, there is a very common, and we call it misconception, boards shouldn't have any sort of say in curricular development. We try and dissuade them from that notion. So one board, again, at ACTA, we consider UNC pretty much a shining example, but they frequently have conversations with faculty with their faculty senate, not formal meetings, like side conversations, and they're just in continuous communication, and their board has asked to be kept apprised of everything their faculty senate is doing, even in between their formal meetings.
So like a kind of a reporting,
Yes.
like a board report. The board's meeting. Here's
Right.
the board report on the faculty senate's activities in the last month or quarter,
Right.
whenever they're meeting. Okay,
Yes.
interesting. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Middleton. Thank you both, Ms. Sylvester, Mr. Downs, for your valuable testimony. This time, the chair will call the following panelists forward: Dr. Deborah Conway, Vice Dean for Undergraduate Medical Education at UT Health Science Center, San Antonio; Laura Morgan, Senior Director of Programs at Do No Harm; and Philip Genevieve, Policy Strategist at Do No Harm. Okay, go ahead.
Chairman Creighton, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Subcommittee on Higher Education today. I'm Dr. Deborah Conway, Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology and Vice Dean for Undergraduate Medical Education at the Joe Ard and Teresa Lozano Long School of Medicine at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio. We understand this is a very important topic for you and the legislature. I'm here to provide resources and our perspective on this important medical curriculum query regarding health equity. As we stand as an institution compliant with Senate Bill 17 and have received additional guidance and input in implementing our teaching protocols with UT System. By way of background, I have been on the faculty at UT Health San Antonio for 29 years and have served in the role of Vice Dean for Undergraduate Medical Education since 2020. Prior to that, I served for 8 years as the Associate Dean for Curriculum for our MD degree program. I'm the lead Dean's Office executive responsible for our compliance, for maintaining our compliance with medical school accreditation requirements put forth by the Liaison Committee for Medical Education, the entity that accredits all MD programs in the United States. Generally speaking, the concept of health equity involves striving for the highest possible standard of health for all individuals, identifying the needs of those at highest risk of poor health outcomes, and the underlying issues that prevent people from being healthy. Some of these issues are structural. For example, the lack of ready access to specialists or other health resources in some rural areas of Texas. And many efforts to address health equity take place at the level of health systems, governments and government agencies, and public health entities. At the Long School of Medicine at UT Health San Antonio, we teach our medical students about the concept of health equity with the goal of graduating physicians who are prepared to contribute to healthcare workforce needs and are trained to provide excellent care for the people of South Texas and beyond. As physicians, our primary responsibility is to the patient in front of us. Optimal care for that patient requires a base of medical knowledge combined with skills of physical examination, test interpretation, critical thinking, effective communication, and trust building. We aim to equip our students with the knowledge and skills necessary for them to take both medical and non-medical drivers of health into account as important factors in comprehensive and effective care. These factors can include issues like financial resources, distance to and availability of services that we might recommend, and cultural or religious norms and practices. Just as we teach about how diseases affect different organs, how medications work to alleviate symptoms, and how to home in on a diagnosis through history, physical exam, and diagnostic testing, we also teach students how to inquire about and respond to potential non-medical factors that may impact a patient's care and their health outcome. Like other medical schools, the MD curriculum at Long School of Medicine is overseen by a curriculum committee comprised of faculty, students, and support staff, and informed by current medical practice and medical education standards. The curriculum committee sets graduation requirements for the MD degree, establishes the types and sequence of courses, regularly reviews course evaluations, and ensures that the curriculum results in the achievement of established student learning outcomes, including success on national licensure exams. The curriculum committee tailors courses to respond to developments in medicine and industry best practices, student feedback, and accreditation requirements. And I'll briefly describe a couple of activities that address the topic of health equity that occur in our curriculum and that have been approved by our curriculum committee. In the first semester of the first year of the 4-year curriculum for the MD degree, students are introduced to how non-medical factors can impact health. Some of these factors are explored in greater depth in subsequent sessions. For example, in the latter part of the first year, students have a session solely devoted to the importance of taking a patient's spirituality and spiritual practices and beliefs into account. including learning skills of inquiry in this area. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of UT Health San Antonio and as a member institution of the UT system. As mentioned, my exact focus is medical school curriculum, but I will attempt to best answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee for inviting me here today. My name is Laura Morgan, and I'm a registered nurse, educated and licensed in the state of Texas since 1983. I was a good nurse, and I loved my career for almost 40 years. But I don't work as a nurse at the Baylor Scott and White Hospital in College Station anymore. Why? DEI. I was fired because I stood up against diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology. I'd been assigned a course titled Overcoming Unconscious Bias. I knew what that meant, and I took my concerns to hospital officials. But their response was clear. Take the course, attest that you agree, or you don't work here. So unconscious and implicit bias it's a concept that says that I'm prejudiced against people when we don't share the same skin color, only I'm not aware of it. Baylor Scott and White wanted me to attest that I would stop at the point of decision making and consider these assumed biases so that I don't do anything to harm the people I encounter at the hospital. When I was an ICU and ER nurse, my patients wanted me to consider their inability to breathe or their traumatic injuries rather than playing identity politics. So now I work for Do No Harm, an organization that is dedicated to removing DEI from medicine. And in my work with Do No Harm, I've encountered several healthcare professionals, and some have actually walked away from their careers because they reside in states like Michigan that forces them to take implicit bias training as a condition of getting or keeping a license. The healthcare industry has complained loudly for a long time about workforce shortages, yet that same industry is willing to kick experienced personnel to the curb in the name of ideology. Last year, I authored a report that showed how DEI had infiltrated our Texas medical schools, and Senate Bill 17 took care of a lot of those issues. However, there are still examples from the university websites that still exist. The need to eliminate DEI in Texas healthcare is urgent because experienced healthcare providers are needed at the bedside, and a patient's life may depend on that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Philip, is it Genevieve?
Philip Genevine.
Genevine. Got it. Close. Go ahead. And if you could speak into the microphone, if you could move it closer to you. Thank you. Yeah.
So to the chair, to the members of the committee, thank you for having me.
Yeah.
I'm a policy strategist with Do No Harm, and I'm here today to highlight 3 distinct reforms in a post-SB 17 legislative environment that you all can use to protect your citizens, education, healthcare, and workforce. The first is hiring. We're all aware of the Supreme Court decision which prohibited race-based affirmative action admissions. What that decision didn't touch was hiring. It's important for Texas to have stronger oversight here and protect the Texas educational system at its backbone of the employees. The second is licensing. Implicit bias training, DEI education, these should not be conditions for employment. These should not be conditions for obtaining or renewing a license to practice. No one should have to go through what Laura went through. Texas has a real opportunity here to proactively defend its citizens and prop up their healthcare providers here. The third is state funds, is taxpayer dollars. We already see DEI in government. We see it in state agencies. There was a 2023 article in which a whistleblower came forth and shed light on how TxDOT, how Texas Department of Transportation, was spreading DEI initiatives and proliferating a DEI toolkit within the agency. If you go online right now, you can see implicit bias curricula within Texas HHS. It's one thing to have DEI in government, it's another entirely to fund it. And it somewhat pains me to say, as a native Texan, that we really can take inspiration from other states here who have gone further on oversight, on enforcement, such as Iowa, Tennessee, Utah, which have private rights of action for citizens to keep violating universities and violating institutions honest. Some of these states have greater curriculum transparency or have standardized testing. And there are multiple forms that Texas can use to bolster the good effort that was done in SB 17 and better protect their citizens here and reinforce the Texas workforce. Thank you for the time.
It's good. Thank you to each of you and for your testimony. Members, questions? Yes, Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Chairman. On the, I guess, employment side, so the application, like on the ban on COVID vaccine mandates, what we did is we said it applies to prospective employees and prospective contractors as well. So there wasn't going to be like we're just going to shift people over to contractors and then it doesn't apply because they're not direct employees. How have you seen this implemented on the, I guess, prospective contractor and employee side with DEI policies being, I guess, required? I don't really understand how where we're going with that, but if you could kind of give me some examples, I think it would help.
I don't have examples off the top of my head, just because I want to be exceedingly accurate, but we do have language available that prohibits DEI both within agencies and within third-party contractors.
So kind of similar, that's what I was thinking, is that it was somewhat similar to what we saw with the ban on COVID vaccine mandates, where it wasn't as direct, but it was a limitation on prospective contractors, essentially, where we saw that in a lot of different scenarios, unfortunately, where religious exemptions, medical exemptions were not being recognized, and that was sort of the loopholes, shift them to the contracting side. So I guess it would be like a condition to employment, or a weight maybe if you're a contractor, where or DEI could be weighted highly to prospective contractors. Is that kind of how y'all have seen it work? Because I know y'all are worked in other states as well besides Texas.
Well, it's important to protect state funds from any amount of DEI, third-party contracting, or from any DEI initiatives that would take away from merit within these state agencies.
Okay, and then Laura, I don't know if you were at Baylor Scott and White, and how did they implement that? I mean, I know they tried to with employees directly, but what did you see with prospective employees?
With implicit bias training?
Yeah.
Yes, Senator, thank you for the question. This implicit bias training that I was mandated to take was bundled up with all the other compliance training that anybody who's worked in a healthcare facility is very familiar with. HIPAA training, your safety, fraud, waste, and abuse, those sort of things. And it was put into that bundle to where it was all or nothing. You either completed 100% of all of those modules or the whole thing. That unconscious bias training course had not been implemented in the years prior, and it hasn't been seen in the years past.
So it was a condition of employment, basically. You're going to have to do this training, or you're not going to get to work here, basically.
Yes, Senator.
holding people's job hostage, essentially, where there's going to be an adverse action. The adverse action is you don't get to work there. Yeah, pretty much. It's the gist of it.
Senator, I was sent home on unpaid administrative leave and was told you can complete this course.
If you could, please talk into the microphone.
Yes, sir. I was told you could complete this course from home and come back to work. Otherwise, it's grounds for termination.
Okay. So, threatening people's job that's about, the worst thing you can do, to someone that is invested in this. Medical school's not cheap, so everyone's carrying a very large student debt burden, at that point, so.
Even as a registered nurse, Senator, I do have that student loan debt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Senator Middleton. Any other questions? Dr. Conway, I wanted to ask you, just to wrap it up, you mentioned the curriculum committee at the end of your testimony, faculty, students weighing in, support staff. Who decides who serves on that particular committee?
Thank you for the question. So within the within the Long School of Medicine bylaws, it is stipulated which sorts of faculty participate in the curriculum committee. There are at-large positions. There are people involved with the classroom, preclinical, clinical. So seats assigned by roles within the curriculum. There's an open call every year for interested faculty and students to join. And then the Medical Faculty Assembly makes recommendations to the dean for appointments to the committee.
And are those appointments just based on interviews and relationships and network recommendations, or are there any other qualifications tied to it?
The main qualification is expertise in the area and a dedication to our MD curriculum.
Got it. And is this standard across most HRIs, from what you understand?
We have a mandate from our accreditation to have the curriculum committee be the primary source of authority over our MD curriculum, but each school may populate their committee in different ways. That's not a mandate.
Does UT Health San Antonio have a faculty senate?
The university has a faculty senate, yes, sir.
So the university does, and how does that faculty senate overlap with the curriculum committee that you discuss in any way?
There's no way.
There's no overlap?
There's no overlap,
Yeah.
sir.
Got it. And then last, you talked about health equity in your remarks, the role that it plays in students' medical training. Can you tell us a little bit more as far as just for our committee's benefit and those listening about any other social determinants of health in general?
Anything specific or?
Just whatever's on your mind. Yeah.
So, as I mentioned, it's an important skill for our students to have a recognition that the patient in front of us, we typically have an array of things that we could offer them given their history, physical, and test findings. We want our students to get an understanding of the different factors that might make one plan more effective for the patient in front of us, to take that patient and their family and their wishes and their beliefs into account, to come to the best mutual decision for the path forward. Sometimes it's having a difficult conversation with them and delivering bad news and how to best go about that, because I have been curious about you and what is important to you. Mm-hmm. We want to give our students not just the knowledge that that's important, but skills to actually do that. So we teach that in the didactic portions, and then we put that into practice when they're in their clinical rotations.
And then based on Ms. Morgan's testimony of her experience, there's nothing in your curriculum or in your policies that would eventually lead to some sort of outcome that she experienced. Is that correct, or is there?
We have nothing that there's no mandatory training or attestation by our students to any of these topics.
I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, the care of patients and their ultimate survival depends on you promoting students in your framework that provide and bring forward the most merit, correct? I mean, merit overall is certainly what any of us would hope that an attending physician or a nurse or anyone in the medical field would be in front of us giving us advice or responding to us from an emergency standpoint. Merit is not equity, but merit is ultimately what would provide the most care to someone in need. Isn't that correct?
Absolutely, and we take in 240 spectacular students every year that then it's our responsibility to make sure that we take them through that next phase of their training so that they can go out and take great care of people.
Good. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator West.
would it be a fair statement to say that you've exercised the same deliberative process over these many years, and you've had very few, if any, of your students that didn't lack merit when they went out into practice?
I would agree with that, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely what we're all striving to achieve in these outcomes. Okay, members, any other questions for this panel? Thank you very much for your time and your patience through the day. Okay, for everyone here in attendance, we're moving on to the public testimony side of our agenda. So thank you for your participation today in the hearing and your patience and continuing to be a part of a very important process for us as committee members. Each witness will have 2 minutes to complete his or her testimony on all charges. Please stick very closely to those time frames to be fair to everyone else that's waiting and to make sure that everyone has the same amount of time to bring their points, their viewpoints forward. We'll bring witnesses up in panels of 4, and our members will have the opportunity to ask witnesses questions at the completion of each panel. A reminder to our public witnesses, you must state your name, who you represent, and the charge or charges you're testifying on at the start of your testimony. And please do your best within that short 2 minutes of time to be constructive and substantive in your comments and remarks. That will be the best for us as a committee to take those remarks seriously and to take them to heart as we're making some very important decisions going forward. I just want to remind all of our witnesses that that would be the highest value for us as a committee, hearing your comments and your preferences. So with that, we will start with Leonard Bright. Professor Leonard Bright, please come forward. Charlotte Canning, Kennedy Cortez, and Genesis Britz. And we might have lost some of our committee participants and those that had hoped to testify just because of time. So if you're aware of anyone that had to exit, please let the committee know, and we'll do our best to get the next person up as quickly as possible. And I know we have an overflow room, so we're going to try, as we call witnesses, to give those called a little bit of time to walk over. And if you miss that time and we call someone else, just let us know, and we'll call you as soon as we can. So those first called, Professor Leonard Bright, Charlotte Canning, Kennedy Cortez, and Genesis Britz. And so are we missing Kennedy Cortez?
Right here.
And then are we missing, we have Genesis as well. Good. Thank you. I knew it took a little bit of time to walk over from the overflow room, so we were trying to give you time to get here. So we'll start with Professor Leonard Bright. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman.
Welcome. And please know that we're very pleased that you're here and looking forward to your testimony, and just exhale and have a conversation with us. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman, and to the other members of the committee. My name is Dr. Leonard Bright. I am a professor at Texas A&M University, Vice President of the American Association of University of Professors Texas Conference East Region. I'm here speaking as a citizen of Texas in favor of the vital role of the faculty senates in our Texas higher education institutions. Faculty senates are partners that help higher education institutions achieve their mission to the citizens of the state of Texas. I have several years of experience as a faculty senator at Texas A&M. I am not obligated to participate as a faculty senator. I could have easily avoided this responsibility, withdrew from any concern about my university, and focused only on my research and teaching obligations, those aspects of my job that will lead to higher financial rewards and prestige. If most of the faculty took this path, our higher education institutions would suffer. This is one of the reasons why many faculty, like myself, are bewildered as to why faculty senates have become an enemy of the state of Texas that warrant the legislation or warrant legislators to create proposals that will silence and even dismantle them. Those of us who participate as faculty senators do so out of a respect, concern, and even love for our institutions. Like you, we are also concerned with the cost of higher education. We're concerned with the waste and misuse of public funds, the reputations of our institutions, and the workforce needs of our state, and et cetera. The faculty senators are partners in the creation of solutions and strategies to tackle these challenges. Creating policies and laws that limit these contributions will diminish the success of our great educational institutions in Texas. Instead, I ask that you empower the faculty senates to continue the vital role they play in Texas higher education and on behalf of the state of Texas. Thank you for your time.
It's great testimony. Thank you. Ms. Canning.
Thank you so much. My name is Charlotte Canning. I'm speaking today as a private citizen who has been in Texas for over 30 years. Additionally, I can provide a short bibliography on shared government if it would be useful. It's an honor to participate in this hearing, and I very much thank the committee for holding it. I'm a tenured professor at UT Austin and an active participant in shared governance. I know it has had a beneficial impact on the education of Texas students. Shared governance is a cornerstone of U.S. higher education and helped build the world's best system. The idea is almost 1,000 years old and argues that universities should be evaluated on the quality of student learning and the impact of faculty research. At UT Austin, shared governance focuses primarily on curriculum. In collaboration with executive leadership, faculty ensure that curriculum is based on groundbreaking research in order to foster the highest standards. This ensures that students are fully prepared for today's ever-changing, demanding, and competitive world. It is an economically efficient system that draws on existing expertise with no need to hire additional employees. Shared governance is integral to UT Austin's commitment to building a talent-strong Texas, the strategic plan of the Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board that focuses on attaining credentials of value and fostering research innovation to keep Texas globally competitive. Shared governance has evolved to be a collaboration among faculty, students, and executive leadership to ensure that innovation at the university drives state economic growth. Faculty expertise through shared governance is at the disposal of the university to meet institutional goals pragmatically and effectively. Shared governance is a shared commitment to the success of President Hartzell's strategic plan to make UT Austin the highest impact university. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Really appreciate that. Go ahead. You're next. Is it Ms. Britz?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Genesis Britz. I'm a first-generation student at the University of Texas at Austin, double majoring in government and philosophy. I'm here to talk to you about 3 words that make many very uncomfortable: diverse, equity, and inclusion. DEI has often been described as discriminatory, yet that could not be further from the truth. For one, discriminatory and inclusion are oxymorons. DI is not a set of initiatives aimed at excluding those who have historically been privileged in academia and professional spaces. DI allows diverse groups of people to feel included in spaces where they historically have not been permitted to enter due to their gender and skin color. DI allows your daughters to feel empowered and remember that they too belong in STEM, politics, fine arts, and medicine. DI was initiated because Black students weren't allowed to attend UT Austin until 1956. DI is necessary because it wasn't until 2021 that UT finally admitted enough Hispanics to be considered a Hispanic serving institution. But those who advocate for SB 17, you already knew that. Minorities becoming anywhere close to equal makes you uncomfortable. Not only have you come for our organizing, but for our curriculum. Perfect politicians know how to find loopholes in pieces of legislation to implement self-serving agendas. And you have done just that, hiding behind workforce outcomes to defund liberal art departments. In order to have the well-rounded education that Jay Hartzell argues is imperative to keep UT as a high academic standing, we need diversity, equity, and inclusion. Those who are standing before you will inevitably sit in your seats with the degrees you are aiming to defund, but you can decide if we will be looking towards the future or forced to look back and clean up after decisions you will make. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Ms. Cortez. Thank you.
I'd like to acknowledge first that we're on the indigenous lands of Turtle Island, so I expect your full attention. My name is Kennedy Cortez. I am a recent UT alumni with a degree in neuroscience and indigenous studies. DEI studies and programs foster an inclusivity in the broader educational experience as seen around the nation, enabling students and professionals to address diverse experiences. Medical education specifically is vital to this state and more importantly to the people whose lives ultimately depend on it and in many cases are lost. In taking courses that address cultural and diversity flags, I was able to gain an education that served not one but all populations. Health and society and ethnic studies courses offered UT students a space to engage in real life experiences of people who come to the healthcare system to not be seen as a number, but as a person. As an Indigenous person, I have experienced the ways in which our current professionals lack the knowledge of how to address health disparities in Native populations. Trying to ban the DEI curriculum sends a message that the state prioritizes wealthy white individuals and simultaneously enables harm to diverse populations. During the hearing that addressed SB 17, I heard a lot of you express concerns about mental health and the outcomes of our students. However, the reality is we see through the agenda that you are trying to cover up by claiming DEI to be discriminatory. We are the diverse populations experiencing this discrimination by having resources taken away from us. To learn about the accurate history of the state and the ways in which different experiences shape the needs for different individuals. I have landed more jobs with my experience in diverse education than I have with my neuroscience degree. The Faculty Senate is also critical for inclusion in our educational system, as they play a vital role in communication and transparency through the educational system. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Okay. Is it Professor Bright?
Yes.
Yes. I just wanted to ask you quickly, you're on the A&M Faculty Senate, and are those 3-year terms or?
3-year terms, yes.
3-year terms. And how many serve on the Faculty Senate Committee?
No, I don't have the actual numbers of that, but there's a good number of us, yes.
And then the origin of your seat for the Faculty Senate, is that at large or is that from a particular school?
Yes, so they're based on a number of faculty in any given college. So within our college at the Bush School, we've been allotted 4 senators.
Got it. And for the concept of shared governance, is that more of a notice preference from the university to understand not just the decisions they're going to make, but the reasoning behind those decisions? Or is it more than that? Is it the preference under the terminology of shared governance to actively be able to block a decision that the Board of Regents or the administration attempts to achieve?
No, it is certainly not intended to block anything. It is intended to provide the administration, to provide students, to provide the university community with our expertise. I mean, you know, so these issues are coming to our attention, and we're just there trying to give our input into that process. Of course, we're all are advisory, you know, so nothing about our involvement changes the ability of the president to do what he needs to do, the Board of Regents to do what they need to do. But I would think that any team, you would want to hear from your team members in terms of, you know, their input, and especially those that have expertise in this area. So yes, I think we're there trying to enhance our institutions. We're not there trying to diminish it, trying to block anything.
And then, so under that line of thought, just within the spirit of that answer that I think you both are aligned on, what is the purpose of the vote of no confidence, knowing that it's non-binding and knowing that you have no intent as a faculty senate member of blocking any effort by the administration?
Yeah, so I would say that any faculty can do a vote of no confidence. It doesn't have to be done, you know, through the faculty senate. It can be done through outside organizations as well. Yeah. But I would say that you know being on the senate and being on the faculty, it normally takes a you know something very serious that the faculty feels that they have been ignored, or something's very important, you know, sort of get the attention. So this is just our voice. I mean, certainly. Our no confidence votes don't bind anyone, you know, to anything, but I think it expresses the you know in that case the disappointment of the faculty in regards to this, and I would think that was something that our administrators would want to know, that our board would want to know, and try to you know seek to resolve it.
So it's yes, and could you weigh in as well? I really appreciate both of your insight. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I should also say, again, only for information, I'm not representing UT today. I've served as the secretary of the general faculty at the University of Texas at Austin. And our role is a very collaborative one where we're all bringing our different expertise to the table to craft the best curriculum possible, with the recognition that there are many different voices that need to be heard. For example, budgetary ones. Can we afford this curriculum? And those aren't ones generally the faculty answer. So I work very closely, for example, with both the president and the provost's office on curricular matters to ensure that by the time it's approved, or by the time it leaves the university for approval, it reflects the best work we can offer as a whole. In terms of no confidence votes, as you said, they're non-binding, and as my colleague, not rival today, but perhaps on other days, noted, they're also a voice. And they can happen whether or not an institution is organized. I know that they also sometimes happen within colleges and so on. So they're not ones that are particularly a purpose of shared governance or of a faculty senate or council. I don't know if that's helpful, but
it's helpful. Yes, I'm just trying to reconcile the fact that it's a non-binding vote of no confidence, and it's Professor Bright's answer was that there is no attempt or intent by the faculty senate to block the policies of the administration. But then at the end of the day, a vote of no confidence is a statement. There's some sort of, it falls on the continuum somewhere in a way, shape, or form as a goal to have an outcome, and I just wondered what that outcome was. So, for instance, do you ever have a vote of no confidence on yourselves? Do you ever have a vote of no confidence on another professor? A professor that might lead a protest of 1,000 students and professors against the DEI ban, but then cancel that protest with an effort to walk over and occupy the South Lawn to essentially create an encampment to make every Jewish student on campus feel excluded. So how do you purport to, as a professor, to be inclusive, but then lead an effort to create the most exclusive example in modern history for a university campus to partake in nationally, with the connectivity of all of these campuses doing this at the same time? do you ever have a vote of no confidence on one another?
It's a complicated question. First of all, the faculty.
This is a complicated hearing.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Faculty Council at the University of Texas at Austin played no role in or leadership in the events last spring in terms of what happened on the South Mall.
Yeah.
If a individual professor were to break the rules at University of Texas at Austin, there are very clear and specific guidelines around disciplinary practices in the HOP. But again, the Faculty Council has no role in disciplinary actions against employees. So we would not be privy to those proceedings, nor would that information be shared with us, because it would be handled as an employment matter, I believe, and this is my supposition, I haven't looked at the HOP on this, as a matter between the provost's office and HR, as well as the president, of course.
So your answer is that the Faculty Senate, as it can cast a non-binding vote of no confidence on administration, you're not aware of any examples where you cast a non-binding vote of no confidence on other professors?
I'm afraid I don't quite understand the conversation, or I'm sorry, the question, because I'm thinking, for example, around matters of tenure or promotion, we do vote on each other. So that would be a place where that could happen. Disciplinary matters are not, again, handled by Faculty Council at UT Austin. I can't speak to other institutions.
My example could be an example where there is no disciplinary process whatsoever for that individual professor. It would just be the Faculty Senate deciding among yourselves what is and is not acceptable for a taxpayer-funded professor's conduct on taxpayer-funded land on the university campus itself, especially when it's making others feel excluded under the guise of DEI.
I have no precedent, and as a historian, I rely heavily on that, but it's certainly a possibility in terms of the structure, rules, policy, and procedures.
Got it. Mr. Bright, Professor Bright.
So I would say that if a professor is engaged in actions or some behavior that violates our code of conduct, the fact there is a process, certainly as I know at Texas A&M, for which there'll be hearing, and we will, as a faculty, not as a faculty senate, but we have a faculty committee that's a part of that process that will render our judgment on there. And there are many cases,
That's the answer I'm looking for. So the delineation is that the faculty as a whole has a process for that. Not necessarily the Faculty Senate, although there could be overlap between those that are leading the process for both.
Exactly. Right.
Very, very clear. And we're looking in our questions for clarification for governance, right, overall, so that we're making decisions that we understand the consequences of. That's our job, right? We have to draft perfect sentences. Sometimes if we can't find a way to draft a perfect sentence, we tap the brakes and hold and continue to listen to feedback and expertise and wait and take no action. And then other times we feel like there is a need for us to engage, and it's a lot of times not popular. That's why we get paid $600 a month. We get the big bucks for making tough decisions for the future of Texas. So thank you both for your time, all four of you, for your testimony. We really respect what each and every one of you had to say. Okay, at this time, the chair will call Edwin Escamilla, Angie Hill Price, Amanda Garcia, and Brian Evans. We may have a couple of those called walking over from our overflow room. And so with us today, we have so far Mr. Escamilla and Ms. Price. Okay, good. And then we're waiting on Amanda Garcia, if you're still here, and Brian Evans. Mr. Escamilla, we'll start with you.
Good evening, Senators. I'm always grateful to address our state, and I want to say thank you all for listening to what we have to say. I'm Edwin Escamilla, Student Government President of ACC. And before I start, I do want to say that the protests that happened in spring were not at all anti-Semitic. And I do want to make that clear. They were not. Now, I am going to talk about the Faculty Senate. And I'd like to begin by stating that the Faculty Senate is one of the most vital components of educational institutions, simply because the people have a voice. And it can't get any more simple than that. It can't get any more simple than understanding that professors, faculty, staff, and students having a space to influence policy affecting our educational efficiency is actually a good thing. Because when the people speak, they speak for very important reasons. And if we want to be a state that manifests democracy, then giving the educational community the rights needed is part of that promise to deliver democracy, right? Because it would be inefficient to speak negatively about our educational institutions without offering the people in that community the right to create positive change through these critical systems. As Student Government President at ACC, I see how vital these systems, such as Faculty Senate, are, and how it promotes the culture needed to support students. A culture of care, love, passion, and creativity, which has the ability to unite the population of any institution. And it does. Again, because we give educators, faculty, staff, and students the fundamental right to promote the creation and advancement of ideas through the Faculty Senate. And yes, I just described the systems, such as the Faculty Senate, as a right, because the educational institutions cannot lose the power of their voice. And any movement to minimize the rights of educational leaders in our community has to be understood as fascism. It has to be understood as a political action that takes power away from the people and it gives it to higher levels of government. These systems matter to our community, and I ask that you do not choose to advocate for anything that harms it, because I've seen its importance. And, it really motivates people to continue studying and to continue being in their institution they're part of. It is important.
Thank you. Ms. Price, before you start, I'm going to call Maggie DeSanza.
There's Brian Evans.
Oh, and we'll keep Brian Evans up front here. And if Amanda Garcia is still here, we will call you next. Ms. Price.
Howdy, I'm Dr. Angie Hill Price, speaking today as a private citizen on favor of faculty senates. I'm employed as an associate professor of manufacturing mechanical engineering technology at Texas A&M University in College Station, and I'm currently the speaker of the Faculty Senate. I'd like to thank all those in honor of Veterans Day who have served and are in service. It's been my great privilege through my 33 years as an A&M faculty member to teach many men and women who've commissioned as officers in our armed forces, along with my colleagues. We take great pride in preparing our students for careers in the military, national security, and the intelligence community, and many other careers beyond of high value and impact. The Faculty Senate at Texas A&M University is advisory to the President. All coursework, majors, minors, certificates, any curricular item must be approved by the President. The Senate serves as a structural means for all faculty to provide input, share subject matter expertise, as well as review curricular items on an institutional level to prevent duplication and to coordinate between faculty on interdisciplinary opportunities. We serve as a sounding board for the President on any initiative for the university. This is shared governance. We advise through a formalized and structured manner to ensure the President has all of the best information on which to base his decisions. Through the Faculty Senate, we serve as an eager team member with the university leadership in the advancement of knowledge and scholarship on behalf of and in service to all Texans. The Faculty Senate serves as a conduit for faculty to bring their expertise to bear on the biggest challenges facing our institution, the state, and the nation. I believe that the Texas A&M Faculty Senate Constitution bylaws, I provided written testimony for that, serve as a model of shared governance. We are a representative structure. We engage faculty at every rank, academic professional track, tenure track, including faculty who have administrative appointments. Any can be elected by their peers in every college and school across the university. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maggie DeSanza, and I'm here today representing myself and Texas Rising on the charge of stopping DEI to strengthen the Texas workforce. As of today, I'm about 4 weeks away from graduating with a liberal arts degree in English and Women's and Gender Studies from UT Austin. And all throughout college, I've been employed, working in both civic engagement and government. And now as I prepare for life post-graduation, I know that I'm equipped with the knowledge and skills needed to be workplace ready because of my education at UT. Over the past 3 years, I've taken a wide array of interdisciplinary courses from African American history to human rights theories to Mexican American literature. Through these courses, I developed research, critical thinking, and communication skills as I wrote and revised essays, developed interpersonal and teamwork skills when I worked with my peers on projects. And most importantly, I learned to challenge my beliefs, learn from others, and work together to build a better world. For the past several semesters, I've TA'd a freshman class that explores the history and impact of U.S. social movements, which was a professional opportunity afforded to me because of my liberal arts education. One of the movements we cover is the Third World Liberation Front, where in the late 1960s, students of color across the nation joined forces to demand ethnic studies programs at their universities. They organized using the framework, if you know your history, you know yourself, promoting the idea that when students are equipped with a deep understanding of both their own histories and the histories of their peers, we are empowered to be more compassionate, collaborative, and resilient community members. The students, alumni, faculty, and staff speaking before you today are demanding the same. This hearing is an attempt to distort the reality of liberal arts degrees in order to attack academic freedom. Legislative influence over the groundbreaking research happening at public universities not only violates Texas values, but it will deprive students of the opportunity to develop enhanced critical thinking, communication, and teamwork skills that equip them for the Texas workplace.
Great job on the timing on that one. Good testimony.
My name is Brian Evans, and I'm
ahead.
speaking for myself as a private citizen, and I'm testifying on faculty senates. I'm also a tenured professor of engineering at UT Austin. I'm a member of the American Association of University Professors, AAUP, and I serve as the Texas AAUP president. At a college or university, free inquiry, free expression, and open dissent are critical for student learning and the advancement of knowledge. To support student learning and the advancement of knowledge, there's a division of labor. Students, staff, and faculty provide recommendations to the administration, and it's the president or the Board of Regents who makes the final decision. Faculty are involved at all levels of the campus organization. A faculty senate is a university-wide body elected by the faculty to represent the faculty to the campus community, administration, and the public. The Faculty Senate provides a forum for communication and coordination among faculty, students, staff, and administration. A Faculty Senate makes recommendations to the administration on matters related to faculty expertise and experience. Examples include curriculum, teaching methods, learning environments, research, faculty status, working condition, and aspects of student life related to education. The president or the Board of Regents makes the final decision. On March 13, 2020, the day before spring break, UT Austin President Greg Fenves announced the sudden closure of the campus due to the pandemic. All professors and students had 2 weeks to shift from in-person to online teaching and learning, all while facing the stress and uncertainty of the pandemic. President Fenves tasked the Faculty Senate with developing new grading policies over spring break so they'd be in place before classes resumed. As Faculty Senate President, I led a group of 25 students, staff, faculty, and administrators to develop the new guidelines for spring 2020 that allow students more flexibility in dropping classes and changing courses from letter grade to pass-fail. The Faculty Senate passed it, and President Fenves signed it into policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, questions? Okay, thank you. Appreciate you as a panel. At this time, the chair calls Laura Gutterman, Isabella De La Garza, Aliana Gavaya, may have mispronounced that, Heaven Cedillo. Thank you. Ask the chair to Note that Lauren Gutterman is no longer here. Jesse Drummond. Okay, Isabella? Yes, go ahead. If you could turn that microphone towards you and state your name and who you represent, the charge that you're testifying on today. Yeah.
So my name is Isabela de la Garza. I am a proud graduate of UT Austin with degrees in government and Mexican American Latino studies and an interdisciplinary certificate in public policy. I'm representing myself as a private citizen, and I'm here to comment on faculty senates and the DEI curriculum. So I want to start with programs and minors and certificates that incorporate DEI, as you define it as a committee, are not discriminatory. Inclusivity is literally the antithesis of discrimination. These programs inform how we interact with different people and communities. They cover a range of histories and cultures and current lived experiences, and that knowledge is vital in being a successful contributing member of society. As a UT graduate and longtime contributing member of society, I know that you are bound to meet people who are not like you. You'll be in situations in which you'll have to learn and respect cultures you do not identify with. And it could be with coworkers, clients, customers, classmates, friends, family, people doing a service for you, complete strangers. It's a vital life skill. And the Latino Studies program and Bridging Disciplines program, where I got my public policy certificate, were two of the most enriching experiences, not just in my college career, but in my life thus far. If anything is going to strengthen our workforce, it is cultural awareness. And the curriculum you are concerned about provides that cultural awareness. There is nothing to fear in diversity and interdisciplinary studies, and it is concerning that you are framing it as an issue. As an alumna, I have a responsibility to advocate for current and future students. I want them to have the opportunities I was afforded, and I do not want them to have less than I had at UT Austin. As I have felt for more than a year and a half now, since I started advocating against SB 17 and 18 in March of 2023, I fear for the future of students because of your several efforts against DEI. And faculty senates give our valued professors the representation and voice they need on our campuses. Speaking from a student perspective, there is more comfort in knowing that the faculty have power, however small it may seem in the grand scheme of things. I am grateful they have the right to make their consensus known, support students, and hold administration accountable. That should not be feared. And I'd like to understand what the workforce needs are and why further inhibiting DEI would fulfill these needs, and why are the demands of CEOs more important than the demands of students, alumni, faculty, and staff of the institutions you claim to be concerned about.
Good.
Thank you.
Testimony. Ms. Gavalia? How do I say your last name?
You said it correctly, Gavalia.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for your time. My name is Ali Gavalia, and I'm a graduating psychology major at UT Austin. I'm here to testify in support of DEI in higher education, which is funny because I've actually been pretty critical of DEI for a long time. What good is it for institutions who pander to women, people of color, LGBTQ folks, when the power structures and leadership continue to neglect us? The fact that diverse communities are the foundation of Texas, and we deserve better. But it's clear that those who oppose DEI in higher education have a different rationale. The irony of framing inclusion as exclusion is an age-old tale. As our society has become increasingly divided, what better target than the most marginalized among us to blame? I grew up in a Burmese and Mexican and Christian and Buddhist and Jewish and Republican and Democrat and apolitical family that never made me feel ashamed for my lesbian identity. If that's not true diversity, I don't know what is. And I can say with full certainty that I'm better off for it. Now, as an adult, I rarely meet people who I can't find common ground with as basic human beings deserving respect. My experience makes me by far one of the lucky ones. Banning DEI, as Senator Royce Russ has pointed out, would certainly affect those deemed as diverse. Women, people of color, gay and trans folks would undoubtedly be harmed, but so would my peers who come from communities with little to no diversity. How are they ever going to learn how to interact with and work with other people who are different from them, if not for DEI in higher education? This is a matter of free speech for faculty and public access to knowledge for students, and the right to choose what courses to take for my peers and myself and students in the future. Restricting DEI-focused faculty senates and academic programs would undoubtedly harm the workforce. We need the next generation of lawyers, doctors, teachers, and supervisors to understand how to support with and work with people from all backgrounds. Please do the right thing and support DEI in higher education. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jessie Drummond. I'm representing myself as a Texan taxpayer. I've worked in higher education for 4 years as a staff member, and I have personally seen the positive impact of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs on students, faculty, and staff, and the Texas workforce. Learning about the different identities that make up our unique campus culture have helped me in my communication and collaboration efforts that are critical for my job. We have already seen severe cuts to student life programs on campus, and since the return of the semester, I've had numerous students come to my office crying because their beloved mentors and programs have been fired or dissolved. Today's hearing is about how these programs impact the Texan workforce, so I thought it would be beneficial to share some quotes from alumni that couldn't be here. A UT alumni now working in GPU design at a large tech company said, "I've gotten the pleasure to being able to work with people from different cultures throughout my university and professional experiences that have been really valuable to my work. I think a lot of bigotry today comes from the fact that many people have never gotten to know and learn about people from different cultures." Additionally, a UT alumni working at a staffing firm said DEI is vital to my work environment because it fosters a sense of belonging. As someone who has been excluded from conversations and opportunities in the past, working at a company with a strong emphasis on DEI was one of my main concerns when searching for a job post-graduation. Finally, another UT alumni working in the tech industry said, "Previously, while working at Cisco, we had a large diversity of people of all races and mixed socioeconomic backgrounds. Working together, I was able to see the different perspectives and life experiences that each had gone through, ranging from veterans and lower socioeconomic circumstances to relatively wealthy backgrounds. DEI exposure allowed me to have greater empathize with people that I would have never interacted with in a normal life experiences in a relatively safe environment, which has led me to have a more compassionate and full human experience." Thank you.
Hello, legally my name is Heaven Cedillo, but I go by Pierce Cedillo, and I'm representing myself, and yes. So I'm a university student at UT Austin, double degreeing in the fine arts and the liberal arts. I'm here to discuss the impact of DEI on the Texas workforce. Practices falling within DEI have provided job opportunities and conversations for diverse bodies in the Texas workforce. Texas does not have the viable language appropriate to uplift communities and individuals with histories impacted by colonization. I believe that bringing in people with practices under DEI to the workforce is helpful to ensure constructive conversations are being held to uplift these communities. I bring the example of myself today. I was afforded my first job as a student at the Galleries of Black Studies at UT Austin. In doing so, I was safely connected to brilliant minds and specialized histories that our Texas has. It was a pipeline to my degree in race, indigeneity, and migration. As a first-generation college student who understands the foster care system, I often felt a mixture of confusion and pride in my lived experiences. I struggled in ways I could not fit into my cultural identity. As a first-generation student, I found myself taking ethnic study courses to learn about my Mexican heritage, and I connected with professors and students whose conversations and knowledge led me to this Senate hearing today. Universities provide students like myself a space for exploration and freedom to discover our histories, especially within Texas. This is important due to the singular vocality of Texas and U.S. histories taught throughout K and 12. Universities are important spaces for complex topics such as identity and history to be explained, explored, and shared with the masses, especially the Texas workforce. Practices falling under DEI have a unique ability to thread strings of commonality throughout the dysphoria of identities within Texas. Finding commonality in our experiences will be more important now than ever before. I highly encourage y'all to reconsider your understanding of DEI through the voices of lived experiences presented to you today. And if y'all have any questions, please ask us.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you for this panel. Appreciate your time today. The chair will now call Amanda Garcia, Austin Wells, Joseph Velasco. Samantha Ortiz.
Thank you, Senator Creighton and Senators Middleton, King, Springer, and West. I want to begin by honoring our veterans for their patriotism, love of country, and willingness to serve and sacrifice for the common good. My name is Dr. Joseph Velasco, and I'm the president of the Texas Council of Faculty Senates, the largest statewide federation of faculty governance leaders in the United States. In this capacity, the TCFS supports and represents faculty governance organizations across Texas, advocating for professional standards and academic responsibility. Although I am a professor of communication at Sul Ross State University, today I am here speaking as a private citizen and representative of the TCFS to discuss the critical role of faculty senates and similar bodies in the governance of Texas higher education institutions. The purpose of my testimony is to highlight the impact of strong faculty governance on university excellence. Texas has long aspired to cultivate world-class universities. In my experience, I have found that the pathway to achieving this vision lies in effective shared governance, which integrates faculty voices into the decision-making process on key issues. Faculty senates act as a vital conduit between faculty and administration, providing the perspective of the faculty on issues essential to the academic mission, such as curriculum development, tenure standards, and academic freedom. When faculty senates are empowered to represent faculty effectively, they contribute significantly to the quality and integrity of an institution. Where governance is collaborative, universities tend to be stronger, with faculty and administrators working towards shared goals and fostering a culture of trust. In contrast, weak faculty governance can hinder an institution's success. I have seen firsthand that universities with poorly integrated faculty senates often struggle with low faculty morale, diminished collaboration, and consequently reduced institutional effectiveness. As Bowen and Tobin articulate in their 2015 book, Locus of Authority, the best universities do not have highly effective and functional faculty senates as a luxury of the elite. Rather, the best universities achieved their greatness as a result of effective shared governance and high-functioning faculty senates. This insight underscores the idea that successful institutions are not built on privilege, but on the principles of shared governance that engage faculty meaningfully in university decisions. The principle is not merely theoretical, but has been repeatedly validated by leading institutions worldwide. Research shows that robust shared governance fosters academic excellence, enhances transparency, and allows institutions to respond more effectively to change. My testimony today affirms that the role of faculty senates is indispensable to achieving the best outcomes in higher education. Effective governance structures based on shared governance and mutual respect are foundational to the quality and advancement of our Texas institutions. If Texas wants to lead the world in higher education, we must support strong faculty senates. Thank you for your time. I welcome any questions.
Right. We let you go. We're just a little bit there. We appreciate your testimony. May ask you a couple of questions when we finish with the panel. Go ahead. Yeah.
Hello, Senators. My name is Austin Wells, and I serve as the Historian and Environmental Chair at the Austin Community College Student Government. I am here today to speak in favor of protecting and strengthening shared governance within our educational institutions across Texas. Shared governance is a fundamental principle that ensures all stakeholders in a school community, students, faculty, staff, and administrators have a voice in the decision-making processes that affect their education, their work, and their lives. It is a system built on collaboration, transparency, and accountability, which are essential for fostering a learning environment that meets the diverse needs of students and staff. As a student representative, I have seen firsthand the importance of shared governance. It empowers students to be active participants in shaping their educational experience. Through shared governance, we ensure that decisions are made collectively and reflect the perspectives of those most affected by them. Considering the case of Austin Community College, our shared governance model has allowed us to address critical issues such as campus sustainability, improved mental health resources, and student-led initiatives that have enhanced the overall learning environment. By working together, we have been able to find solutions that meet the needs of our diverse student body, foster a sense of community, and ensure that our school remains a place where all voices are heard and valued. It is essential that we protect and promote shared governance in our educational institutions, and I urge the Senate to recognize the value of the student voice on shared governance and to take action to ensure its preservation. This includes opposing any legislation that would undermine the voice of those who are involved in shared governance, that work tirelessly supporting measures that strengthen the roles of students, faculty, and staff. To do otherwise would prove these oppressive policies are in fact designed to roll back fundamental freedoms. In conclusion, shared governance is not just a policy, it is a commitment to democracy in our schools. It is about ensuring that decisions are made with input from those who are directly affected, and it is key to creating a vibrant, dynamic educational system that benefits everyone involved. I ask you to stand with us in supporting our shared governance and help protect the voices that make our schools stronger. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, Senators. My name is Amanda Garcia. I am a higher education organizer representing myself in Texas AFT AUP. I'm here today to speak on the charge of faculty senates. I was here all last session as a student. I'm going to be here all next session as a professional. I have several testimonies here, written testimonies submitted from faculty members across the state that I'll be submitting to you. And Mr. Creighton, I have a question for you. When you and your committee come together and you decide your priorities and what bills you want to write, how many times during that process do you reach out to the communities that your bills will affect and genuinely take their voices into consideration? And I'm not talking about the voices that you agree with or those that you bring here as an invited guest. I was at every single higher education hearing during the 88th session. Hundreds of faculty and students warned you back then the reality of what SB 17 and 18 would do. You were unfazed. I was here in May when I told you I was one of the students, now graduate, who wrote you a letter with over 500 signatures asking you to fulfill your promise of visiting college campuses. Silence. So much of the disconnect and complete misunderstanding of the functions of higher education can be solved if you took the time to engage in intentional, meaningful conversations with the populations you write about in your bills. There are faculty members here who came on Veterans Day to tell you that they want to engage in those conversations with you. And it cannot start and end with us sitting at this table, looking at you, speaking to a person who will never respond. You have the opportunity, Mr. Creighton, to reach out to faculty members who have come before you today, and they made it very easy for you to do so. I challenge you to sit down with the faculty members of this room and just talk. Ask your questions. Talk to faculty senate presidents. Go to faculty senate meetings. I'm sure they would love to have you. See for yourself the nuances of the work that happens in faculty senates. But it is your duty as a senator to ensure the bills that you're pushing through are responsible and accountable to the working people that they impact, because we are who you are accountable to, not your party and not your donors. I encourage you to remove yourself from the pedestal you sit on right now and finally speak to your constituents on level ground. That's all.
That's good. It's good testimony. I assure you, the dais doesn't answer questions, but I assure you that all of us in the Senate, not just on this committee, are on campuses all over Texas, working with the very people that you recommend. So, well, obviously there's 32 million Texans, right? So the matrix of finding someone you know and extrapolating that into we haven't met with anyone is not logical.
Yeah, well, reach out to me.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Next testimony. Yes. Yeah.
Hello. My name is Samantha Ortiz. I'm a UT Austin alum born and raised in Texas. I'm testifying against stopping DEI curriculum. I'm a Latina graduate, double majored in biochemistry and English, and currently conduct research at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in Colorado. In DEI programs, connecting with Latinx scientists allowed me to view research with a new lens as I became aware of disproportional environmental impacts in my communities. People have said my English degree was a waste of time, but in research, it's been recognized as an asset by allowing me to communicate my science clearly. I'm applying to grad schools now, and I know it's not your intention to drive away scientists, but unfortunately, the ban on DEI has put Texas University low on my application list. My concern is that stopping DEI and prioritizing credentials of value will deter future applicants and weaken the Texas workforce by lowering the quality of research, development, and scientific innovation, which I know is the third goal in building a talent-strong Texas. In research, we work with scientists from around the world, which requires cultivating respectful relationships. For people who grow up in areas of less diversity, DEI courses help teach this skill. They also attract diverse talent into Texas, increasing creativity and innovation that comes from varying cultural viewpoints. Furthermore, reducing curriculum and DEI in areas deemed not of value will put Texas scientists at a great disadvantage because other scientists with access to these courses will become more skilled and well-rounded than our own scientists. The issue of graduates holding credentials deemed not of value, struggling to find jobs, can be rectified by connecting these students with internships, teaching them how to market their skills, and properly informing them of all the avenues in which their degrees could be applied, because several of these not of value credentials hold significant value within the environmental research space alone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, each of you, for your testimony. We very much appreciate it. I wanted to ask Mr. Velasco, yes, thank you for your testimony. And you represent, as president of the Faculty Senate of Texas, the
That's right.
statewide organization. And then you have, I'm sure, affiliates, that colleagues from across the country that you meet with at a
Right.
conference.
I'm a co-founding member of the National Council of Faculty Senates and a former board member for that. I'm also a member of the Texas AAUP and TACT, Texas Association of College Teachers, but lots of collaboration across those organizations. Yeah.
Yes. So talk to me about shared governance.
Sure.
You know, that is a broad term.
It is.
And I know it's been relied upon for many, many years, decades in academia and across our universities throughout the country. But what is the intersection between shared governance and then just the Faculty Senate's ultimate authority? For instance, is shared governance just notice and needing to be a part of knowing the details of decisions that are made so that the faculty is informed and can go back to their particular schools, talk to their division heads, their faculty, just explain what's
Sure.
going on?
I'm here to help.
Or is the governance side of it intended to block decisions that are made? Yeah.
So the term and concept of shared governance is sometimes defined differently, but also and sometimes understood differently. So the American Association of University Professors describe it as the joint responsibility and joint effort of faculty, administrations, and governing boards to govern colleges and universities. So a joint effort. The Association of Governing Boards has their own definition, but it is complementary. It's, quote, a fundamental principle of inclusion in key areas of institutional responsibility and decision-making. Now, the Association of Governing Boards has their own white paper and statement on the value of shared governance, but also they have some best practices in shared governance as well. So governing boards see the value of it. So coming back to your question about what does it mean in terms of blocking or transparency, when you're working with people, and you're working to collaboratively make decisions, it can mean a lot of different things. Sometimes presidents have leaned on me for consultation on certain issues. Sometimes at committee level, council levels, topics are worked on and in ad hoc ways in work groups that might develop better policies, different policies, maybe respond to different challenges of the university. In terms of blocking, and I remember earlier in the other people's testimonies, you're asking about votes of no confidence. I'd like to address that too, if you want.
Use that as an example, but yes,
Sure.
curriculum and votes of no confidence on the administration,
Sure.
even though knowing that the overall statement from your organization is consistently that it's non-binding.
So presidents have ultimate authority at the institution, and governing boards have ultimate authority at the state level for decision-making. So how do faculty participate in that? Well, it really relies on administration letting us have some advisory or consultative role because we can really be blocked in a lot of ways. So when it comes to the issue of votes of no confidence, let me just first say that sometimes we give votes of confidence. And sometimes I wrote a resolution to actually thank a president, and it was through our faculty governance mechanism to thank the president for saving our university ranch. That's a very Sol Ross kind of thing. We have a university ranch, and he saved it from spoiled waterways and collecting trash, and preserved it as a outdoor learning space and laboratory. We had a ceremony and gave a printed and framed document for that individual. On the other side of that, I have been part of an effort to investigate a president for a vote of no confidence. Now, that's a very difficult situation to be in, because and my background is family communication, by the way, and it's akin to family court, where the judge adjudicating has to discern if someone is fit to be the custodial caregiver of a child. Well, in similar ways, a faculty senate or faculty governance body, when things get really bad at a university, they have to deliberate, debate, discuss, and adjudicate whether or not they have confidence in that president. And it should only be taken in extreme measures, but it's to safeguard the institution and Texas higher education. It's very difficult, but it is an important mechanism to have. And it's based off of language from the 1966 statement of the AAUP, which says that the president should have the confidence of the faculty.
Do you believe that the faculty senate should be able to cast such a vote to where it ends up being ultimately the removal of the president of the university if that vote is a majority vote?
The faculty in Texas do not have the power to fire, but the powers above the president, the boards of regents, for example, do recognize that it's important for the president to have the confidence of the faculty. Now, say again that part of your question.
I'm trying to be clear with it too, and it may be that I'm not stating it correctly.
I'm here to help.
Do you believe that the vote of no confidence should end in the result of the president being removed from the university if it's a majority vote of the faculty?
Quite often, yes. And there are other universities who set up different votes in different levels, like vote of censure, like as a warning for a non-responsive president who's perhaps violated the law or policies, or maybe a whole laundry list of issues that they're not responsive to. To get them to respond, perhaps a vote of censure could be a step to get their attention and before proceeding to a vote of no confidence, if that is even going to be taken up.
So back to shared governance.
Yes.
Does shared governance mean more notice, more information, more communication to understand the reasoning behind decisions that are made for the university overall, or does shared governance mean to the faculty senate they should be able to weigh as an actual part of the outcome of that decision?
Well, we're viewed as shared governance is at the center of it is effective communication across the partnership of faculty, administration, and governing board. So effective communication is central. So if we're actually talking and listening to each other, things can be a whole lot more healthy. Now, transparency is an issue that tends to be an offshoot of effective shared governance when people trust each other. For example, I'm the chair of the Budget Oversight Council. So on that council, we have as ex officio the provost and our chief financial officer, and they're non-voting members, but we get into the weeds of the budget and setting priorities. And that really, in the current climate, it really works well because we share information and data, and we can sit down at the same table and listen to each other and talk with each other. So there's information sharing, information giving, idea sharing, really linking arms and working together. And that is what's making our university stronger.
How much power should faculty senate governance committees have under shared governance?
So the states of the United States of America have weighed in on this differently. You're saying it should...
I'm weighing in on Texas.
On Texas. Yeah. I think that empowering faculty senates to make decisions on areas that they have primary responsibility on are most important. So curriculum is an area. So we have different lanes to be in, and curriculum and those matters that directly relate to the education of students are really the lanes that we should have primary responsibility over. But we understand that there are some certain things with the university, like who's the contractor for trimming the trees, that we probably don't need to be at the table for that unless it's really impacting something curricular, educationally, or setting priorities in terms of budget oversight. Maybe we're spending way too much on that, and we need to take a look at the line items on that. It can pop up in different ways.
So tree trimming probably off the table, not necessary. Mandatory pronoun training for a new hire as a professor.
Mandatory pronoun training. No, I think that's that's.
I'm trying to choose something that would be interesting to hear whether or not you feel like the faculty senate should be involved in that.
Right.
Or political oaths that are signed before you can get an interview for the job.
No. And the only oath that we really take is to the state of Texas and to the Constitution of the United States of America. And when we do our jobs well, we actually make the United States and Texas stronger. This is actually a national security issue. Please let me explain. So, yes. So there's a white paper from the White House on national security based off of an FBI report that talks about threats to our national security, which include domestic terrorism. And at the crux of that is misinformation and disinformation. And one of the major ways to combat this, according to the White House, is education on information literacy. And there's no better place in the world than the United States colleges and universities to learn information literacy and to learn critical thinking that's necessary to discern the threats of lies and bad information. So this is a national security issue when you consider that faculty senates, faculty governance, really help hold the line on quality control.
Tied to national security.
Absolutely.
Members, any questions? Senator Middleton.
Get that working. Yeah. Thank you, Joseph, for being here today. So we heard from some witnesses earlier about transparency, right? And it sounds like you support more transparency, right?
I'm in favor of transparency, but there are limits to that too, where we don't just open up the files to the human resources. There's certain levels of transparency that really help the university function in certain ways. So in terms of decision making that especially should involve faculty, like curriculum decisions, there should be transparency and idea sharing.
So you think, or you would support, say, a report every time trustees or board of regents meet of all the actions taken by faculty senate, right? So like a separate report every single time, whether it's quarterly or monthly, whenever it is that regents meet, of the basically goings on in a faculty senate.
Well, that would be easy. So we do post all of our minutes, and we are certainly very transparent in our Senate meetings, our committee meetings. We have all that posted online, and that's one of our best practices across the state too, is to adhere to Texas Open Meetings Act and to make sure that we're posting our minutes for the state of Texas.
And on the voting, we heard that there are some votes that are secret ballot in some of these either committees or in the election of professors to the faculty senate. Would you support record vote, no more secret ballot for all of those decisions?
I can't speak to how votes are handled in other institutions. I know some institutions are have different climates for openness. Some have their president at every Senate meeting, and that kind of gets some people bristling, like, really, you have the president and provost at every Senate meeting? And for them to be present for every vote. Now, when it comes to actual voting records, I think there are some votes that are best left anonymous, but having a mechanism so that votes are counted in a way that you can, according to Robert's Rules of Order, that can allow for trust that votes are being counted properly.
Well, so earlier you said you felt like you have a role to combat disinformation, misinformation, but that you're fine with hiding who's voting one way or another.
The truth is in the vote, and there's not any lies in the votes.
Yeah, but they're elected. So they're elected to these positions by each department, right? I mean, and that is by nature a political process. So why not have record votes like we have in the legislature?
When we make policy, votes are often out in the open. I'm thinking about when elections are being held sometimes, or we're voting for who's the outstanding whatever of the year, and we're rewarding for teaching or research, and sometimes people feel more comfortable by having an anonymous vote.
I just don't see how hiding who's voting for what is going to help a trend.
Most of our votes are completely out in the open with a raise of hands and ayes and nays. Vast majority.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Okay. Appreciate this panel.
All right. Thank you.
For your time. At this time, the chair calls Christabella Trimble Keys, Samiha Rizvi, James Kuhn, and Lewis. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Christabella Trimble Keys, and I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. I'm a member of the Texas State Employees Union, and I've worked at UT Austin in a variety of roles over the past 6 years, including a student development specialist helping transfer students adapt to life at UT Austin, a program coordinator helping students take their studies abroad, and currently as an administrative support coordinator in the Department of Educational Psychology, working on things such as course scheduling, registration, and other administrative functions. I'm also a native Texan and UT Austin alum. I'm here to tell you about how the DEI ban has affected me and the university and my job, the things I've seen since SB 17. So as we've talked about earlier, SB 17, as a result, the UT Austin dissolved the Multicultural Engagement Center, which was a place in which many students were referred to find connections in terms of sense of belonging, finding connections with people with similar backgrounds or culture. Because of this, it's kind of at a loss of where to send students. And so they've been referred to the Hispanic Faculty Staff Association, of which I'm a part. This is a university research group, a university resource group, of which there are many, including the Black Faculty Staff Association, Asian American Faculty Staff Association, Pride and Equity Faculty Staff Association, Military Veteran Faculty Staff Association, and Disability Faculty Staff Association. We used to be part of the University Resource Groups, which is under the Division for Diversity and Community Engagement. We've now since been moved to the People and Talent under Human Resources. But as a result, there's been a lot of changes to how these groups function. So after we were moved, so again, we're under Human Resources, People and Talent, so that's considered an opportunity for professional development. However, we're no longer able to use work time as a member of these professional development organizations. We have to meet during lunch or after work. We're no longer not able to use work time as a leader in these groups. We had a university account of funding. We followed all the steps to get that funding sent to us. That's to move into our own account since we're no longer part of the university. And that includes individual members' fees. This is donations by third-party other people. We distributed funds, and now the university is trying to recall the funds. It's made it a really chilling environment, very stagnant environment, hard for us to continue forward as an organization. We sponsor scholarships for students. We put on support for the Holiday Assistance Program for staff that can't afford to have a meal.
We have to stay with
I hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so,
Last sentence.
thank you for your time.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Senators. My name is Samiha Rizvi. I'm a University of Texas at Austin alum, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Texas Students for DEI. We are a statewide coalition of students and alumni working to address the diverse needs of today's students and tomorrow's leaders. I will speak on DEI in the workforce and faculty senates. I am here today with over 25 testimonies from students and alumni across Texas who couldn't be here in person, but have shared how their campus experiences shape their growth, confidence, and readiness for the workforce. A current computer science student at UT Dallas put it simply: technical skills matter, but the ability to think critically, work with others, and understand different perspectives is what makes us truly effective in any field. This doesn't just come from technical courses, but from broader education, including global health, ethnic studies, and religious studies. Learning to consider different perspectives isn't indoctrination. It's a necessary skill to navigate real-world problems better than just processing data. Our alumni support this proposition as well. They highlight how their education prepared them to be culturally competent professionals. A UT Austin alum now at Vanderbilt School of Medicine shared how her so-called DEI undergraduate education helps her respond effectively to diverse patients, a critical skill in her field. Furthermore, removing support structures and necessary curriculum in the name of so-called DEI can also erode students' sense of belonging and weaken their connection to the universities. Due to SB 17, your law, Senator Creighton, students are worried that programs like TRIO at UT San Antonio, which supports low-income students and academically and financially, could disappear. When students feel unseen and unsupported, we all lose, including the Texas workforce that relies on confident, competent graduates. Our testimony stresses the essential role of faculty senates in ensuring that students' needs are met. Faculty work with students daily, understand their challenges, their diverse needs. Unlike distant administrators, they know us, they understand us. They give a genuine voice, so attacking faculty senates just doesn't make any sense. The voices we bring today are from those directly connected to Texas higher education, students, alumni, faculty, and staff, and I'm almost done, sir, let me finish, who understand the needs of our increasingly diverse state and are grounded in reality. These are the people whose lives and careers are shaped by the institutions and who are preparing to serve Texas's growingly diverse population, a far different landscape than 40 years ago. Texas students are for DEI. Consider these voices as you move forward. Listen to them. And just one more thing, because you did mention something about what happened at South Mall and how it made certain students feel uncomfortable. And I really just wanted to call out the hypocrisy on that, sir. I am Muslim, Senator Creighton. My people are dying abroad and here in the U.S. I could ask you the same question. What are electeds doing to hold each other accountable for Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian discrimination? You all have remained absolutely silent after the hate crime in Euless, Texas, where a woman tried to drown 2 children because they were Muslim and Palestinian, and have remained silent when a doctor was murdered for being Muslim in Conroe, Texas, your hometown, sir. Have you said anything?
Yeah.
Do you have a vote of no? Let me finish, sir.
No.
Do you have a vote of no confidence when your representatives have gone after students for exercising their First Amendment rights?
Hey, we need to stop right there so everyone has 2 minutes, right? I understand you're very emotional, and you should be, and it's very valid. Before you're booing me saying it's very valid. I mean, so take your time to catch your breath. Understand that we very much appreciate your testimony and respect it. And your assumptions about how I handle certain things, I understand why you make those assumptions, but they're not always the case. So some of the YouTube footage of what happened at that occupation doesn't reflect on everyone that was there, but you also can't say it didn't happen, okay? So let's go to our next witness. Let's make sure we're moving the hearing along so everyone has their say on a schedule. And we're very glad that you're here. Thank you. And we're very glad that you're here. Go ahead.
My name is Jim Kuhn. I'm speaking for myself as a concerned citizen. I'm a higher education staff member concerned about impacts of banning DEI on the students and scholarly users of archival and historical primary source materials. As someone with nearly 30 years of archival and library experience, I'm here to testify that for 2 reasons, trends towards inclusivity on college campus have been with us for a very long time and are worth supporting. Why? First, research into longstanding efforts on DEI in higher education. And second, the archival historical record, which is clear. Historically marginalized people have always, through pursuit of higher education and through the democratic process, sought and achieved new opportunities for full participation in society and to the benefit of us all. So first, Current evidence is that programs like those recently dismantled by SB 17 have little to do with concerns any of us might have about Texas campuses. As of 2024, a growing body of scholarship overwhelmingly shows, quote, that many U.S. colleges and universities struggle with racial conflict, fail to provide culturally relevant curricula and culturally responsive classrooms to students of color, and reproduce racialized outcome gaps that are partly attributable to encounters with racism and racial stress on campuses. None of these studies show that DEI offices and the people who lead them play any role in manufacturing, maintaining, or exacerbating these problems. Second, our primary source collections are vast, providing ample evidence about people who have been systematically, generation after generation, excluded from full participation in society. You may be forgiven for being surprised at recent scholarship on these topics because as archivists, we've in recent years done a much, much better job at providing student and researcher access to marginalized material that was, in fact, always present in the historical record. The truth is that the incoming UT Austin 2024 class is one of the most diverse in history, a fact we should all celebrate and support. The question before librarians and archivists like myself, as well as Texas legislators, faculty, and students, is how we together might best support the student body. I would argue that it should be in accordance with best practices established by our respective professional communities and through open access to primary historical collections. Thank you.
Very good points. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, Senator Creighton. I believe you're the only remaining person on this panel right now. I am speaking for myself as a member of Texas State Employees Union, CWA 6186. I'm also speaking as the daughter of a World War II Marine veteran, and I must say that he would have certainly allowed Samiha to continue her and not called her emotional. Yeah. I really am here to learn more about the plans of the committee to further anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. We in the labor movement know well that an injury to one is an injury to all. I have taught at UT Austin for 24 years. Teaching is an art that demands a supportive community. I doubt that a limited curriculum is a legitimate approach. Neither is closing of opportunity. And the curriculum is, by the way, one of the tenets of academic freedom, that the state not interfere with college curriculum. You expressed concerns about the Texas workforce and its development. In 2021, 39% of the people in Texas were non-Hispanic white, only 39%. The workforce is diverse, our union is as well. How do punitive measures against support opportunities, scholarships, research, and programs benefit the Texas workforce? I see I have very little time. The last time I was here, I did read some quotes, and I would like to read one. This is from one of the fired DEI workers. He said, "Let's let what starts here not just change the world, but first transform the hearts of our leaders to lead with love and empathy." And that remains our expectation.
It's great. Good testimony. Thank you. Appreciate all four of you. Appreciate your time today. Okay, at this time, the chair will call Emily Burnett, Patrick Add, David Albert, and Norman Seaton. Ms. Burnett, is that right? You can go ahead and, sir, what is your name?
Norman Seaton.
Norman Seaton, great. So
I sound grouchy in that.
David Albert, Dr. David Albert, if you're still here, please come forward. And Patrick Add. Yeah, we'll give Dr. Albert some additional time. Ms. Burnett, welcome, and please tell us what you want us to know.
Thank you. My name is Emily Bernate, and I'm speaking as a private citizen. I'm a tenured professor at St. Edward's University, a private Catholic institution in Austin. I want to share why the proposed anti-DEI legislation is harmful in ways that many have not yet considered. Previous DEI legislation was not intended to impact private religious universities. However, private institutions receive some state funding through programs like tuition equalization grants. In response to SB 17, my institution took drastic measures that included discontinuing long-standing extracurricular tradition. I'm happy to elaborate later. Universities like mine that depend on some state funding will always continue to over-comply just to ensure that their budgets are safe. The proposed legislation, Stop DEI, to strengthen the Texas workforce will have a detrimental impact on students preparing for the job market. Many of the programs that stand to be affected are some of the most valuable in preparing our students to be impactful leaders in the workforce. Many of our minority populations to come to college with little confidence. When they take courses in ethnic and cultural studies, they learn how to leverage their own experiences and use their diverse linguistic and cultural backgrounds to become stronger job candidates. It's difficult to quantify the impact of these programs because they're often minors and certificates, not majors. However, I have seen how these courses give struggling minority students the tools to own their identities, grow in confidence, and to go on to become leaders and teachers like Jessica, lawyers like Troy, business owners like Helen, and labor leaders like my dear Samantha. These students tend to remain in Texas after graduation. Let's not jeopardize their opportunity to receive the best education possible that can leverage their own diverse strengths. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead.
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Dr. Norman Seaton, and I'm here to represent a small committee of instructors, that very small, and we were looking at the high cost of education and the problems with transferring courses. It's right. What started me on this is we got a new chancellor, and he said college is not for. He said, I'm going from college is not for everyone to everyone needs training past high school education. Yeah. And that was music to my ears. And so I started looking at the high cost, and I took a sabbatical and spent a year for it. That was before COVID. And during COVID, I got to do a lot of work because I was staying right at home. And this basics of that right here. Okay, here's where I'm headed on this one. I'm in my 48th year of teaching now. And I've done dual credit since before it was dual credit. Started out as 2+2. And my wife, who is sitting back there, we were the very two instructors in the pilot program. So with that is where I'm headed on this one right here. Okay, we're talking about K through 12 pathways. Okay, I'm not here in just improving pathways. I want to bring resolution to the problems. And believe me, there's a lot of them. I will say this. The biggest problem with higher education in Texas is inconsistency. And we've heard a lot of it right here. There's no two courses alike, even though they have the same title or 2 degrees. That's the problem. Okay, so here I'm going. I'm here to bring resolution to all of them. To bring resolution, legislators must authorize a statewide course inventory system to be followed by all academic institutions. The efficient legislative repass, the 89th legislative session, will be a turning point. Am I out of time? I just started. Okay, I'll hit it real quick. I'm writing this
consistent with the 2 minutes, sir. So hit in one last sentence what you want us to know, and then I'll meet with you a little bit later. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So don't say any more?
No, one last sentence to wrap it up.
Okay. One last sentence is I got 5 things that need to be changed that will be very hard to change.
Okay. And we have that handout from you.
You sure do.
Okay. If you'll stay around after the hearing, I'll visit with you a little bit about that with my team.
I would love that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next, go ahead. Yeah. If you'll borrow one of these microphones and,
take that one.
Yes, give us your testimony.
Oh,
thank you.
Great. I'm Professor David Albert. I'm a professor of government just down the street here at Austin Community College. Special shout out to the ACC students who came here and testified in most excellent form a few minutes ago. Go Riverbats. I'm here speaking as the president of ACC, American Federation of Teachers. I've heard some troubling testimony here this afternoon suggesting that our courses are negatively impacted by DEI and that it undermines our efforts to prepare students for the workforce. The reality is exactly the opposite. I teach students to understand the political systems of which they are a part here in Texas and in the United States. In order to do so, they need to develop critical thinking, reading, and writing skills. That's what they learn in my classroom. Do courses such as government, history, English include issues of race and gender? Of course they do, because they are part of the full picture of political and social realities in our country. Are they the predominant themes of most of our courses? Certainly not. America is complicated and nuanced. Our students need to learn that complexity and nuance. Basically, they need to learn how to think critically. The idea that any of this is remotely harmful to our students or to their marketability and workforce skills is frankly absurd. It is just the opposite. Their development of critical thinking gives them the skills that they need to be successful in each and every field that they are studying. For students to be successful as lawyers, engineers, doctors, they need to know how to think, read, and write with a critical lens. They need to be able to examine their institutions and to evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of arguments. These are all the skills that will make them both better workers and, more importantly, to me, better students. Please let our students learn to think. Thank you, and I am glad to answer any questions.
It's great. Very good testimony. Thank you. Appreciate each of you. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, this time the chair will call Max Prado, Miles Lopez Cepero, Preston Salazar, Samprathana Kongdara, go ahead.
Good afternoon, I think, now. My name is Samprathana Akila Kundara. I'm a third-generation Lao Texan, a UT Austin alum, and a resident of Bastrop County. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of myself regarding the charge of stopping DEI to strengthen the Texas workforce. First, let's clarify, ethnic studies programs like those in Asian American Studies, Mexican American Studies, and African American Studies are not the same as DEI initiatives, but they are critical to the DEI conversation. These programs are not about dividing us. They are about understanding the histories and systemic inequities that continue to shape our society. Dismissing ethnic studies as merely discriminatory is not only ignorant, it's an attempt to erase the lived experiences and historical realities of millions of Texans. My first semester at UT, I had the intentions of entering the healthcare industry. Like many students, I focused on my STEM courses to fulfill degree requirements. However, alongside those courses, I also enrolled in classes that were coded as cultural diversity and global cultural flags, requirements that I initially saw as secondary to my primary academic goals. One course changed the trajectory of my college career, and it was not a STEM course. It was actually a course called U.S. Public Education, Promise and Peril. This course discussed the history, policy, and nuances of the U.S. public education system. It was in that classroom, just down the street, that I gained the confidence, civic skills, and critical thinking that higher education is meant to encourage. A year later, I decided to pursue a degree in Asian American Studies, and through my coursework, I've gained critical insights into the historical and ongoing challenges faced by Texans. And developed a strong commitment to using my education to make positive change. Today, I work in a nonprofit sector where I apply my ethnic studies education to inspire high school students and college students to get civically engaged in their communities, some who are here today, And in my free time, I also assist high school students in my rural community with the college application process.
Thank you for your testimony. Very good job. Yes. Go ahead. Either one, yeah.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Max Prado. I am from Laredo, Texas. I am a first-generation American. I have a bachelor's degree in political science and a master's degree in criminal justice. I am here to testify under the charge of faculty senates. As a student, my degree consisted of taking classes on a variety of social science topics, such as comparative politics, Mexican politics and government, and American foreign policy, among others. To get a better understanding on these topics, professors will have to help us explore the cultural background of certain ethnicities and countries to better understand the topic at hand. This allowed us to understand the reasoning for why certain nations and governments are the way they are due to the cultural and historical background of the respective nation. This liberty that professors and the faculty senate have over the curriculum and other procedures allows students to learn about a variety of topics in a more in-depth level while keeping students engaged in the topic. I would not have understood the importance of the church in Mexican politics if I had not learned about the cultural context relating to it. I would not have learned either about how social and cultural factors behind different ethnicities affect their life expectancy without understanding the cultural differences between each ethnic group in this country. Without the cultural background of these topics, I would like the knowledge to apply these topics in my career. It would not have allowed me to properly talk about political topics when I had the opportunity to meet an ambassador of a foreign nation. So I am here today to urge you all to please not restrict the powers of university faculty senates. Their decisions on curriculum, hiring decisions, and other areas allow students like me to have an in-depth understanding on a variety of topics in order to prepare us for our careers. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Things to close on. Hello? We're good?
Yes.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is President Salazar. I am currently a senior at Texas A&M International University, majoring in political science. I'm here as a private citizen, not representing any sort of university efforts or any sort of office, but I am going to be talking about my experience as a student worker for our student engagement office. Before, we used to have all these different initiatives in order to make sure that all students feel included within our community. And with the addition of Senate Bill 17, those efforts and those programs have disappeared. And already a small, closed-minded community, you would think that the university would be a place where these people could be themselves. In a town where people are judged by the people that they love in public, you would think that our university would be a home for them, something that they can go to, right? A place of safety. But without these initiatives, there's not really anything that really like houses them, if you get what I mean. I also want to go into the whole academic portion of it, right? When you take away classes that are considered for inclusives or anything like that, you're actually restricting the academic freedom of students. We as students pay for the tuition of the university in order to take these classes. Our money goes into these different programs. So for the Senate to be making the choices on where our money should go and how our money should be spent on the education, it's absolutely absurd. If you really wanted a real representative party, you would go and actually ask the students of each campus whether or not they think those classes should actually go to them. But instead, everybody took it upon themselves to actually go out there and vote on a bill that only that the majority of senators made, but they're not the people in colleges anymore. We need to be asking students themselves whether or not we should have these classes or not. To take it up upon yourself onto your own biases is nothing but undemocratic. And I also want to talk about, I want to actually highlight one of the comments that one of my peers, Ms. Britt, had mentioned, and how discriminatory, calling discriminatory or inclusive efforts discriminatory is an oxymoron. You're saying that the inclusive programs that help people come together and try to understand one another of each other's cultures, differences, and preferences is discriminatory. That is not the message at all. These are actually things that bring people together. And I urge y'all to please reconsider these DEI efforts or these the passage of SB 17. Basically, thank you so much. I appreciate you for giving me your time.
Thanks for your testimony. Appreciate it, all three of you. So at this time, the chair will call Vaishnavi Pinta, Cameron McQueen, Desiree Walker, Samaria Taylor. And please, when you come forward, please state your name for us in case we might have mispronounced it. We want the audience to know the correct pronunciation. And then we have one more spot available, so the chair will call William Ramirez. If Mr. Ramirez is already exited, how about Alan Liu? Alan, am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
Liu.
Liu. Got it.
Thank you.
Yes. Want to make sure that's correct. Okay, who would like to start?
Oh, I would not like to start. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll get right into it.
You bet.
I come today as a taxpaying Texan, and I would like to talk about stopping DEI to strengthen the Texas workforce. My name is Desiree Walker. I'm a student at the University of Texas at Austin, and I major in African and African diaspora studies with a minor in Mexican American Latino studies. I was born and raised in the Lone Star State, meaning I've been through the Texas public school system and now higher education. Like most of us in this room, I was forced to learn Texas history, but not the part that revealed my family being murdered and pushed out of Texas for the Anglo-Saxons who stole it from Mexico. And most certainly not the part about my enslaved ancestors building this state's infrastructure for free. As I read your work, I identify fallacies such as the straw man and slippery slope. How can the words diversity, equity, and inclusion be found next to the word discriminatory? I like to stick to the meat and potatoes of this, and I'm not going to keep it sweet. The assumptions y'all have made misrepresent and alter the reality of DEI. The assumptions you have revealed the very discrimination you seem to be oblivious of. And this is honestly the most, if this was honestly about exposing the truth, you wouldn't feel threatened by the empowerment of your people. Dan Patrick and the rest of y'all have drawn up an ambiguous plan that I find just as manipulative as Plessy v. Ferguson and raised concerns around the landmark case Brown v. Board of Education. With the racial and socioeconomic disparities within education already, I have no reason to have faith in your motives. The whole point of this is to strengthen the Texas workforce, and I want y'all to know that we are aware of your efforts to reinstate institutional slavery. We are aware that our education threatens your sacrificial system, and we know y'all don't care to hear what we have to say. However, I will assure you that Texans, such as myself and my peers, are far more knowledgeable of your positionality than you think. I suggest y'all go back to the drawing board because Texans have been awakened. This is our state, our education, our lives. And if y'all wish to come and take it, we're ready. And I would like to thank all of the veterans, the true veterans, the indigenous people who were murdered and slaughtered for this place, the people of African descent who were enslaved for this place, and the many people y'all are willing to sacrifice in the future.
Very good, Mr. Liu. Liu.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Alan Liu. I'm a policy counsel at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, and I'm a resident of Texas. I'm testifying to the DEI charge. This legislature must not expand the prohibitions on programs that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 imposes non-discrimination obligations upon Texas's institutions of higher education. Hostile campus environments and other discriminatory practices can violate Title VI. Contrary to what critics falsely claim, there is no evidence that higher education institutions foster bias or discrimination through programs that are aimed to improving diversity, equity, and inclusion. Instead, they create welcoming and inclusive learning environments for all members of the community campus and in full compliance with civil rights laws. Indeed, in many cases, they are used to remedy this discrimination. One such example is when in 2018, the United States Department of Education in the Office of Civil Rights conducted an extensive investigation of Texas A&M University College Station for allegations of discrimination on the basis of sex based on a failure to take prompt and effective responsive action to address sexually harassing conduct by another student. To remedy these allegations, TAMU agreed to update its student code as well as its training for its employees who process Title IX complaints. These are all examples of advancing equity, diversity, and inclusion. Another reason why you'd want DEI in the workforce and in the medical field, as was referenced earlier, is that in 2019, the maternal mortality rate of white women giving live births was 17.9 women per 100,000. That's 17.9. For black women, it was 44, more than double white women. That's why it's important to think about our implicit biases, our unconscious biases. I really welcome your questions and conversations. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead.
Hi, y'all. I'm Cam. I'm a senior at the University of Texas at Austin, studying psychology and African diaspora studies. I'm here to testify on the charge of stopping DEI to strengthen the workforce. In the process of figuring out how to approach this testimony, I've been told a variety of strategies to use certain language and to avoid others. But frankly, I refuse. I refuse to speak in code, and I refuse to act like you don't know what you're doing. DEI isn't discriminatory. You know that. I know that. DEI isn't damaging. You know that. I know that. DEI curriculum provides students with critical thinking skills, empathy, and the ability to meaningfully engage with the world around them, two very important skills in life and in the workforce at large. But you know that, as I know that. There have been and there will be a plethora of people who share their experiences with these curriculum in an attempt for you to see where they're coming from. Though I am grateful for them, I am not one of those people. I refuse to plead my case to people who are committed to misunderstanding me. The use of the word expose in the interim charge solidifies your intent to misunderstand. If you want to work with the intent to expose, then so will I. You cower behind the term DEI in an attempt to distract people from your intentions. You don't want marginalized people to know about their history, as an uneducated population is one easier to control. You don't want marginalized voices and perspectives present in rooms where important decisions are made, as an opinion unheard is one that is easy to disregard. All of this leads to the ultimate goal of relegating us to a permanent position of subservience and eventually non-existence. The fabric of your success is woven with the thread imbued with the suffering of my people. You know that DEI-geared curriculum empowers those you see as less than, so I refuse to pour my heart out to people who don't think my heart should be beating in the first place. I'm just here to let you know that I see what you're doing, I see who you are, and I will dedicate every fiber of my being to fighting against you and yours.
Good. Go ahead.
Okay, hi, I'm Samaria. I am a third-year government and African diaspora studies double major here at the University of Texas at Austin. I'm here to speak on the charge to stop DEI to strengthen the Texas workforce. I want to begin by saying that the language used in this charge is false. The language, as written by Lieutenant Governor, states that higher education institutions maintain discriminatory DEI policies. This, in and of itself, is contradictory. Diversity, equity, and inclusion policies were created and previously maintained to combat discriminatory policies across the nation, and it is now gone. Now you want to come after our curriculums because they do not align with our state workforce demands. According to the Texas Health and Human Services Department, to prepare people for the Texas workforce, they must possess skills such as communication, critical thinking, and networking. Taking any class in an ethnic studies department mandate that we critically analyze everything that is brought up. We analyze things people don't even take a second to think about, but learning these studies allow you to go deeper and rethink things you thought you already knew. There is no doubt that as we examine these themes in our classes, we are learning how to reframe these concepts in our own words. In doing this, we are actively bettering our communication skills because we do not sit in class being lectured all day. We have conversations. Lastly, networking. And being a part of an ethnic studies department myself, I've networked with people in every field, and in all of my conversations with them, I'm able to see how having an ethnic studies background has improved their role in the workforce. There was also a point in the charge that, in addition to not aligning with the workforce demands, claimed that DEI in our curriculums is damaging. As to not echo those who have spoke before me, I will talk about the newly established School of Civic Leadership, created and supported by Mr. Chairman Creighton. This school is highly discriminatory, promoting Western ideals and white supremacy in the education system, which in no way prepares students for the Texas workforce in the guidelines that I previously mentioned. Instead, it further incites violence on our campus. How is this type of discrimination allowed in our curriculums, but critical race theory isn't? Okay.
Very good. Members, any questions?
Extra time. Cool.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, each of you. At this time, the chair will call Pauline Strong, Dr. Pauline Strong. Kalis Levon Myers. Anisha Kandakonda. You could come forward, please. Yes. Yes, as a reminder, public testimony closed for registration at 2 p.m. Our last available spot will be Rujala Nepal to testify. And who do we have here? What's your name?
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Pauline Strong,
Yes, Dr. Strong. Appreciate that. Go ahead.
and I am testifying as a private citizen.
Yes.
Since 1993, I have had the great honor of teaching at the University of Texas at Austin. I also currently serve as the president of the University of Texas chapter of the American Association of University Professors. For over 100 years, AAUP has been devoted to advancing academic freedom, shared governance, due process, tenure, and excellence at institutions of higher education across the country. Academic freedom is the freedom to teach and learn without government interference. I will focus my limited time on the charge called Stopping DEI to Strengthen the Texas Workforce. I must say that the charge is based on serious misunderstandings and misinformation. Courses at the University of Texas at Austin and other public colleges and universities are not discriminatory. Admission to our courses is open to all, subject to prerequisites and enrollment limits. We do not indoctrinate students. Rather, we offer students the opportunity to develop knowledge and skills relevant to developing an in-depth understanding of our complex, globalized world. With regard to courses that are about cultural diversity, social equity, and political inclusion, these are not DEI courses, with the exception of the few courses in professional schools that prepare students for necessary certification. Rather, faculty work hard to serve the diverse students of the state of Texas, offering courses that contribute to the Texas workforce through improving literacy, communication, and analytical skills, as well as general knowledge about history, economics, politics, and culture. In my personal experience teaching courses in anthropology, gender studies, and Native American and Indigenous studies, as well as courses with writing, cultural diversity, and global cultures flags, part of UT's core curriculum, I have found that students appreciate this broad background. If you value Texas universities as an engine of innovation, you must support a curriculum that has a broad range of courses, certificates, and flags. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Kellis Levene Myers, and I'm a proud W.E.B. Du Bois Scholar at Houston-Tillotson University, the first institution of higher learning in Austin, Texas. I currently reside in District 14 under Senator Sarah Eckhart, and I am testifying on the charge of stopping DEI to strengthen the Texas workforce. Now, first, I want to talk to you all about community. When I came to Texas for university, I left my community, I left my home, I left my source of strength, and I entered into a new journey alone. Despite being alone, I never lost sight of my career aspirations. I just knew that it would take more time, persistence, and diligence for me to pursue them as an individual. But when I started my educational journey at Houston-Tillotson University, I was quickly met with an indomitable force of community. The most notable course I'd like to credit for building my sense of belonging would be my Innovative Justice Lab, a 3-hour writing-intensive nighttime course that seeks to empower students to transform the state of the current criminal justice system. We were first met with the racist history of the American criminal justice system that dates back to the colonial era. Once we were armed with this history, we were emboldened to find ways to transform the current state of our justice system into one that is more equitable for all that interact with it. From this class, I not only gained insight on the challenges I would face as a future lawyer, but of the change I wanted to see. I leave that class with the knowledge of how to draft policy proposals and create innovative and restorative diversion programs. Professionally, I leave with a mentor in my professor and a reference that I can utilize forever. And more personally, I leave with the community. It is a community of peers who understand their historical disadvantages, but were equipped with the tools necessary to see the success of themselves and the success of their communities. Let me clarify that courses such as my Innovative Justice Lab are not DEI. These courses are not some acronym used under the guise of discrimination. Rather, these courses afford me the indispensable knowledge of my prospective career and the challenges I might face, and a network of people with similar career preparedness. I'm not alone anymore, and my community won't be extinguished. Thank you very much.
My name is Anisha Kandakonda, and I'm testifying as a private citizen on the charge of stopping DEI to strengthen the Texas workforce. I'm currently a senior at UT Austin under the College of Natural Sciences, and I'm studying to become a community-oriented physician that bridges the gap between our underserved patient populations and the culturally sensitive care that they deserve. Becoming a physician is an extremely long-term commitment, so it requires passion and a human-centered approach. The diversity of my coursework, from biochemistry to public health to ethnic studies, has intentionally prepared me to become a well-rounded future physician and healthcare worker in my undergraduate education. As I interview for medical schools, I continuously refer to lessons like cultural humility, public health patterns, and social justice that these courses have taught me. As a training EMT, I drove just 20 minutes out of Austin to Bastrop County, where I encountered patients directly affected by health disparities. Here, the lessons from my humanities classes are the ones that catalyzed into real-world action. I saw firsthand how rural communities can face stark barriers to healthcare, from lack of access and transportation to scarce healthcare facilities. My academic background taught me to look beyond the immediate medical needs to consider the socioeconomic and cultural factors to advocate for my patients. In practice, how can I understand medical ethics when I don't have the tools to understand the lived experiences and cultural values of my patients? How can I be an effective doctor and innovator and advocate without the ability to communicate compassionately with people from all backgrounds? An inclusive curriculum has prepared me to succeed as a pre-medical student because it's taught me that good medical care is more than just clinical skill. It's also understanding the diverse perspective and unique needs of every patient, which has been of great interest from medical school admissions committees. Now more than ever, we need a workforce that understands the cultural context of healthcare delivery, that can communicate effectively across cultural divides, and that can empathize with the unique challenges of our diverse patient populations. By cutting DEI from education and curriculum, we are not strengthening the workforce, we are leaving it unprepared. I urge every single one of you here, but especially you, Mr. Creighton, to advocate for the restoration of DEI initiatives in our educational system so that Texas can continue to build a healthcare workforce. The stakes are too high to ignore.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate all three of you. Yeah. At this time, the chair will call Isabel Webb Carey. Vaishnavi Pinta. Allison Kafer. Jaime Puente. What is your name?
My name is Vaishnavi Pinta.
We're going to give the others called a little bit of time to come forward.
Of course.
We're glad you're here. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm out of breath. Do you mind going first? You're good.
What is your name?
Hi, sir. My name is Isabel Webb Carey.
Great. Is Allison Kafer still here? Jaime Puente? Okay. Believe Mr. Puente is coming. Take your time. How about Brian Morris? Morris. Is it Maris or Morris? Morris. Okay, good. Miss.
You can go first.
Okay,
Yeah.
we can go ahead. Yes.
Thank you very much. Senators, my name is Jaime Puente. I'm the Director of Economic Opportunity for Every Texan, and I'm here to speak on the Pathways charge as well as the DEI charge. And I think they are intimately intertwined. At Every Texan, we believe one of the best ways to ensure a pathway from pre-K throughout K-12 education into higher education and to a productive career is one, increasing the basic allotment. Schools are suffering from a lack of funding right now. They need an increase to the basic allotment. $1,700 would get us up to meet inflation currently. That's not even talking about what may happen at the end of the next biennium. Enrollment-based funding is another piece of that to give schools the resources they need to educate the students that are enrolled and not just in the seats that day. Sorry, I ran over.
No, you still have a minute.
Excellent, thank you. And so getting kids into college. And then how do we get kids into college and keep them there? One of the best ways that we have done, and as you've seen today, is through cultural studies programs, through academic freedom, through the access to information to question the world around them. And that's what universities do best, is inspire kids to question the world around them. And doing anything to restrict that academic freedom, to prevent kids from asking hard questions and exploring the world around them in a critical way would do a great disservice to their ability to pursue a career and be productive members of the state of Texas. Thank you.
Very good. Go ahead.
Hello. To the Texas Senate Subcommittee on Higher Education, my name is Vaishnavi Penta, and I am a student at the University of Texas at Austin. I serve as the Policy Director for the Senate of College Councils, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of our Executive Board. We are a sponsored university-wide academic advocacy organization representing student voices in academics, and today we are advocating for the faculty members who support our work and who make our initiatives possible. As student leaders, we have a responsibility to our faculty in preserving their decision-making in spaces that guide our university's future. The Faculty Council's work has involved voting to add new majors, certificates such as the Climate Systems Science major and the Statistics and Data Science minor, all the way to amending existing majors according to student needs. Professors are deeply involved in these matters about their students and advocate for what they believe best represents the student body. In Senate, we work closely with faculty in our roles, but also as students. They are our mentors, our greatest advocates in such a large university system. Professors are the ones who work with students every day and have years of experience. Their unique position enables them to gauge what we need and propose changes for us. UT Austin is nothing without the thousands of students who live, study, and work within it, and faculty senates allow these students to directly make impacts on how their university functions as representatives, alongside faculty who can make the most informed decisions on their campus. These faculty members also understand the importance of having college courses that study our history and our culture. These understandings enable us to be more adaptive and culturally competent in the workforce. In an increasingly globalized job market, students like me gain critical skills through so-called DI curriculums, such as analytical thinking, problem solving, and the ability to understand societal complex dynamics that are necessary for any given field. Limiting students' options on how they learn global perspectives at the university sets Texas students up with disadvantages by forcing them to access education from other means to remain competitive for job opportunities. We cannot take away courses, certificates, and programming that set us up for success for lifelong contributions to society. I'm done? Okay.
Just wrap it up on that last sentence.
Okay, we urge you to listen to the voices represented here today. The students here are fighting for what is vital for their education and what we claim to be best in the state. The faculty here is fighting for their ability to serve others and what we claim to encourage. Together, they are the future of Texans, and you are claiming to represent. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Senators. My name is Isabel, and thank you so much for being here today. I'm a recent graduate of the University of Texas at Austin with a degree of liberal arts, and I'm here to comment on DEI in higher education. The diversity you mention, well, as you might tell from the accent, I'm not from here originally, but the diversity you mention is why I and so many out-of-state students come to the US for college. We come here to be educated and not restricted in what we learn. And though I won an academic merit-based scholarship, my peers are willing to pay up to 3 times as much as in-state students for that opportunity.
While at UC Austin, I founded the University Tenants Union, drawing on my training to address critical student housing issues. Housing affordability, which I heard you were talking about earlier, has been a primary focus of mine, and to this, I used what I learned in the classroom to found the University Tenants Union. I also interned as a journalist at Bloomberg. I worked as a researcher at Pew Research Center, and I could not have done any of this without the breadth of training I received. Now, as a working professional, I facilitate public-private partnerships, engaging in multiple stakeholders across the sectors. I regularly raise thousands of dollars for initiatives led by Black and Brown Folks, a skill that is directly tied to a comprehensive education that I received at UT. An education rich in communication, literacy, history, and a diverse curriculum. This includes learning about social, cultural, and historical contexts that shape our interactions. My ability to respond and to adopt to these differences is how I win business. So my question is, are you open to business or not?
That's good. Good testimony. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Brian Modis. I serve as Government Relations Director at the National Association of Social Workers Texas, and also happy Veterans Day. I'm here today to speak on the interim charge regarding DEI in the Texas workforce. Our association represents over 5,000 members all across the state, practicing in public schools, mental health authorities, VAs, private practice, teaching, and a lot more. Now, to become a licensed social worker in Texas, individuals must fulfill specific educational examination and licensing requirements, which vary based on the level of the social work they aim to practice. Before applying for the licensure exam, applicants must complete a bachelor's or master's degree in social work from a university accredited by the Council of Social Work Education, CSWE. CSWE serves as the national association representing social work education in the U.S. CSWE's Board of Accreditation is recognized by the Council for Higher Education Accreditation, that's a mouthful, as the sole accrediting agency for social work education in the U.S. Now, currently there are 53 programs in Texas with CSWE accreditation. This accreditation is vital in supporting open discussions across classrooms to allow students of various backgrounds to share diverse viewpoints and challenge their own in addition to complying with SB 17. Now, a recent report from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board that just came out highlights a critical shortage of social workers in the state of Texas, projecting a deficit of nearly 34,000 by the year 2030, particularly in rural areas. It emphasizes the need for culturally competent and ethically driven training to create a workforce prepared to address health disparities in Texas, where nearly 40% of the population identifies as Hispanic. Social work education must equip students to handle complex behavioral health issues such as trauma, poverty, mental health challenges, and affect diverse communities across the state. With these numbers and figures in mind, CSWE's curriculum standards emphasize both open dialogue in classrooms and modeling ethical practice and cultural competence as integral to preparing social workers for Texas healthcare landscape while complying also with SB 17. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate all four of you. Thanks for your time and testimony. Okay, the chair will now call Miles Lopez Cepero, Alondra Valerio, Ash Hall, Isadora Paul. Okay, we can start with Miles.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Miles. I am a student at ACC. I'm studying economics. I'm very involved in the ACC student government. And I just sort of wanted to share a couple points on both faculty senates and DEI. So with faculty senates, it's been an invaluable, not only education for me, but resource for the college. It's really allowed for cross-collaborational opportunities and leadership, and has sort of broken down the cubicle walls, if you will, in ACC. I have served on a number of shared governance committees. Right now I'm serving on the Academic and Student Services Council. And yeah, it's just a great opportunity for various different individuals, faculty, professional development people to get involved and sort of get on the same page about college policy. And then, I was had a prepared statement for on the matters of DEI, but I see a lot of us versus them kind of happening today, and I want to break that. I want to invite Senator Creighton, Senator Middleton, Senator West, King, Springer. We have a variety of events happening between now and the next legislative session, sort of centered around, cultural engagement, cultural exchange. I can only speak for ACC. I don't know if the UT or Houston-Tillotson people can invite you or would be willing to, but just want to let you know you will. I want to break down these walls, break down these barriers, and you will always have a place to do that at ACC. So
Appreciate
yeah,
that.
just
Thank you.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. You're always more
Appreciate
than welcome.
the invitations and your testimony. Go ahead. It's Ash Hall, correct?
Correct?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Ash Hall. I represent myself and the ACLU of Texas, here to speak about DEI in higher education, mainly naming that attacking DEI in higher education is harmful to Texans' academic freedom and the needs of the workforce. So starting with the harms to everyday Texans, research has shown that inclusive curricula and educational environments are a significant contributor to the retention and academic success of students of color, but actually all students, not even just students of color. And the negative impact on diversity that banning DEI has continues into the working world. For example, companies with diverse leadership teams are associated with higher financial returns and higher social and environment impact scores. So when we hurt DEI, we're hurting companies' abilities to do that. With regards to harms to academic freedom, cultural awareness and inclusivity initiatives are not standalone courses, but elements embedded across various disciplines to foster workplace readiness and civic responsibility. So banning or modifying any and all curriculum related to DEI would negatively impact countless courses, educators, students, and future workers. And though DEI critics tend to focus on race, gender, and sexual orientation, bans on DEI also affect a myriad of underrepresented and marginalized groups, including all women, veterans, individuals with disabilities, persons from low socioeconomic backgrounds, persons who live in rural areas, individuals with disabilities, immigrants, and first-generation college students. Finally, with regards to harming workforce needs, universities are not only generators of future workers, they're major employers in the state in their own right. DEI bans and curricular infringement harm their ability to recruit and retain qualified professionals. The UT system alone employs over 130,000 folks. SB 17 has not only led to the undetermination of hundreds of jobs within the university systems, but also deterred prospective employees from coming to the state. And members of the legislature indicated that there would be zero job loss, but unfortunately the opposite's been the case. A wide spectrum of the folks who make universities successful, from PhD students to tenured full professors, have either left Texas institutions or rescinded their commitment to coming to our schools altogether because of SB 17 and its over-application. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Creighton and members of the subcommittee. My name is Alondra Valerio, and I am a student at Cherry County College, where I study business before obtaining my bachelor's in political science. I would also like to make aware that I'm an organizer with the Students Engaged in Advancing Texas, also known as SEAT, because students deserve a seat at the table. Many argue that DEI is a misallocation of funds and an unnecessary strain on taxpayers. This could not be farther from the truth. Diversity, equity, and inclusion of all people, majority and minority, are essential to overall success in Texas. The lack of reality on the perspective of others imposes limits and harms on our workforce. Economically impactful industries such as tech, biomedical, and energy are entering our Lone Star State. With it, their diverse families and the employees. An example is my family, who moved to Texas from California for a better quality of life. Overall, it was an interesting but successful transition. Much was in part to the success in the Texas Community College system and behind my local DEI programs, which have been critical to my success. Growing in an environment aware of my background and the realities that my families had to endure allowed me to thrive as a student. I am within the top 10% of all students on TCCD campuses. Investing in reorganizing a critical sector of our workforce could forecast a flourishing economy with innovative ideas and a reduction of disparities between coworkers. Eradicating DEI programs and certifications would diminish our economy and workforce. The Fort Worth Star-Telegram ranks Texas 40th in work environment. Considering our workers power the 8th strongest economy in the world, according to the Texas Comptroller, it is only fair that they deserve an environment that wants to see them thrive. By addressing the intersectional differences between and inside communities, the needs of all Texans are met, no matter the background, and can be met with their respective and essential resources. The Texas workforce can lead the nation, but only if given the proper resources. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Hi, welcome.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Chairman Creighton and members of the subcommittee, my name is Isadora Paul, and I'm a fifth-generation Texan and a student at the University of Texas at Arlington, where I'm studying philanthropy with minors in Spanish linguistics and Deaf and ASL studies. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on the value of DI programs and certificates in strengthening Texas' workforce. DI programs are essential in aligning with the workforce needs of Texas by fostering an inclusive environment that attracts diverse talent, drives innovation, and strengthens our state's edge in a global economy. I believe removing or limiting these initiatives would be short-sighted. Instead, we should be focused on reforming DI programs to ensure that they are practical and help prepare students with the skills Texas employers need to stay competitive. DI programs foster essential traits like cultural awareness, teamwork, and adaptability, skills that are needed across key Texas industries like healthcare, business, and technology. These are not just desirable skills, but critical traits that drive success in today's globalized economy. As a first-generation American college student, I've personally seen how DI programs prepare students to thrive in diverse work environments, where the ability to collaborate across differences is essential for success. At UTA, I'm gaining the well-rounded education that equips me to work effectively with a wide range of people. This is the kind of education that empowers Texans to drive progress and lead in the competitive global marketplace. Rather than eliminating DEI programs and certificates, I encourage the committee to invest in reforms that align these programs with Texas workforce demands. By fostering stronger ties between universities and industries, we can ensure that DEI initiatives help students develop the skills necessary to meet the needs of the employers, strengthen our state's economy, and position Texas as a leader in workforce development. Our state's diversity should be seen as an asset, one that brings economic and social unity, driving Texas forward. And I'd like to know that I have some more time left. As a student with a minor in ASL and Deaf Studies, and we're talking about addressing DEI initiatives in their totality, would y'all consider Deaf and ASL Studies a DEI initiative? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate all four of you very much. Thank you for your testimony. This time, the chair will call Justin Randolph, Dr. Randolph, Miranda Sachs, Dr. Miranda Sachs, Deanna Hines, Hynds, Professor Deanna Hines. Yeah. Uriostegui. Victoria Uriostegui. Victoria Uriostegui. We'll give them time. Thank you for letting us know. Okay, go ahead. We'll start with you.
Thank you. My name is Justin Randolph. I speak for myself as a private citizen. I work as an assistant professor in the Department of History at Texas A&M. I'm a first-generation college graduate from rural Alabama who will never take the transformational potential of a liberal arts and humanities-based education for granted. Only one of my grandparents graduated high school. I started at a community college with Pell Grants, and I earned my PhD at Yale University. I want to teach history in Texas because of its big past and its diverse learners. I'll quickly share two thoughts on faculty senates and workforce development that build from my 10 years as an employee in the industrial sector of higher education. First, faculty senates contribute to the everyday and long-term function of university administrations. Shared governance with faculty members practically means shared workload. Shared governance, shared workload. There are many deans, provosts, and vice presidents, but quality control and result measuring around policy and implementation fall to the faculty who maintain direct ties to research and classroom teaching. To cite but one example, a new librarian was overhauling the library system at Texas State University, where I taught previously. She had not realized that her policies had effectively closed the university archives, which fostered original research and preserved the university's 125-year history. It was the Faculty Senate who brought this to her attention. Second, normalizing and protecting faculty senates grant Texas universities a competitive advantage. Just last year, I turned down an out-of-state job offer in part because I was so impressed by A&M's fair, procedure-based investigation into the hiring of Kathleen McElroy. Such clear commitments to academic freedom will help Texas universities hire and retain high-caliber teacher scholars, not because we want to abuse our privileges, but because we want to know we can put down roots, build family and community, and do our work. Thank you.
That's great. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Diana Hines. I'm a full professor of biology at a large public Texas institution. I'm also an officer in the Texas Conference of AAUP-AFT. However, today I'm speaking as a private citizen. I'd like to provide some testimony on DEI and the Texas workforce. Anti-DEI legislation has demonized three words: diversity, equity, and inclusion. Interpreters of the law claim that efforts that increase the diversity of participants and perspectives, ensuring all Texas students have an equitable chance at higher education benefits, and including all interested students in generating new knowledge, does exactly the opposite and has a negative effect on the Texas workforce. I spent more than a decade participating in federally funded programs that promoted workforce development, particularly in high-demand science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM fields, and in biomedical research. I personally witnessed shy, reticent students learn to thrive, design, and conduct stellar research projects, and join highly competitive STEM and the research workforce in Texas. Texas has traditionally been an excellent environment for workforce development grants, these federally funded grants. Currently, our institutions are preventing faculty from applying for these grants to the deficit of Texas. I expect that we will see a large decrease in the amount of funding, which is currently at the tune of about $45 million. We've already started to see some decreases in the last year. Limiting the ability of faculty to apply for workforce development grants also infringes on their academic freedom. Workforce development and other grants are an unintended consequence of the DEI ban. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is
Hey,
Miranda.
if you could adjust the microphone to be closer to you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm a smaller person. Okay. My name is Miranda Sachs, and I'm speaking today for myself as a private citizen, but I'm an assistant professor of history at Texas A&M and previously was employed at Texas State University. And so you all have been kind enough to invite us here today. I want to actually invite you into one of our classrooms. And in a given classroom, I might have a 19-year-old student who's in the first semester of college sitting alongside a 40-year-old man with 3 kids who happens to be a veteran, right? The Texas classroom brings in a lot of different people. These students are often working and commuting, right? And sometimes working up to 20 to 30 to 40 hours a week. I've had students come into class after working all night and kind of struggle to just be there and be present. And as their professor, I have 14 weeks to get them to learn history, right? And that means I want them to be able to write a cohesive essay at the end of the semester. I want them to be able to communicate. I want them to be able to participate in a discussion. And these are the skills that they'll use in the workforce, and they're the skills that you are using today as senators, right? You guys know that writing and communication are really important skills. And I love this work. I love helping a shy student find the courage to speak, or having another student, learn to write and gain that confidence. That's a really beautiful moment, right? So administrators have many skills that I do not pretend to protest. I can't fundraise. I'd be terrible at that. I couldn't write $1 million budget, multi-million-dollar budget. But they don't spend their days in the classroom, so they don't know what it's like to spend a semester working alongside these students. And that's why I believe that faculty senates are crucial for universities, right? Faculty senates have a very important role in approving curriculum. They approve a new syllabus. I just recently submitted a new syllabus and was sent back to me by a fellow faculty member who wanted me to clarify different expectations I had for students. How much was each assignment going to be worth? What did I expect each student to be able to accomplish through each assignment, right? That's the kind of details that somebody who's been in a classroom can provide another teacher. And that's why it's important for faculty senates to continue to play that role in shaping and improving curriculum. So thank you.
Good. Good, thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, Senators. My name is Victoria Riosi, and I'm a student at the University of Texas at Austin, pursuing a Bachelor in Science in Communication and Leadership. I'm here as a private citizen, and I'm here to voice my concerns on behalf of Texas college students and future leaders who benefit from DEI programs and don't want to see them further harmed. It is important to students in Texas who have been historically underrepresented from college campuses to feel welcome and supported to excel academically, socially, and in their future careers. That can't happen without programs that target students of diverse backgrounds alongside appropriate and effective training for staff and faculty to build skills and to better serve them. Motions to further stop valuable DEI initiatives sends the message to students like me that our state government does not want to support the college and career success of all Texans and is willing to see our talents go to waste. As a first-generation college student, I have relied heavily on inclusion programs to navigate college life. Because I am the first in my family to go to college, there are certain questions I can't go to my parents just because they don't have the experience. And I have comfort with trained staff whose expertise and skills have given me the tailored resources I need to succeed. This would ultimately harm our competitiveness in the job market. The provision of DEI staff and initiatives will disadvantage all of us in the growing and diverse global workforce. While companies all over move forward, our state seems to be moving backwards. As a student at the Moody College of Communications, one of the highest ranking in the nation, we cover studies that continuously show that diverse work groups perform better than any other. We need to equip students with the skills to work collaboratively in a country as widely as diverse as ours. Senate Bill 17 protects programs that enhance success, then I don't see the point of deliberating this further. I urge you to stop attacking the programs we value and need to ensure our state is cultivating the diverse talent it holds. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Members, if there's no questions, we'll release this panel. Thank you so much. This time, the chair will call Jack Polishuk, Alejandro Pena, Joshua Bober, Zaria Cole Valentine.
Would you like to begin?
You can go.
All right.
Okay, we'll begin with the two of you while maybe our other two witnesses are here and we'll come forward. Go ahead, sir.
Understood.
Yeah.
Is volume good?
It's great. Thank you for asking.
Good morning, well, good afternoon now, to the committee and the chairman, of which two of the committee stands. My name is Josh. I'm a freshman at UT Austin in engineering and liberal arts. This Senate talks about diversity, equity, and inclusion like an issue of politics. I'm here to tell you that couldn't be further from the truth. Senator West and I agreed DEI is an everyday fact of life for someone like me, not a political talking point. I'm Jewish, Cuban, Chinese, and white. Multi-ethnic and marginalized students like me need DEI support networks to find new homes in foreign environments like college. My mother used to work in DEI programs at Texas State University before Governor Abbott signed SB 17 into law, destabilizing not just her job, but thousands of other occupations across Texas. Further persecution of inclusion programs would threaten both the collegiate workforce and student lives across Texas, including mine. Although I'm sure I haven't changed your minds or altered your preconceptions. Despite these pro-DEI arguments, this Senate and this committee continues a push to eradicate it. I mean, the notice for this hearing says you're all sitting up there today to expose these discriminatory inclusion policies, or rather what's left of them. There's this talk about how universities are just rebranding DEI programs and not fully eliminating them. But I want to be the bearer of bad news. That's because this Senate and this committee will never be able to get rid of DEI. Why is that? Why don't financial or legal threats work? Why do colleges just change the name DEI and keep inclusion programs? I'll tell you why. It's because DEI is a fact of life, not a political talking point. Universities will always consider in their application processes and on-campus services the relative struggles students experience. In a state where people of different ethnicities clearly have different opportunities due to structural inequalities and generational poverty, it is impossible for colleges to not consider race. So I ask this committee, and the entire Senate hopefully, to not plunge Texas and America into a racist future by further persecuting DEI programs.
Go ahead.
Hello, Chairman, Senators. My name is Alejandro Pena, and I'm testifying on behalf of Texas AFT. That's the Texas chapter of the American Federation of Teachers. We're affiliated with the American Association of University Professors and include both community college and university faculty and staff among our members. Texas AFT strongly supports improving K-12 college pathways and increasing access to higher education. With this testimony, we seek to share with you some of the trends that educators have experienced over the past several years as dual credit enrollment has soared, especially since the implementation of House Bill 8. Educators have reported concerns on behalf of a growing number of students enrolled in dual credit who are unprepared for the rigor of college curriculum. These students sometimes lack the independent learning skills and time management abilities that college courses demand. Educators have also observed students grappling with complex academic content without having mastered the prerequisite knowledge needed for success. When classes consist predominantly of dual credit students, we see challenges emerge that impact the overall college learning environment. Instructors frequently find themselves modifying their teaching approaches to accommodate younger learners, which can affect the depth of course content. Furthermore, maintaining collegiate academic standards while providing appropriate support for dual credit student success has become increasingly complex. On behavior and discipline, some educators have experienced issues with high school students' behavior conflicting with expected college conduct, requiring instructors to navigate complex classroom management situations. Discipline in K-12 schools is governed by Chapter 37 of the Texas Education Code, while educators in higher education often have little recourse besides involving institutions, administration, or campus police. The need for clear protocols regarding discipline has become apparent, as has the demand for enhanced student support services. Educators have observed significant differences between dual credit courses delivered at students' high schools versus those taught on college campuses. Perhaps most significantly, students in high school-based courses miss out on the authentic college atmosphere and expectations that come with learning on a college campus, which can be crucial for developing college readiness skills. In closing, we respectfully ask the members of this committee to consider and leverage educators' experience when developing policies that address these challenges while advancing the core goal of improving K-12 college pathways. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Zaria Valentine, and I am currently a student at Dallas College studying elementary education in English. My peers would describe me as a community organizer and empathetic leader, and I'm here testifying on the charge of DEI to strengthen the Texas workforce. To explain why this issue resonates with me, I want to share a personal experience. Earlier this year, I attended an educators conference in Baltimore. In the opening session, we discussed the challenges in the education field and how we're going to use the conference to find solutions. The important takeaway from this conference was the educators' different stories and their different ways of solving problems. These very perspectives help build inclusion, fostering a safer, more supportive environment in the education field. DEI is what we use to build community. Education, we serve our community, we serve our students, and we need DEI to strengthen that ability. As we grow, as we learn, so does our community, and DEI initiatives and departments help us get better at that job. And as a future educator, I want all the tools I need to serve the children that I work for properly. Consider a Texas in which our companies work alongside educational institutions to teach and direct the next generation, giving marginalized populations the tools they require to prosper.
By implementing DEI policies, our workplaces may contribute to the dismantling of barriers and promoting equity and a feeling of community, in which, in return, makes our community safer and more cohesive. By working together, we can promote development that benefits all Texans, and I mean all Texans, and create a future in which we can all take pride in. A famous saying is, everything is bigger in Texas, and that should include our efforts in making sure that Texans have the opportunity and have the tools to work and serve a community that reflects to them. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Jack Polshuk. I'm a current student at UT Austin studying journalism. I'm writing today to testify on the charge of stopping DEI to strengthen the Texas workforce. I'm currently studying journalism, an industry that highly values individual perspectives, solidarity, and freedom of speech and expression. All of the classes I took that discuss these values will be greatly affected by this potential change in curriculum, and these interim changes will greatly affect not only my education, but my career as well. My experiences with learning these, quote, dangerous programs extends to my Introduction of Communications class, where I learned valuable expertise in understanding solidarity in journalism and general communication studies. This impacted my journalism career as I gained a fundamental understanding of what it means to represent all groups impacted by an event or story. It's so important to give communities and marginalized people a platform that they may not usually have, and restricting this type of curriculum greatly hurts my community and education. And as a white person, I deeply care about being part of a diverse environment of students. This lack of access to diversity programs directly hurts me and my fellow students entering the workforce. Blocking access to this kind of training will only hurt our economy, and as students like me to begin to enter it, we will not have the means to make sure that everyone is welcome. Diversity is something that would not only help the economy, but bring our diverse and vast community of Texans together. Also, when discussing these new charges, continued vague wording like, quote, discriminatory diversity is an oxymoron. I know somebody said that earlier, but I wanted to highlight that again. And it takes away from the fact that diversity in Texas is huge and impacts our economy and education. Continued vague wording like, quote, examine programs and, quote, damaging and not aligned with state workforce demands hints at several possibilities of continued speech encroachment on campus, and hints at making UT a place where education isn't valued as much as profit of the state is. Even outside the traditional Texas workforce, public education should always incentivize students the freedom to learn any discipline available. To target curriculum based on content shows the clear bias of the legislature and is a way of attacking programs that don't fit the best interest of the state. Thank you for listening.
Good. Very good. Members, any questions? Thank you. Appreciate your testimony and your time.
Thank you. You too.
Chair will call Madison Harden, Sony Shukla, Justin Parker, Go ahead.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Madison Harden, and I'm an intern for a nonprofit organization in Dallas, speaking as a concerned citizen. I've grown up in Dallas my entire life, and I am a passionate leader here to speak on the topic of DE&I to strengthen the workforce. While I'm currently not a student, I spent my freshman year of college at Howard University with a strong desire to be a force to be reckoned with within corporate America. I spoke and networked with people from various Fortune 500 companies, many which had initiatives to recruit more students from historically Black colleges and universities. So with the understanding that the historical resourcing of these institutions. However, the ideology and goal of D&I is not simply to create opportunities and resources based solely on race. What D&I seeks to acknowledge is that it must be a priority and a practice to intentionally create trust, safety, and opportunity for all. Every person does not experience life the same way, nor do they require the same resources simply because they share the same race or gender. So it's imperative that we look at the impact of DE&I on a much broader scale. We must see how DE&I considers so many factors beyond race and gender. I believe that the integration of DE&I in our workplace will create opportunities for Texas to prepare its youth and students to innovate the way we imagine business, organization, and schools, and this includes seeing the positive impacts of D&I. If we continue to resist D&I, we will see many youth, young adults, and businesses look elsewhere for opportunities work, and education. Instead, we can imagine a path forward that includes all Texans through the practice of DE&I. As I mentioned earlier, I am from Dallas, where I am witnessing our suburbs and city growing as companies and families move to Texas. This presents an opportunity for us as a state to recognize the diverse thoughts and experiences that make up Texas and the fact that this diversity will continue to grow. We must equip Texans with the skills to see the beauty and possibility in celebrating the growing diversity of our state. So when young minds say they want to be an astronaut, a neurosurgeon, a teacher, a president, or anything their imagination dreams up, it's essential that they know you and all Texans before and around them did everything possible to equip them with the best education, resources, and programs to make their dreams a reality, which is possible through DE&I initiatives.
Go ahead.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Justin Parker. I come to this committee as a private citizen. I currently attend Texas State University and Austin Community College. Now, Senate Bill 17, you all passed that. And since y'all passed that, the effects on campus, I'm not too sure if y'all have visited these college campuses to see what's going on firsthand. But I'm here today to talk about an experience that I saw firsthand of a student whose car was vandalized on campus at Texas State University. This was posted by our NAACP chapter on campus. Now I want all you senators to look at this and see what you're inviting into this state. For anyone that's wondering what I'm showing them, you can go to Texas State's NAACP Instagram account, and you can see the type of behavior that is happening on campus. This is what you all are inviting in. This is the type of behavior that y'all are embodying in the state of Texas. This is not what I served for. This is not what my brothers and my sisters in the armed forces served for. So I ask you to reconsider your policies whenever you're making these decisions.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Soni Shukla, and I'm a junior government sociology and public policy student at UT Austin in the Liberal Arts Honors Program, and I'm representing myself. When I first moved to Texas from DC at the age of 12, I did not expect to be moving to one of the most diverse states in the country, and I certainly did not expect that despite the state's diversity, everyone here identified as a Texan first. After nearly a decade of living in Round Rock and now Austin, I've learned that the shared values among all Texans are community, freedom, and accountability. Censorship, I was told, is not a Texan value. The censorship of liberal arts and cultural curriculum and debasing of diversity infringes on students' right to build community with their peers, gain an education free from government intrusion, and is a missed opportunity for students to learn from the violence in our history. Liberal arts programs equip students with the tools to critically analyze lessons from the past and hold ourselves accountable to creating a better future for all Texans. No one here understands the benefits of a liberal arts education more than Senator Creighton. You were also a government major during your time at UT. Developing a curriculum that doesn't cherry-pick history, but rather empowers students to interact with our institutions in a meaningful way will strengthen our workforce. Creating a new generation of leaders who are culturally competent and can see an issue from different perspectives is a key component of liberal arts and cultural curriculum. For example, future doctors who majored in psychology with a diverse classroom will understand the nuances of treating patients from different backgrounds. Looking to the future of the workforce, emerging leaders will know how to solve interdisciplinary problems using interdisciplinary thinking. And that's exactly what liberal arts and cultural curriculum provides. It is your job to represent all the constituents in this diverse state, not just the ones that look like you. Thank you.
Okay, members, any questions? Thank you all. Appreciate your time. We have one more witness, Mr. Knock. I believe it's pronounced Knock, last name Ho. Improving K through 12 college pathways, students engaged in advancing Texas. Sorry.
It's okay.
Mrs.
Yes. Chairman Creighton and committee members, my name is Ngalp Ho. I am a freshman in Alief ISD and an advocate with SEAT, Students Engaged in Advancing Texas, a movement advocating for students' voices in policies that directly affect us, such as improving K-12 college pathways. As a student and part of an ambitious generation, I know that challenges in the higher education transfer process hinder our progress as a society, targeting our youth. Neglectful missteps such as lost credits, inadequate counseling, and financial aid complications contribute to the loss of educational opportunities. While many students in Texas are offered the chance to take AP and dual credit courses, there are disparities in access, with some students not having these opportunities due to limited resources in rural districts or scheduling conflicts in larger, busier districts. These challenges frustrate students like me who work hard to prepare for our futures. Many of us take AP courses or dual credit with the expectation that we will receive college credits, only to find out that they might not even transfer to our future schools. Or even worse, some of us might not even be advised on the transfer process in the first place. Fortunately, these issues could be significantly reduced with clear, standardized credit transfer agreements that all colleges in Texas could follow. To address inadequate counseling, agreements that all colleges in Texas could follow. To address inadequate counseling, counselors could be trained to provide students with up-to-date information on credit transfer policies and offer workshops or resources to help them navigate this process before deciding about their college path. By implementing better support systems, ensuring students clearly understand their academic paths, and increasing access to financial aid, we can create smoother transitions from K through 12 to higher education and strengthen the next generation of changemakers. All I ask of you today is to implement these courses of action, advocate for equitable credit transfer policies, expand counseling support, and ensure that every student can succeed without these barriers in the course credit transfer process. We must invest in public education to best prepare our youth generation for advancing tomorrow's Texas. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Is William Ramirez still here? William, come forward, please. We didn't forget you.
Awesome.
Yeah. Go ahead with your testimony. Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is William Ramirez. I'm representing myself as a private citizen. I am an alumni from the University of Texas at Austin. I'm testifying on the charges regarding stopping DEI to strengthen the workforce. Before I continue, I want to remind you all, senators, this is my third time testifying, and I'm also the boy from the first hearing who dreamt about going to Texas while I was sleeping on the couch throughout my childhood. Now, I'm a graduate from the University of Texas who is an active and competitive member of the workforce, which I will later get to. During my time at the University of Texas, I graduated with 2 majors, 1 minor being I graduated with economics, humanities honors, and a minor in Mexican American Latino studies. As such, I graduated with my humanities degree in interdisciplinary education. As I write a thesis, I was able to quantify the experiences of 3 generations of Latinx farm workers in Texas. Additionally, during my time at the University of Texas, I had the pleasure to serve as the student body vice president. So I had the first-hand experience of SB 17 being implemented in the dynamics of faculty senate. And there's one starking conversation that I had with President Hartzell that I still remember. The goal of the university, any university, should be to educate, and to protect the ability to do so. So today, as a humanities graduate who has now had roughly 6 months of working experience, I can proudly say that I have been contributing to the workforce. I've worked at a startup law firm using the research skills I've learned throughout my time at UT, building legal material for cases. I worked at local city council campaigns where I learned about constituency issues. And one thing I want to share there, they hate what the government is doing regarding education. They find it to be regressive to remove educational material that helps us understand our history better. Now, I currently work at the largest technology company assisting in their business development, using my analytical skills and research skills, learned through my DEI education. Let me skip a little bit up.
Finish up your last sentence.
Yeah. So today, my sole ask is to stop making it harder to perform the goal of my university and many others around the state. People deserve to be educated, and they deserve to be educated in the humanities.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Okay, members, if there's anyone else wishing to testify, you can submit a letter to our office. It won't be a part of the official committee record, but please let us have your written correspondence if there's something that you were not able to say today. Thank you all for being here, members. I know Senator West had to exit. Senator Springer couldn't be here because of a conflict. I know it was a long day. Appreciate your patience. To our panelists and public witnesses, appreciate your time as well. If you traveled, especially, and waiting through the long day to make sure your voice is heard. Appreciate all of your sentiment. With that, the Senate Subcommittee on Higher Education will We'll stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.